technically that secondary lifeline. As long as you find yourself not within the bottom 3 of today, you will have the chance to ultimately run it back. But obviously, honing back into where we are at currently, I think that there is plenty of teams that are certainly going to want to sprint their way to the top regardless.
Yeah, especially, Shark, Teeny, Peterbot, Poyo, 3 wins each. So they have 6 out of the 8 wins for both EU and NA Central. And it's not just they're playing the games, it's how they're playing these games. They're aggressive, they're dominant, they don't leave any stone unturned. And that's something that I'm really interested to see, because typically you have Team 1, Team 2, and 2 different groups. No, today, 2 of the best teams in the entire world are here in the same group. Tomorrow, we might see Sky and Scroll, but for today, it's Poyo versus Shark Teeny.
And at the same time, you heard it already, Peterbot ready to make an early entrance, same case scenario for his duo Poyo there. But Jacob, I also really want to talk about the fact that this is going to be one of the best opportunities to see some of these international teams, some of the smaller regions really start to get a little bit more involved and kind of remind the rest of the world, particularly everybody on social media, that they're here to show out. And obviously already kicked things off pretty hot here in match number 1. No surprises whatsoever. Pete and Poyo just doing their thing.
Yeah, and even in the feed, Braids just getting an early game elimination. Only one, because in reload, your teammates will have about 12 seconds. So if you go down, you're really relying on 12 seconds from your teammate to stay alive. They can shorten that time span with either Nox eliminations or full-on duo wipes, but that just puts the pressure on them to survive. And we're just kind of seeing a lot of the early games. Pete, Poyo, uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx, on the other hand, the entire opposite. Typically, throughout the qualifications process, you see 2 teams land here. Today, Taco, we have 4.
Yeah, there's just way too many duos actually here at Elite Armory and Retro Phoenix. They're trying to get rid of at least one of them. Cringe going to be the first to be removed from the battlefield here, but we'll just have to wait and see how things actually play out, where Volko's managed to scurry off too, because Phoenix and Retro have certainly stamped their mark, but obviously, they're not the only ones that are trying to secure some of those free elimination points. 3 a pop can definitely make some leadway.
Yeah, and you see they're almost looking like they wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, but he kind of picked up that shotgun. It had no extra ammo in it, kind of slowing down the progression there. But game 1, typically in a lot of the tournaments, especially our international events, it does kind of slow down just a little bit, but I'm not seeing it here in Reload. It's just constant action. Vico get elimination onto Rainy. Shari now trying to play for a lurk onto Muzz and Sphinx, and this is the spot where I told you 4 teams are actually landing at.
And that's the thing there. Muzz Sphinx being fully aware of just how many other duos are actually surrounding them. They're definitely trying to be a little bit smart. Obviously, Shari going to reveal himself now. Khaled following suit, but Sphinx and Muzz, they are already locked down and secure inside of the building. It's going to be tough for Shari or Khaled to really find any sort of entry points, so they'll opt to create a little bit of distance here. Might actually cause for Muzz and Sphinx to focus a little bit more of their attention that way, because as duos start to get a move on, Muzz, Sphinx, they'll waste no time. Now looking to see if they can beam Khaled out of the air. Don't even give him that opportunity to properly rotate off the launch pad, and obviously it's just going to get more complicated as the zones continue to pull further and further inward. But a little bit more settled over at Hostile Hold for Vico Halabuka.
I mean, when you literally have a quarter of the lobby landing on Elite Armory, it does kind of ease up the pressure elsewhere, and it kind of being used by not only Vico and Malabuka, but Rainy as well. They went down early on. They got separated, so he's the one buying all the time in the world. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side, trying to rotate away west of the Elite Strongholds. They end up in a little bit of an altercation, one that does seem to be stalled out, though.
Part of the problem is PHZin from a distance actually going to snipe away Shari for Muzz and Sphinx's clutches. And a little bit of a disappointment maybe even for Muzz and Sphinx. They'll opt to drop for the loot. That does leave Paladin in a bit of an awkward position, obviously waiting for his duo to get back into the action. But now PHZin, he's going to look to close that gap. Edson right behind him, and Muzz, Sphinx fully aware of the fact they might just have to pick up another fight.
One after the next, Edson, PHZin. Again, this is one of the teams at the Elite Armory, and you see him using that grapple, just trying to bait and switch. But he just separated himself just a little bit too much from PHZin. This could have been a great opportunity for Muzz and Sphinx to kind of peek out, but I know Muzz and Sphinx, especially when it comes to reload, they like to play a calm, cool, collected gameplay. They don't go elimination heavy until the end of the game when they almost have to.
Also just smart forcing that disengage, because when you looked at what PHZin was rocking with, he didn't actually have a way back up that quick phase without burning through every single one one of his materials, so opt for the launch pad escape here. Rainy and Nalu, though, waiting to see whether or not they can capitalize on Cringe's early woes here. Volko doing what he can to provide some cover fire, see if he can get his duo out of dodge. And for right now, seems to be a success because Nalu definitely on the ropes here. Cringe going to start to make a revisit, but it turns back to their favor. Rainy and Nalu, just like that, come out on top. But at the same time, Volko's still the healthiest of the bunch.
Yeah, we saw him drop to 5 HP before he finally got saved. And you got to give Nalu and Rainy a good credit right there to help each other out when they need it most, because that would have been the worst possible time for Nalu to get taken down, because you see how many more and more players are moving over in that direction. You can kind of see where the mini-map is at. The zone is pulling everybody over towards the western part of the map, towards Peerless Pier. And even though if it doesn't land over at that POI, Taco, we got to watch out for the mountainous edges that play a huge role in these end games.
All right, now one thing's for sure, David. Cringe is just trying to look out to see whether or not he can even touch foot back onto the ground. Vico and Malabuka drawn towards that reboot. It's like a calling beacon to every single duo in the area, and now Vico, Malabuka choosing to just continue wrapping around, following where these reboots are taking place. And if they can keep securing elimination points like that, it might force the hand of Shark and Teeny to get a little bit more proactive on that aggressive front.
Yeah, even though for today's games, it is going to be top 7 qualify to the finals. It's almost like, I think Barney said it, like the first impressions matter so much. When everybody else goes back to rewatch this, the other group that is probably watching it live now, they're going to try to pinpoint and expose some of those weaknesses. So you got to make sure you got to play as hard as you can the entire time, 4 straight days to jump on board. Peterbot and Poyo, and honestly, for both watching Shark and TD and Peterbot and Poyo here, 0 eliminations so far in this game. It's not something I expected to see, but they are a team that does like to play a little bit more calculated at times.
Name power certainly playing a little bit of a part here, lending towards their favor though, because who wants to really get all that up close and personal with those duos this early on the competition? Rather just wait and see whether or not they decide to throw their names into the hat. But Chino, Pablo, crowd getting a little active for these two on your screen. Vitality's representatives, and obviously a strong European powerhouse team. So I'm expecting some big things, especially with where they're currently located. Hari and Cammy just on the other end, separate hill face now. But so far, everybody's in the clear. Teams are starting to hedge up in positions to potentially lock out others, though, caught inside of the storm for just one step too many. Now Pump, Epic Whale, really trying to find themselves not getting sandwiched between the two. Yeah,
and you can kind of see on the right side of your screen, these guys this weekend are playing more than just for themselves. They're playing for a club championship. If anybody can take down Team Falcons, it is going to be AGAL, which we will see tomorrow. Vitality in this game as well. So there's still plenty of those club championship points up for grabs. So a lot of these Fortnite players, they're used to playing a little selfish, playing for themselves, but I think right now they got the big picture understood here. No Sif going to go down. Braids and Booga. Center zone on the edge of a hill. They got to be positioned very, very nicely here. They do have some good heals, and their loadout pretty looking stacked.
To wait and see whether or not it actually bodes pretty well for them. Z-Dog, though, definitely in a bit of trouble as Epic Whale and Pump are going to cut him off on that next rotate. You also have to remember, with so many stragglers, kind of teams that just suffered some of those early issues at the beginning of a match, waiting for their duo to reboot, get themselves into a position where they can even participate in the lobby. You're coming into the mix behind on loot, behind on just about everything. Material can also be a little bit hard-pressed even if you've been getting constantly farmed out of that reboot cycle, but knowing that there's only one duo that's actually been fully eliminated at this stage so far, Jacob, and we're already rapidly making our approach towards that 7th zone. You have to remember, that's the point where if you lose your duo, or if you both get wiped, that's it. That's the end of the run, obviously, but knowing that you're going to lose that reboot opportunity, I think, could put a little bit more pressure on.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be tough, because if the qualifiers have taught us anything, you don't start to get placement points until essentially the end of the game. Zone 10, Zone 11, Zone 12, that's where you get a lot of the meat and potatoes in terms of those points, so it's going to be very, very important. I like the strategy out of Stark and and Teeny. I like the strategy out of Nosif and Izzy, and you can kind of see a couple of these teams are kind of trying to fly under the radar. 10 games is a long time, especially when we go from Elite Stronghold to the Slurp Rush map. You don't want to be on anybody's radar at least too soon in the tournament.
Epic, well, Palm certainly doing a good job to be a little bit more evasive from the rest of the lobby, just continuing to put up some strong positional fronts. Epic Pump, though, fully aware of the fact they're going to need to get a move on. Solid hustle so far from some of NAOS finest, but gotta watch your steps sometimes. Lewa, Romero, Shadow, Virgo, so many other teams also making their approach. Everybody trying to really get based up more towards that high ground position because where the zone is pulling towards, but that's gonna force some other teams to sort of start getting entangled with each other, and these engagements can get really awkward, especially with what PH Zen is holding on to.
Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting to watch for PH Zen with that mythic Shockwave launcher. We know what Shockwaves, we know what the overdrive Shockwaves can do, and that mythic Shockwave launcher is just that much more dangerous. Izzy Nosif just trying to farm up. You see everybody in Elite Experiments. There's a lot of places to hide, but as Taco was saying, you can see Peterbot Poyo, Phoenix Retro, Izzy Nosif, Shark and Teeny even on the other side. They're putting a lot of importance on maintaining a bit of elevation because we could easily go up any one of these mountains on the side.
It's also just so hectic when you're trying to play through low ground in this type of environment, especially when you know that PH Zen, Edson likely going to be a pretty big disruptance factor as long as they're holding on to the mythic Shockwave. But for Pete Poyo, right now, they're really just trying to stave off everyone else. And we got about 45 seconds and dwindling until the reboots are getting cut off. And that's also going to be an interesting landscape because for a lot of these teams, that next rotate could just be your last.
Yeah, you can get that max pull, then you scratching your head, how am I going to make it all over these teams? And that's why I think elevation is definitely key. And you see a huge mix of rotation coming out from some teams, mainly being the Shockwaves. But the other thing you got to notice is that Flowberry Fizz, because it allows you to go higher, further, that low gravity. And you mix that with the Shockwave, it's almost very little worry if you do end up with that max pull. So if you don't have it, definitely got to be careful, but as Taco was alluding to, 5 seconds, reboots will turn off, and that means it's essentially your last chance to make any mistakes here. And you can kind of see the different edges, the mountain over towards the east, the regular POI over towards the south, and this zone is going to tell us a lot.
Kami Hari, while they'd initially been a little bit more isolated, Sphinx and Muzz immediately going to crash the party here, but Alex is the one who's really got to look out. Sharktini, they were trailing them since the start. Shark eats a little bit more damage in the exchange, but he's still got plenty of shield left to work with, and Teeny right next to him, and the damage has already been done. Reckless, best of luck out there, buddy, because you're going to need it with so many other teams already starting to swarm onto his position. Sharktini, they're going to be so difficult to actually avoid their line of sight, and they're already fixated on the next move. They want to immediately send it towards high ground, and they're going to have the advantage of getting ahead of Mofu and Tama in the process.
Yeah, even though I'm a little surprised about their lack of aggression in the early game, they're a team that knows how to flip that switch, just like this one here. Shadow and Virgo progressively getting better each and every tournament throughout this year. They not only qualified for this event, they made sure to kind of take down some top teams all along that path, and now they're elevated just like everyone else. They see that the zone has pushed everyone toward the north. Pablo Ingu and Chino even getting a knock on the Boko, just showing how chaotic this endgame is beginning to turn into.
It's just been an uphill battle, quite literally, for Cringe and Volca from the start. Pablo and Chino just continuing to add on to their problems, but that's going to be the setup that they needed. They've got a little bit of an opening, but they are making sure the lobby's focus is headed elsewhere. Reckless, though, just still so separated from everybody else. Sure, he might have been ahead of the pack, but when you're a solo, you only have so many options. And now, as the congestion starts to fold on top of him, Shark Teeny headed straight for height. They're looking to really be the primary controllers for where everyone else is going to send it next. And it's going to be tough because if you're trying to funnel through some of those lower layers, not only are you trying to work through some of those pre-existing builds, but now Shark Teeny beaming you all teams. Virgo already feeling some of that pain, loses pretty much all of his shield. He's going to have to take a moment now to stop and heal.
Yeah, they positioned perfectly for the zone to pull in their favor. Every team, or at least relatively so, has to rotate in this direction, and they are just lighting things up. And because they're elevated so high up, all it's going to take is one of those shockwaves to get to the front side of zone and maintain their position, and out it goes. They're going to go ahead and try to hold on to it while continuously looking for more and more opportunities at damage and getting these players out of the lobby.
I like the fact that they actually cut that frontside rotation a little bit short just so they could do, as you said, elevate. That is the priority for these two. Nosip, Izzy currently stuck, but it's temporary because they find a big knock onto Pump. Some damage has been done here for Vico and Malabuka as they're going to now look to try and see whether or not they can break in towards where Cringe is at, but no, instead realizing positioning is going to be the clear intentions. And Shark and Teeny doing such an excellent job still of maintaining height. They're not really allowing anybody else the opportunity to even try and challenge them.
All it takes is one person to look up and a whole nother team to shockwave. Anything is still possible, but Peterbot's going to go down. Poyo faced with a little bit of trouble as he falls as well. 4 teams out of this lobby already.
And Nosip definitely benefiting so heavily right now. 2 eliminations. Izzy right next to him, relatively healthy, but at the same time, they got to be so careful. Straight to his front side. They're going to opt to drop here. They know that they've got company, but they've done a good job of cutting off where the other frontside duos were initially headed. Shark Teeny still applying so much pressure, and Muzz will take out Malabuka, but Spinks loses his duo in turn. He'll have to keep trying to tarp his way forward, but with only 1 build remaining, he's going to be forced into a fight. It's an all-out scramble currently, and Spinks, he'll even opt to maybe try and play the medkit for some additional points because placement isn't even really a factor yet, Jacob.
Yeah, I was thinking he's one of 4 solos, seeing Malabuka down 5 solos, Chino down 6 different solos. Being stuck in this end game is just complete madness, and down below you got Booga and Braids trying to control as much of the ground as possible. But you see 2 empty item slots digging into their heels, relatively low to no materials. They're going to need a miracle if they're going to make a run for first in this game.
All right, now it's all about trying to see if they can even break through some of these pre-existing builds currently. Cammy doing what he can to create a little bit of separation from where some of that low ground congestion is at, but Izzy knows that disaster has struck for the Frenchies as now Izzy scrambling every which way, but he won't be able to avoid the bulk of this lobby pressure. Shadow, Virgo in that lower hand section, they've been getting pretty active here, and it's Braids that they'll look to claim. Virgo even taking that liquid shockwave launcher for himself. Could pose a big threat towards Shark and Teeny if they're still holding down the high ground, but right now, Virgo Shadow wrap around and the surprise banger onto Z-Dog. That's going to give them their opener, take over frontside low.
He is just taking names and crossing them off the list one by one by one. And this is what I was talking about. The progression of Virgo and Shadow over this past year has been insane. Now they find themselves in the top 6, but he goes for a nice elimination on the Rue, but it costs him everything. Moto's able to get the knock, but he's going for a res. He's trying to make the heroic play possible, but there's pressure coming in from all angles. He actually does complete the revive, and Shockwave's out. He is going absolutely crazy.
But the sacrifice, it comes at such a cost there. And Hari, he doesn't even have time to sit and think. He's just trying to deal with scaling up the mountain face himself. Goofy gonna claim Cammy, also having his own set of walls out. No builds, no life remaining. Spinks trying to see whether or not he'll even be able to make it up. Just getting cut off every step he tries to take. But one after the other, Shark and Teeny up above it all, just having the time of their lives.
It's looking scary. 2v1 situation. Shark and Teeny. Hari by himself. Angles are covered from all over. He almost has nowhere to go. The first shot's gonna come in. The second one's gonna be easy. Shark and Teeny win game 1.
Is this EU? I mean, I feel like I'm just watching what I've been seeing all year long, Jacob. Shark and Teeny putting on the masterclass inside of Reload. These guys just understand the game mode like the back of their hands.
Yeah, I was giving Virgo credit for the start of his year, how he's been playing, but I think Shark has to be the player in Fortnite right now when it comes to progression, when it comes to building a legacy. 3 out of 4 victories in the qualifiers, and they are looking unstoppable here today.
Definitely a pretty vicious zone, though, for so many of these teams. We saw half the time it wasn't Shark and Teeny being the problem. It was just trying to make it up that mountain face in the first place. Anytime we've got zones that are pulling over elevation of that, especially when everyone is already so scuffed on material, it just adds so many different types types of complications, and obviously that can be really difficult to overcome. I mean, how many times did we see players overdriving, they find the knock, they find the elimination, but they couldn't even celebrate because immediately after, they still don't have time to actually pick up any of the material off of the bodies, so they're just left out in the open.
Yeah, you kind of see big number of eliminations is what they usually have. They took a different approach to this game, but I think if they continue to feel comfortable, if they continue to put up these victory royales or consistently in the top 3 with eliminations, we could see a whole different beast come the end of the day.
It's wild to think about, too, knowing that there's still 9 other matches to work with. Obviously, it's hard not to get excited when you see Shark and Teeny doing their thing, but again, with today's competition, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish when there are so many lobbies to actually slug it through. But a lot of teams getting off to a hot start could be the difference maker between avoiding that bottom 3 ultimately or finding yourself just inside of that top 7.
Yeah, you got to give Cammy and Hari a little bit of credit as well for how they played. Even when they got separated, they still managed a way to end up with a top 2. But that's going to be it for us on game number 1. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick, short moment here from everybody here at EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
I'm here with Fortnite royalty. They need no introduction. It's Clicks, it's Mr. Savage, 2 of our co-streamers here at the Esports World Cup. Boys, how does it feel to be here at the Esports World Cup?
It feels amazing. You know, I've been looking forward to watching this event for a long time, and yeah, it's great to be here.
And we just watched that intro. Lots of players walking out, Clicks. Who had the most aura? Who was looking the most confident here?
Man, I have all my bread on Bugha winning it all. His aura, his dynamic, his shape, his energy, it's flowing, I'll tell you that.
He hasn't performed on LAN in a while, though. We haven't seen that Bugha LAN performance in a good while. What makes you confident here?
But what you just said is you haven't seen it in a while, but you've seen it once. That's the difference that y'all have to understand is he was once a winner. So he's winning this weekend.
Like that, fighting words. Now, Savage, EU's got to be backed, right? You're the EU rep here. Who you got winning?
Well, I think Shark and Teeny, like, you know, I don't know where Clicks is getting Bugha from. Yeah, I think he knows something that we don't, but I think it's gotta be Shark and Teeny for sure. And I think those are the favorites alongside P and Poyo as well. So
NA's winning, Clicks is saying.
I will put anything I love on NA winning. You know that, Savage. You know NA's winning.
when was the last time NA won a LAN tournament?
3 lands ago.
2024.
3 years ago. 2 years ago. 2024.
Apple. Tag.
You know when you've been tangled.
You're not backing Peterbot and Poyo. They were the last LAN winners.
Because listen, Peterbot and Poyo, I do think they're going to win, but I'm not going to be like everybody else and say Peterbot and Poyo is going to win. They're going to have a great placement and they could win, but I'm telling you, something about Bugha, something about his energy and how he just doesn't care, it's been making me feel some type of way.
All right. If you were playing on NA, right, how well do you think you place?
Well, I did play 1 season on NA, but you know, it didn't end well. But I think if I would run it back, have a solid teammate, I think it would be, I'd outplace this guy, I think.
And Clicks, you'd win on EU, you reckon? If you played on EU, you'd win.
If I played on EU, we'd win with ease. And it's a harder region, you know that. Top NA players are better players than top EU players.
Legends on the stage, legends in the booth as well. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Let's get back to the games.
Shark is one of half of Europe's deadliest duos heading into the Reload Championship, and one of the youngest players at the entire event. Alongside teammate Teeny, Shark won 3 of the 4 Reload Elite Series qualifiers, the best performance of any duo across all 7 regions.
It was actually Shark and Teeny taking shots from above. Sky has been left alone, and they actually just win the game.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't that difficult, but that's okay. I think I played great in every final so far.
Shark is arguably 2026's biggest new star, after a 2025 that saw him rise through the ranks in competitive Fortnite in Europe. In the lead up to the Reload Championship, the 15-year-old placed second at FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals and third at the offline FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany. Shark's success is no fluke, and the soft-spoken Romanian is coming in hot to the Reload Championship. In 2026, Shark arrived, but this event will decide if he is here to stay.
There are some good teams, but there are like smaller regions. So like the smaller regions are 10 times easier than Europe. Generally the best reload duo. It's kind of easy to play with him. He's just doing everything for me. I just have to eliminate the people and that's it.
I'm on middle. Looking up.
0. Wait to jump him. Watch me.
Viv, I can't believe it. EU gets a VR. Shark and TD, game number 1. I want to say I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to be surprised. We were coming into this competition. Shark and TD are without a doubt considered one of those strongest teams. I think it was me and you, we were watching the game back there together. We looked up, we saw them on the higher ground, and Zeke, quote unquote, went, oh, so Shark and TD, they just win this game. I mean, it's just so incredible how these guys can kind of show up to these in-person events and perform so consistent. I mean, they're new to stages like, not completely new, but I mean, just recently have kind of entered these sort of stages and they just perform every single time. Of course, this is just the group stage so far, but a first game win from Shark and TD, that's gotta be huge for not only their confidence, but also the momentum.
That's the word, right? Momentum, being able to carry them through. Remember, we just saw them on Summit, and they performed pretty well, right? But every time players get on land, some of them have that experience, some don't. And dude, I'm not even gonna lie, someone for me who's been doing this for a long time, I'm getting a little nervous, right? You get to see the fans, they're super close. So think about these players, they're coming into this environment. It's like, hey, there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of prize money on the line. So to see them kind of get that VR, now momentum is going to be huge for them. What about this game? Was there things you felt like you didn't expect in this last game?
Yeah, I mean, usually in Reload, we see a lot of teams regionally, when they are so dominant on their regions, respectively, they like to go ahead and send one of their players off to kind of find some of those early eliminations, but I don't think we saw much of that.
We didn't. I think what I didn't expect was to see Peterbot and Pollo go down as early as they did. It kind of felt like a quieter game for them. But we talk about this a lot on the broadcast in general. It's like this is game 1, right? This kind of early game jitters, kind of feeling out the lobby, the other competition. I'm kind of curious to see maybe the adjustments some of these players will make going into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, over the course of so many games, it's going to be all about those adjustments. But obviously, me and Zeke were up here on the stage, and the crazy thing for me was that some of our players actually had the opportunity to go ahead and take a break already. We're only one game in, and to me, it was a little bit surprising to see some of our players already leave their setups to go take a break for whatever they kind of needed to do. I mean, listen, already getting through one single game, and some of these players already needed to take that break, might mean they were feeling just a little bit nervous. I mean, obviously, we were walking past some of the players, and I feel like the nerves are just that. Even when we were kind of taking a look at the walkouts, where was the energy at for all of our players here, right? You feel like it's just the nerves, man, some of those jitters?
It just has to be, right? It's so uncharacteristic. So many big names like we see right over here, Vico. When he comes out, he's always going to beat Vico. But for some of these players, we do expect these kind of big performances. These big, like, yeah, it's me, I'm here. There is that. Like, you can just kind of feel it in the air. There's a bit of a nervousness, but we only have so many games left to go. I feel like for some of the duos are thinking that game 1, I didn't have the performance I needed, especially here in front of these fans. They need to come back stronger in game number 2. They need to kind of pick up the pace.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's scary. When a team like Shark and Teeny do get that first win, not only does it help them out so much, but it feels scary being any of the other teams in a lot, because you're like, whoa. These guys are very, very good, and they've kind of already figured out the formula here on land in the first single game. Like, are they just going to run away with it? Now, of course, it is the group stage, right? A little bit convenient that you do just need to get top 7. That's pretty much all we're fighting for here today. And, of course, not being in the bottom 3 as well. You don't want to get relegated here today. But, yeah, kind of seeing Shark and Teeny perform well, man. Am I kind of like hurt the confidence of some of our other players.
It's probably going to light a fire in some. I'm thinking about Peterbot and Pollo, right? There's some duos on this stage that will see that win, and they'll think not even just Shark and Teeny, they'll think EU getting a win? Hold on a minute. We need to kind of slow things down and pull things away from that. I'm just kind of curious, maybe someone look to drop on Shark and Teeny, change things up, maybe game to game. You did mention something, though. The bottom 3 will fall out. That's also got to be the back of the minds of some of these duos thinking, maybe that game 1 didn't go my way. I'm one step closer to being that bottom 3, and now I might waver or not. Some players might take this opportunity to really bounce back.
Yeah, we do enter the competition. We're like, whoa, we're playing 10 games here today. Like, it feels like so many. You know, obviously, typically when we play Battle Royale, we're used to 6. And then in the Reload Elite Series specifically, we only played 8. But now here today, 10 games. And, you know, these games, once every single one starts to go away, it's like, oh my gosh, we're almost done with the day.
That's right, man. You cannot let these get away from you, right? We really do have to make sure we're making every opportunity possible count, but I'm getting word. It is time to get back up to the casters and see what they're up to.
See, these guys from NA, and Jacob, yourself included, you're all acting so surprised. Me, this is just another day at the office when I really think about it. For Shark and Teeny, whether or not they can continue performing to that level, we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't consider it much of a surprise to see those two continue to pop off, but it could be tough just racking up victory royale after victory royale, especially when you know that so many teams are going to be looking for those adaptations.
Yeah, and I noticed, you know, throughout the course of that game, the moment Shark and Teeny really took high ground, nobody looked up. Nobody had a chance to look up. Nobody even thought about, hey, maybe contest this high ground, which is wildly different than what we've seen so far. But let's check out the leaderboard with that victory royale. Shark and Teeny are in first place, and they have a 10-point lead.
And it might only continue to grow as a gap between some of these teams in the top 3 is where I'm drawing the most attention towards, because 45 to 60, you can make up for that with 5 eliminations, but you still have to be rather proactive. That could cause you to unnecessarily expose yourself to getting cleaned up in the process, because we know just how often teams like to sit inside of the storm. They like to wait it through until the partial zones really start coming into the fold, and then that's where we'll see teams kind of get a little bit more of their rhythm rolling. But I do think that it's crucial what Vivid and Zeke were kind of discussing in terms of player nerves. We are seeing some first-timers when your initial LAN event. I think a big part of the process is also just trying to simulate that at-home environment.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's not just the newer players that have a little bit of those nerves. You know, I'm not saying that's the one and only reason why they went down, but you look at Peterbot and Pollo falling very, very early, especially it's kind of the out-of-character type performance for them. But we have seen it before. We've seen them miss an entire game and still end up at the top side of the leaderboard. But it just goes to show that I feel like whether if it's 1% or just maxed out, everybody here has some level of nerves. But it's not necessarily always a bad thing. It just shows you're passionate. It shows your drive, your dedication, and willingness to win.
And hey, to be fair to Pete and Pollo, we could see them sneak it up for 3-4 lobbies in a row out of today. Ooh, but they're not looking to do it, at least for this kickoff here against Izzy. That is a fast elimination for Pete to claim. Fearless Pierre, though, not entirely lonely, because Chino Pablo also looking to kind of stamp their mark at this POI is now Pete. Oh, won't be able to play Disruptor. Pablo is just too clean with it. The shot, he's feeling feisty. And I mean, look, Jacob, the only thing I was going to say about Pete Pollo is that it doesn't matter if they get eliminated super early on. They're a duo I would never be pressed about, because they can have their huge swing of events in just one lobby.
Yeah, and honestly, just a crazy shot there, but Peterbot kind of feeling a little bit more like himself, straying away from landing with Pollo. That way they can get these early game eliminations. But over on to Elite Armory, where last game, I was talking about 4 teams there. We actually had 5 teams at one point or another over at the Elite Armory. This time around, we have a few less teams, only 3 of them looking to actually contest that drop map. Just going to show that, hey, after game 1, we're already seeing a bunch of changes to the overall strategy, starting with some drop spots.
Things are getting a little little bit rocky here right now, though, for Rainy and Nalu as Cringe Volca continue trying to encroach on their position. They've already gotten Nalu one time, and they're looking to try and see just how many repeat elims they can truly rack up here. Unfortunately, they won't even get the chances. Now, elsewhere on the map, Phoenix and Retro. We saw them getting fraggy very early on and looking to repeat that here in match 2. Taking out Vico, that's a pretty big contender. It's also going to force Malabuka's hand to play a little bit more passive early. They don't want to unnecessarily expose themselves to finding a too early of a departure.
And honestly, what I've noticed, though, is when looking at the leaderboard between games and even kind of seeing it here, is out of our top 10 after that first game, we had 5. We had 5 teams from the quote-unquote smaller regions, and that's why almost all weekend long, leading up to this, I was like, this is the best chance. NA West, OCE, Middle East, Asia, Brazil. This is the best chance they have to perform well in these in-person events, and you can't let that opportunity go to waste.
And let's keep it honest here, Jacob. We both saw what was taking place on socials. Everyone was pretty much ruling out the international competition. NA West, they're like, no shot. These guys are going to find themselves inside of a top 7. Sure, you'd see the occasional, yeah, maybe Oshi squeezes in, or maybe one of the Brazilian teams can try to fight their way through, but imagine if there's way more than that. They would certainly make day number 3 pretty interesting. But at least for right here, right now, Muzz, Sphinx, sticking to their original game plan that we saw them in the first match. Really not trying to stray too far from the other. When there are just so many other teams very prone to jumping at your throats at a moment's notice, they'd rather not risk it. They'd rather make sure that they can stay together, see things through.
Seeing all the action go down. Shark, him and Team honestly didn't have very many eliminations at this point in game 1, and already is starting to add on to that 75-point total that they got in that last one. Being the winners of the game, it's got to prove to have a little bit of confidence, and you can kind of see Edson, PH Sin, Mud Sphinx all staggering back over towards Elite Armory, and the main reason for that is because there's a launch pad, and it's not just a regular launch pad, it's a long launch pad. You combine that with a Fizz, it doesn't matter where the zone goes, that's what they're going to use to reach it in no time at all.
And that's why I almost want to see whether or not Sharkatini, if they go for another aggressive early height take, that's probably going to be something that's keeping their heads on a swivel. Very likely that they're going to try and avoid letting anybody see them up top. And yeah, Pete rocking a very strong loadout right now.
Yeah, just a gold pump already. He has the combat SMG, and typically I would say that has a lot of recoil. It's kind of hard to use in certain situations, but it's P10, exactly. No worries there. Just got to kind of figure out how they're going to continue to kind of play this one out. Cammy, Hari, second place after that last game. Quick to start to rotate on over. And you're seeing kind of as the map shows right now, there's still a bunch of teams in and around the zone, but there's even more so outside. It's usually around zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6, where they typically start to move towards the actual zone, because that way they can make it safe for reboots turning off.
But I'm just looking at that dynamic between first place currently and the top 10 overall. Toma and Mofu currently sitting at just around 21 points versus Shark and Teeny with a whopping 78. It can be very difficult when you're just trying to commit towards playing catch up, because we know top 7, that's going to be the priority, but it's hard not to sort of have it subconsciously sit on your mind. Hey, what if they just keep building up crazy leads like this? Who's going to be the ones to try and shut them out, shut them down? Because you give Shark and Teeny an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and they're going to put themselves, if they continue in that trajectory, in a position to where they can kind of do what they want. They can play with the lobby before the 10th game is over. If they kind of give themselves a good enough gap. So you see Shadow, Virgo, not necessarily in the best spot, kind of in a ravine in between 2 different mountain ranges. So even though you can be relatively good, 1 second, things can change if teams notice you down there, especially since they are built in some of those weaker materials. So all it takes is 1 second, 1 lapse of judgment for that mistake to happen. You're kind of seeing everybody around the map. There's little different strategies. Some teams prioritize making it to zone quick, other teams prioritizing these launch pads in the Flowberry Fizz.
I just love the fact that anytime we get the pan over of what Chino and Pablo are up to, it doesn't matter if they're box fighting or if they're just waiting for their super pad opportunity. You know Vitality fans are going to get rambunctious for these two, and that's just got to be such a great feeling as a player, because I'm sure they can feel that rumble on the stage, the vibrations of hearing everybody just supporting them so heavily. And that could also play a big part into what sort of momentum they're able to build on the day.
Kind of see here from Bugha and Braids, the loadout in the inventory, and that's what I was talking about, the difference with a lot of mobilities in game one. They're already positioned near a launch pad, and Bugha has 2 more in his inventory, so that's going to be their primary mode of rotation, using that with the Flowberry Fizz. It's a little less riskier than those shockwaves, but you have a lot less of those launch pads, so shockwaves are usually the go-to.
Hey, sometimes it helps to be fashionably late, though, especially when we think about the way that the last couple of zones were breaking down from Shark and Teeny's sort of dictatorship on height, but Malibuca, Vico, also just seeing things through. Malibuca, though, maybe sniffed out the fact Cammy and Hottie were trying to get a little bit of an ambush here, but that sneak attempt will not actually yield anything of benefit. Malibuca just doing enough to sort of stave them off, discourage them from barging to try and re-aggress. But for where Cammy and Hottie are headed next, Rainy Nalu, they could be following a similar pattern here, just sort of staking things out, waiting to see, will any unsuspecting victims just pull right up to where we need them to be to get the perfect shots lined up.
Almost seemed like a good opportunity for Rainy and Nalu to kind of lurk around. I think Nalu kind of moved at the last second, gave up the audio visuals, so Cammy Hart knew he was there, and they kind of made the right decision. Rotate away, get to a better spot, just keep things moving. Just don't stay stagnant at any one of these positions as we jump on board the southern portions of the map towards top tier training, where Pete and Pollo still have to figure out a way to rotate around. There's one team directly next to them that you do see in the mini-map, but in their path, Taco, there's 3 other teams as well, and 1 more coming from behind.
And the other problem that starts to sort of break out for these two is that you get one team taking shots at you, all of a sudden you might have 2, 3, 4 in the immediate area that decide that they just want to divert all of their attention towards you. And that was kind of what led to their demise. Even in that first lobby, we saw them with an uncharacteristic early game exit, but even if it's Pete and Pollo making up for lost time, it's still just so early on in this competition that you can't be too pressed or stressed out. But for Epic Whale and Pump, 1 elimination so far, taken to the skies. It's all about the rotations.
And you're seeing a bunch of teams start to utilize those shockwaves. The Shark, Teeny, smooth sailing yet again. That's going to allow them to save some resources outside of a med kit, of course. It's going to allow them to save those materials and kind of get the bird's eye view, figure out where teams are positioned at, where others are rotating to, and give them the best shot to rotate in. And that's exactly what they do again. Game after game so far, Taco, they're one of the teams consistently elevating themselves off the low ground.
And with Teeny holding on to those 3 med kits, they won't be pressed anytime soon to actually restore their white HP. Pablo, Chino, Epic Whale, Pump, though, kind of staring down the barrel of each other, but it's going to be Pablo and Chino that are going to opt for a slightly earlier rotate. Already trying to make sure that they're set up for it. All edit comes through, and they'll start to get their move on. Epic Whale, Pump, also similar fashion, but these end games are just going to continue to be as stacked as ever. With, again, only 1 duo that's been eliminated so far.
Yeah, and another one of the zones that has me kind of thinking, if you're not prepared for this to go southwest, I'm not sure you're preparing fast enough, because that's where the zone could potentially go. You see the teams that are already there. They're positioned up on that high ground. They don't necessarily have to drop off just yet, but that time will come if it goes over towards the east or towards the north, and I think that's where the majority of the lobby would love for it to pull. But Shark and Teeny right now, they're using their position as a moment and a chance to kind of look back. Izzy and No-Sip, they're not too far away from the zone, but they still have to rotate towards it.
I think the main thing that's going to play a pretty big factor here, though, is like that drone out shot had already shown. It's the elevation pivots, but it's also just the fact that this zone is pulling over rather open river area. And so you're going to have teams that are going to burn through a lot of materials very quickly, especially if those teams on height decide to sort of fixate more onto their locations. And that's definitely something that Chino, Pablo, you can see they're trying to sort of elevate their stature, make it appear as though they are incredibly healthy, which they are currently, but it could change at a moment's notice. They're not trying to get lobby just yet. Malibuca Vico also, though, not willing to commit entirely to high ground, but still very content to be in this sort of middle ground territory where they could go up or they could go down, and it's all just going to depend on where the next zone pool is headed.
Yep. You hear that sound there? reboots again are going to be turned up. We are reaching that 7th zone, which is why you've seen for the past 2 so far a more passive approach to the game plan, but it goes all the way towards the south. Not too much west lean on it, so we're going to have a huge opening towards the middle, but Pollo once again gets caught out. Back-to-back games of struggle from Pete and Pollo. Oh my, what was that? Malabuka, a grave mistake, getting his shield dropped off just like that.
Malabuka's lucky that nobody else was beating him at the exact same time. If it was a healthy Pete and Pollo, we might have seen something different take place entirely. Instead, Malabuka will be able to replenish some of his shield, but maybe a little careful there on the trigger finger for the rocket launcher, man, because that could be the end of a run if we were a little bit further into the end game.
Yeah, and you can see they're the ones that got that elimination onto him. They were able to pick up that mythic pistol and put themselves in a good spot. Kamihari rotating on over again. They realize both sides of this actual zone, there's little crevices, little sides, more so on the east, that you can build up on that elevation. And I think Pablo Chino are going to be one of those teams that try to hold on to whatever high ground they can.
I like what Virgo and Shadow are starting to set up for. Buga Braids on the other end of the spectrum, though, have managed to find slightly more isolated position, but just how long will it remain excluded from the rest of the lobby? Because I already tell Buga sort of checking out a couple different directions, trying to ensure that they are going to be able to just utilize this next launch pad without taking too many focal shots in the process. But it's tough, Jacob, because there are teams on high like Chino and Pablo that'd be probably pretty eager to get some freebies in.
Peterbot still up, lurking around, trying to figure out what's going to be the right play. We go from that ravine down in towards the middle. You see where the zone is going towards the northwest. There's a whole mountain edge, and it's not them that you really have to be worried about. It's Shark and Teeny again on the high ground. Edson, PH Sin, and a couple other teams trying to use that launch pad to try to get away from the low ground, get away from the chaos, but they just run into one danger after another in the name of Shark and Teeny.
Poor Muzz, man, he just never had a chance. That's the difference between taking the launch pad and Shark Teeny's strategy of just using the crash pad. They can still take those shots a much more feasible rate, and now they'll send it right back towards height. Edson, fortunately, didn't get cut off along the way here, but now Pablo Chino just biding their time. Also gonna opt to drop back towards that low ground position. They will layer up just one more tier above where some of that low ground congestion is starting to build. It's all about the front side control here, and Izzy just getting beamed.
He splatted down. Oh no, Izzy, that was almost the worst case scenario. But luckily for him, he was able to get up, dust himself off, and at least stay alive. But Shark does it again. He's able to take down Goofy on the right side of this zone, though. Peterbot still trying to make a heroic run happen, but his back is truly up against the wall. No builds left. He's going to need a full elimination here onto anybody here to stay alive. Shockwaving again, staying to the front side of zone. He's just trying to be very, very calculated and precise. He knows he has one shot to make this one happen.
It's just playing fully paranoid Fortnite when you really break it all down. But for Vico and Malabuka, they've got really solid control here currently in the lower layers. Pete still lurking about, hoping that he can catch somebody off guard. Other teams already getting caught up in their own exchanges that he could just look to play Gantorial through towards, but Pete might not get that opportunity. Chino, Pablo, they might be the ones to actually cut that run short, and when you really boil it all down, Pete, he's gonna get the even trade with Hari. Just solo for solo action.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but we have 10 games today, so they got 8 more opportunities to try to rise up the ranks. PHN down towards the side, Edson trying to keep their run going. Vico and Malabuka as well. 3 eliminations in this game. They're definitely trying to pick up the pace, especially for how that last one definitely went. Cringe able to get 2 onto Alex and Sphinx, but it's still Shark and Teeny on the high ground. And just like last game, nobody is looking up.
But with Vico and Malabuka having the RPGs, that could change in a heartbeat. All all it takes is one good shot towards Shark and Teeny, force them sort of get a little bit more entangled where the rest of the chaos is actually unfolding. But Malabuka and Vico first, they have to prioritize making sure that they are in a healthy enough position to fight. Mally gonna use up his last shield potion here, turn his attention towards his fragger Vico, who's able to claim Moda. Just no opportunities for anyone to squeeze their way into this front side position. Where they're at on the low ground, they're just cutting teams off every which way. Shadow and Virgo gonna find themselves also being cleaned up by the lobby.
Yeah, Retro is gonna be the one to take down Shadow and end the run of him and Virgo, keeping himself long, just putting NA West here on the back as Cringe goes down. Ramiro's getting elimination, but Vico and Malabuka are holding tough from that position. Shots coming in from all angles, but they're not slowing down, but neither is Pablo up until now. He's gonna fall, but all of those materials quickly going on over to Cheeto. He knows this is the last hope that he has in this game. He's one of few solos left alive in a world full of duos.
And it doesn't help that it's Vico and Malabuka who are just overhead of him. Fortunately for Chino, he'll be able to evade their vision for the time being, but Malabuka, there's the first chop. He only has 2 builds though. He's going up. He's trying to match Teeny, but Teeny getting the better end of this exchange. He'll get some more damage than Malabuka shields. Teeny though, the moment that he turns back down, Mally can't hang. He's taken out Shark with the follow-up to protect his IDL.
Takes a huge bite out of the competition. That is their high ground. Beware if you look to take it. Even Vico's gonna fall. A delay was shortly after. Our final 4 teams and Shark and Teeny are on the mountaintop yet again. They're on their throne looking down. Teeny's gonna drop. They almost have no choice. No builds left. This is anybody's shot to finally end the run. Teeny's gonna fall. Shark has only hope to go to the backside of zone, and it's NA West that takes him down.
Retro feeling really good about this one. He just needs to close out against Tomat because Mofu no longer able to hang. But again, they're just not super healthy. A great block there out of Leiwa, but it's not going to be enough. Retro holding strong and bringing things home in game 2 for NA West.
This is a team I have been talking about all year long, saying they have to be one of the best teams on West. Week after week, I'm trying to put them in the moment that they deserve, and they prove it here again. They qualified to EWC, they qualified to the Global Championship, and now they win a game in their first LAN ever.
Always awesome to see some of these other regions get their flowers in the moment. It was definitely a hard-fought battle, but also want to give a big kudos there to Mofu and Tomat, some of the youngest competitors in the day's competition. They are 14 each, okay? And then you think about the fact that we've got players like Epic Well with a 10-year gap distance. And so you're kind of getting the best of both worlds here in today's competition. But as far as NA West representatives are considered for stamping themselves and opening things up big time, that's all Phoenix and Retro.
And it definitely has to be feeling good, especially the way they did it. No builds on the low ground. Phoenix with a sliver of HP, and look at these moves. When they realized it was a 2v1, they just went absolutely hammered, making sure to just break him down off of his pedestal and eventually lead to them getting the elimination and the victory royale. And it has me thinking, like, what does that do to the leaderboard after 2 games?
Exactly, because we saw a pretty big shift there too. Leo and Romero from the Brazilian squadron, you know, them solidifying that second place position. That's going to be a pretty big catapult, and it's also going to be something that it keeps them in contention, especially for that top 7 territory. But when you see Shark and Teeny maintaining these strong end game positions, it starts to get a little bit more worrisome because it is going to be very tough for other teams to essentially shut them out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those situations to where once you start to gain a little bit of a hot streak, and yes, it is 10 games today, but once you start to feel a little bit more comfortable with the cushion that you've built, whether you're in first, second, third, or fourth, when you look down to that 7th place finish, it will allow you to play a little bit more confident. You know, a lot of these guys, when it comes to online, Shark, Teeny, Phoenix, Retro, you even got Peterbot and Pollo, Vico, Malibu, they are some of the most aggressive teams that we do have in Fortnite history, but we're not necessarily seeing that here yet today. But I think that's just because it's day 1, it's groups, it's top 7 qualifies you to finals. You're not winning any money here today.
Right, you don't want to play every single card in your deck just because you've got them in your hand. You want to try and conceal as much as possible for when you make it towards that finals competition. But look guys, 2 games down already and plenty more to go, so make sure to grab yourself a refresher and we'll be back shortly.
This ain't no regular thing, came for the real. A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We got Monster D-Face here with us. We just watched that incredible game wrap up. We obviously had a moment there. Caster's kind of broke down the win. We got to talk about some comeback stories, though, MDF's. Game number 2 obviously is already done. You want to talk about Vico Malabuca, though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about a comeback story right now. A team that started off really slow and then all of a sudden explosive. And you think about a team that you expect to do well, of course, here. For me, it's them, right? Coming off that LAN hype win. You saw what it meant to someone like Vico. We see him here showing up. They seem to be in good spirits. And them popping off, I think that's the confidence they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We saw it back at the Summit. You know, this is kind of also what we see from them on the FNCS, right? Another competition. They do have that slow start, but then suddenly something kind of just shifts, and then it's them all the way through to the end. Obviously, they have several more games to try and kind of pull this lead back, but I mean, to be top 7 for a duo like Vico and Malabuca, I have to have confidence, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, we're talking about a completely different format. This entire reload series here. This is exciting stuff, and we're just getting started. Folks are just starting to warm up. Vico, Malabuca already are going to be a favorite for me, but also, if I'm talking about stories, teams really in the running right now, I got to give a shout to my good boys, Shadow and Virgo.
Yeah.
And, of course, shout out to that, too. There's a photo out there from 12 years old from when I met him to now being 18, competing on these in-person type stages, international competition. They're holding down the fort, and they're the next up.
Dude, think, again, harkening back to the Summit, right? They called their shot. They were like, hey, this next game, we're going to come out, we're going to win. Like, Shadow and Virgo are capable of these high caliber or high-end performances. This is actually something we talked about with Vivid not too long ago. The atmosphere is a little bit different, right? There is definitely some nerves at play. This is something some of these players are not used to. Literally, like, our fans are right here. They can hear every single time they roar or they go, whoa, like, this is so different. Like, that has to be playing some pretty big factors, right?
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? Every single tournament, especially ones like this, they're getting more reps in. Players here are continuing to earn experience, especially this new guard that we keep focusing on. There's a reason the stories, the light is on them, even Shark and TD, obviously, and all these other players, and they're performing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget as well, the bottom 3 will be eliminated today. So a lot of the minds of these players, but for now, want to go back on over to the casters.
We are here, 2 games done, Taco. We have 10 games today, 10 tomorrow, 10 the next day, and then who knows when it comes to match point final. But this is already heating up and so entertaining. But I think the story of the day has to be Shark and Teeny and how well they've been playing. You know it, you casted it on EU, but they deserve all the credit in the world so far.
Look, it says a lot when the 3 Reload Elite Series finals that they make it to, they win every single one of them. I know that one issue, you know, things went a little bit awry, but ultimately they are very clearly studied in the ways of Reload, and it's just a big part of the reason to it is obviously Teeny leading the charge on the high ground and Shark just getting to go buck wild in his fragging capabilities. And I just think it makes so much sense when you see how they're holding down the high ground, why it's been so problematic for a lot of other teams to kind of even navigate through those lower layers. But at the same time, Jacob, if we keep seeing shakeups like this in back-to-back lobbies, you never know what could happen next. You never know who's actually going to be able to make their debut into that top 7 or who's looking to try and hold on to it. But one thing's for sure, everyone is looking to try and avoid getting relegated here in day 1. So bottom 3 is the only spot that you don't want to be.
Man, interesting enough. one team in that bottom 3 is a team that we all thought would be in the top 3 at the end of the entire thing. Peter, Bot, and Poyo. We have to talk about it because we just haven't seen the 2 guys that have dominated an entire region for years show up here yet today. Peter Bot had a moment there as a solo, but as you know, Reload is just so chaotic. It's hard to survive in some of those moments, and so we're just going to need a huge pick-me-up game from them.
Okay, look, we're talking about, though, P. Poyo, but what we just witnessed out of Shark, 2 quick eliminations, and he's looking to rack up even more to the count. Absolutely no slowing him down. That is until Braids decides to be the counter. Shark's run of fun is going to be cut a little bit short-lived here, and Braids, Bugha are going to start to work their way on the board with those 3 elimination points. And considering that they're only rocking 36 as is in the 3rd lobby, Jacob, they know they definitely got to try and start stepping things up.
Yeah, right there from Shark. I told you, once you start to build yourself a little bit of a cushion, you start to feel yourself, you start to build that confidence. And honestly, if I'm Teeny, I just say, go ahead, do what you want. Do what you want the entire game here in this one. See how we can continue to rise up the rankings. Phoenix Retro across from Cringe and Boko here. They were the winners of that last game, trying to close the gap. Peterbot gets elimination onto Braids. Again, Reload, I love this game mode. Just constant action all day long.
Peterbot's going to be on the hunt, though, for some heavy ammunition. Wants a little bit more to rock with off of that, more fight. In fact, I'm going to change it out entirely, kind of recognizing the fact that one shot just isn't really going to cut it. You might be able to find something a little bit better even later on, but for Khaled, PHZen, Edson, and this is a little bit of a lurk opportunity here potentially, but PHZen not going to be able to connect the dots just yet, and Shari will be able to find himself in a slightly more secured spot, but teams are definitely still lingering, trying to see whether or not they can actually find a nice little entry point. All you need is the 1 elimination. Then you can keep trying to recycle, farming those reboot opportunities. And that's exactly what Malibuka is trying to avoid here. But Nalu just not letting up on the pressure. Malibuka already in a rough spot, given that he just came back into the lobby after that early exit. So Mali hoping that somehow, some way, somebody can get a bailout opportunity on him.
Oh, yeah. Nope, not this time, Nalu. Rainier going to tape down Malibuka. Starting off here, Vico not too far away. And honestly, watched the feed last game. Malibuka did go down early on, but they were able to kind of bring it back and show that they're not going to get pushed over easy. But Vico hiding literally not too far away. Malibuka's going to spawn right above him. But Nalu, Rainy aren't able to land any shots there to get another quick down. But they have to know that Vico is somewhere nearby because of where he actually rebooted in from.
A little bit of a break, though, for Malibuka. See whether or not he's actually able to get his feet underneath him, since he was able to touch back onto the ground at least. But Pablo, Chino, in full control of Fearless Pier currently, as they start to make their way, trending over towards this next edge of zone. Bound to stay on the lookout, though, for reboot farm opportunities. That's really going to be the #1 priority for a lot of these teams here, just kind of understanding the fact that they don't need to overexpose themselves. They can just look for the easy shots.
A lot of sound in the distance of teams fighting, even some getting rebooted. About how you assess the situation. You need to look what Shark's doing here early on. Not too much movement after the first 2 eliminations. Kind of staying near and around for actual POI, making sure to farm up, get the Flowberry Fizz. A lot of the tools that they need to have a successful game here. We've already seen 2. Even though they didn't win that last one, they got relatively close. They were taking high ground, and again, game after game, nobody has been looking up to contest that high ground team. I want to call for that moment. Hopefully somebody finds it in them, because it's what we did see in the qualifiers.
It just becomes so difficult, though, because whether it's using those launch pads plus the Fizz, whether it's using the crash pads plus the Fizz, it's just really hard to try and lock Shark and Teeny down. But Kamihari, they got other problems they're trying to work through as Epic, Whale, and Pump find themselves caught in a little bit of action here with Z-Dog and Goofy, but this one is going to seemingly fizzle out a bit. Epic, Whale, and Pump will be able to take the supply drop, but not exactly an abundance of loot there, and Goofy, Z-Dog, they're actually going to be the main ones to sort of walk away from that exchange pretty healthy, but also looking to see whether or not they can even find other opportunities to get the points stacked up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, but you can kind of see that they're able to find exotics in Reload. If you guys don't know, we have exotics, we have mythics, we have everything that you could possibly ask for and more in this one. So you're going to be able to utilize that one. It does come with a little bit of effect to kind of help them boost their game plan just a little bit better. I'm seeing Bugha rotate around. Early game for Braids has been successful, able to find at least one elimination here. Again, there's no Storm Surge in Reload, but to me, getting those early game eliminations kind of starts to build the confidence.
Oh, for sure. And not only that, but it can be a great way to sort of make up for misplacement points, because with elims being 3 points apiece, look, it's not exactly an overabundance, but if you have just one pop-off game, say 7 or 8 eliminations total, which is rather feasible if you're able to just hunt down and hawk over a player that's trying to just get back into the action off of the reboot cycle. You never know, that might just be the actual game changer here. Shadow and Virgo, though, we're definitely waiting for a chance, but Vico getting a nice little replay package on where some things went very heavily in his favor up against Rainy. Probably not the highlight reel that Angel wanted to see, but at the same time, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, just kind of waited for them to separate too far, and they went ahead and struck. Peterbot Poyo not too far away of Khaled and Manchari. Trying to be very, very careful. The zone is there. There's no reason to take the big risk just yet. Still only with that one elimination, so a slow start to the overall tournament from Peterbot and Poyo. And remember, it's top 7 make it directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will get eliminated from this group. And then the middle 10, they go to the survival stage, which is day 3.
And we're a little interested in what Mshari and Khaled had going on. And Overdrive's also going to alert Mshari that there was somebody potentially lurking on them. Still, they won't have the chance to actually fight it out just yet. Pete Poyo instead directed a little bit more of their attention towards PA's in, and it's in. A nice opening shot now means that Pete Poyo, they can keep the rotation moving because they got the damage they were after, which is going to force PH in into a spot where he's got to prioritize healing his shield, restoring that. So now Pete and Poyo can just leapfrog their position, but it's Shark and Teeny who are actually going to be the choke point.
Hey, Pete and Poyo are known for going after the team in first place or atop of the leaderboard. That could have been a good shot to try to close the gap. But Sharkatini just as aggressive, just as dangerous, not too far away. And it's to see on the mini-map, there's not too many teams nearby, but that's okay for them. They just want to continuously rotate in. As long as they have the extra med kits and the white HP heals, they can spend an extended amount of time into the storm. And you can see why they're playing relatively safe as opposed to full-on aggressive. We're already in the 5th zone. Yes, you can reboot, but Taco, where are you going to go? What are you going to get if you end up going down here?
You're going straight into the elimination tally for another duo nearby. There is just very little wiggle room to actually try and escape some of that pressure, but thinking back to what P and Poyo were trying to do, getting a little bit more active against the likes of Shark and Teeny. You gotta be careful what you wish for sometimes, because Shark and Teeny, not exactly the sort to sort of shy away from any kind of fight. There's no Sif and Izzy really trying to get the ball rolling here in game 3. A little bit of a doozy in the first couple of lobbies. But for the most part, they are still in a position where they can have a very solid run that jumps them up quite a few places on that leaderboard.
We've seen a lot of teams on the outskirts. Oh, what is this loadout? This is what I'm talking about. We got mythics, we got exotics, and while Vico was like, you know what? Let me grab a mythic spire rifle. Let me grab a mythic hand cannon. And this is something where he can spray. There's over 50 medium bullets in that clip, and he can just spray and spray and spray. And then if they do peek, he has the mythic hand cannon. And that's not mentioning anything that might be in Malibuca's loadout either. So if there's any game I would love to see them on high ground, this is the one.
Or at least attempting to try and take it again from Shark and Teeny. Might have gone south one time already, but you might be able to get your lick back. You never know. Still, Izzy, Nosif, revisiting exactly where we left off. Frenchies is there. Now waiting to see. Building's clear. We are good to go. But there's no rush. Gotta have a little bit of patience when you're trying to orient yourself, especially when you know that the way that the zone is pooling, a lot of buildings that teams could already be kind of huddling around corners, making it very difficult to actually feel super safe in your next step.
Trying to see where the zone is forcing everybody yet again. And this is with the Elite Strongholds map, there's just so many different mountain edges, elevation changes, and it almost happens in every single one of the end games, no matter what side of the map we go on. This might be one of these first ones, but I'm crossing my fingers. I don't end up cursed the rest of the lobby. We go towards the northeast yet again, where we still have one team yet to start to rotate in, but for Shark and Teeny, you can see them starting to climb up that ladder. We've seen them on high ground in game 1. We've seen it again in game 2, and it's looking like we might see it again here in game 3.
A big part of the reason why it's so hard to take hype from these guys is that they are just super aware. They are constantly checking every single one of their angles and always looking up. In a meta where we know that it is quite prevalent to utilize the crash pads and the fizzes or the fizz into the launch pad, Jacob, when you've got players that are as hyper fixated on clearing out the skies and with the aim to do it too, that's what makes Shark and Teeny just a whole different type of beast to contend with. It's currently Shark still holding on to those early 2 eliminations, but the damage may have already been done. Given that they are in one of the best positions currently on this lobby, it's all going to depend on whether or not they can continue to clear these paths forward. As long as they get these little pot shots in, weaken some of the other teams ahead of them, they'll be able to hold on to their high ground position.
Yeah, and then this next zone here, most of it is low ground. There's not too many mountains, but there's a little bit of a crevice. You can see it there in the mini-map. Literally at the middle of the entire thing, there's a little bit of a mountain you can start to attach to. And now with the zone pulling in that direction, Teeny and Shark, they're in the front side of the zone. They're not going to only be able to get damage on a lot of the teams, just like we saw last game. We could see a late shockwave for them to try to take it, but in their path, Booga and Braids as well. Muzz and Sphinx trying to rotate on over, so it's not going to be easy as it sounds.
You got Malabuka, though, getting a little dicey there with Shark and Teeny. They were nestled just underneath, and for Shadow Virgo, sort of waiting to see what their catalyst moment's going to be, but for Cammy and Hari, it's going to be an opening, trying to see if they could get credit, but it is Edson going down to the likes of Khaled, so no luck for Hari and Cammy to find 3 points off of an elimination just yet. Still, they are in a rather solid spot, because since they're just a little bit further ahead where Khaled is at, they'll have the opportunity to essentially force that engagement should he try to cut by.
Yeah, this time around though, Izzy no sip, just trying to block it off. That's the little crevice of the mountain I was talking about, but instantly the zone moves, so do they. They're trying to follow along with it. No sip's going first. Izzy staying back to watch their back. Everybody else is trying to take whatever positioning they can get, including Shadow and Virgo. They finally reunite in the same box. But you can see Lewa, Romero, with so many other teams waiting for them to make a mistake.
And Rainey's just not having a good time right now. Izzy and Nosif heads up play, doing exactly what a team on Hype needs to be very proactive about, shutting down those rotate opportunities from teams trying to leverage off of the launch pads and sending it towards Hype. But for Cammy and Hari, they've been sticking a little bit towards the low ground here. They're about 1 layer up currently, and the main thing is that they're just shredding through so many builds of players kind of hovering towards that middle section of the zone, so not really giving a great clearing process for teams to try and avoid their line of sight here. It doesn't help that Izzy Nosif also trying to be very adamant about holding that high ground position, but Pete, Poyo starting to scale up. Have to remember Shark Teeny, they're still lurking about. Vico Malabuka, another duo that is certainly going to try and get some leeway headed towards that high ground, but just how far up can you really look? Shark and Teeny are just so far and above the rest of the lobby. They are preserving so much of their build material.
I bet you they're eyeing up on Izzy and Nosif. They're saying, hey, make a mistake. Forget we're up here for 1 second, and that'll be the last thing you do in this game. Peterbot and Poyo, shockwave ahead. They gain a little bit of attention, but not much that they cannot handle. They're able to kind of rehold their position. Shark and Teeny moving out yet again. They've been denied that opportunity for the high ground, but they're staying in front of the zone. That's going to be the most important thing.
Thought for a moment Phoenix Retro would maybe start to get a little entangled there with where Sharkatini were at, but a hold back. It's Pete, Pollo. They have really been going through it here, Jacob. Pete not being able to actually open up any shots against Shadow when they initially made this rotate towards the front side of zone, and they are quickly dwindling on their materials also. But Izzy, Nosif, they've managed to head right back up to the skies, and they are currently bearing down on the rest of the lobby. Hari, Cammy even gonna have to protect themselves now, but obviously Shark, Teeny, they are not content with seeing anyone else holding the position that's been doing so many dividends for them in these first couple of lobbies.
And I think they've even noticed Bofu and Tamat up at the top, forcing them down below. They have a sliver of HP left. Right decision for them to make, but it was just a little bit too late. Nosif is able to clean up that elimination. Z-Dog cleans up the other. That's another team out of this game, and you still have 2 more to go before you even start to get placement points, but the battle for high ground will begin. Shark and Teeny will take what's theirs for the 3rd straight game.
All Shark needs is a little bit to work with, and him forcing Izzy and Nosif to drop is such a big damage spend for the rest of this lobby. Pete, Pollo on their last legs, barely having an opportunity to try and restore some of their shield, but without any builds to their name, they are going to depend entirely on how well placed these next couple of shots can be, and can they avoid the exchange from somebody else on the other end of the barrel. But it's a no-go for Peterbot. He's going to get brought down inside the underbelly of this lobby. Is now Booga Braids also on just 1 build, hoping that it's not going to be their last.
Yeah, just everybody kind of feeling how chaotic the end game has been. They're just burning through their materials. Even after they get an elimination, pick up the Siphon, they're almost immediately down to 0 as Booga picks up that one onto Epic. Well, Vico goes down, but it might be a sacrifice to draw attention away from Malabuka, allow him to start that heal off. With 9 teams left, Taco, make it 8. There's 2 solos running around out of the wild cards.
Izzy and Nosif might have been forced to drop from high ground, but at the same time, they are still making their presence known inside of those lower layers, doing a great job at staving everyone else in the lobby, preventing anyone from actually cutting through their builds. And Nosif finding another one onto Goofy. The Siphon material are gonna pay so heavily for him. In fact, Goofy, Z-Dog is going to be able to get away just like that. Izzy and Nosif with 9 eliminations already.
Yeah, the French fighters are doing it and doing it well. They're trying to go into double digits. That's 30 points off eliminations alone if they can make that a possibility. And they're soaring into the top 5, make it top 4. Braids and Booga on the other side, and they get cut short yet again. Izzy and Nosif, 11 eliminations here, but their biggest challenge has yet to be fought. It's Shark, it's Teeny, and Shark is already dropping down below. He's trying to take the fight by himself. I don't know if Teeny got the memo because he's just a little bit too late to the fight. Izzy taking a lot of damage, finally lands a shot onto Teeny, trying to disrupt the flow that they have going on. Shark returns to the scene of the crime, and it's not going to be enough. Izzy and Nosif do it for France.
You can tell that Shark and Teeny are not happy about how that one actually ended up, but they are cheesing for Izzy and Nosif. It was just a dominoes effect for this duo. The moment that we saw them with those initial 3-4 eliminations, and then the tally just didn't stop. But what a well-played endgame out of these 2. They were really firing off on all cylinders, and the way that they synergized their shots together on the low ground, that's what really brought everything together.
And there's one thing for sure. When I do my predictions online, I openly tell people, take it with a grain of salt. I pick with my emotions, my heart. And I was even talking to you, I was like, there's something about Izzy and Nosif. They've been playing well recently. They've been flying under the radar, squeaking in. I don't think people give these guys the respect that they deserve with how well they've been playing in some of these big moments.
It's just crazy to think about the favorable formats. You would almost think for Izzy and Nosif, ever since we saw them make their debut at the Summit LAN, it seems like these guys just knew that they had so much more left in the tank to give, and it's so crazy to see them bring home game number 3, because these early breakout points, that's what's really going to help funnel into maintaining position inside of the top 7 by the end of today.
Just big moments there. Shark and Teeny, though, we saw it in the first 2 games. No team kind of went for high ground, but they did. Let's listen to Izzy and Nosif.
Essaie de build, s'il te plaît. 0-0. Ok, je monte. Bye. Je marche pas. Bye. Passe. Ok, nice. J'attends le deuxième, je suis sur le top. Fais l'enculement, là. Nice. Nice.
It's such a great job there. I love also the way that they read it like a book. Shark and Teeny were trying to stagger the way that they actually made their approach, but Izzy and Nosif just did such a great job, one after the other, not allowing any weaknesses in their defenses there.
Yeah, honestly, just the way they've been playing. They have the crowd on their side. Almost anytime, you were talking about Pablo and Chino, anytime they're on screen, anytime they're picking up eliminations, they have the entire crowd erupting. But just the big thing to notice, I know at one point we saw 11 eliminations. I'm not sure if they got a couple more on Shark Teeny or if I just saw the total at the end. But either way, Taco, that is a minimum of 33 points off straight eliminations alone. When we get to see the leaderboard, I expect to see this team near the top 10 at least.
They've definitely boomed the leaderboard. That is a given. And not only that, but I think that they've kind of proven as well to other teams in this lobby, because when you look at what their score was at the start of this game, they were right around that 30-point section. It wasn't really necessarily what they were hoping for, but obviously we've also got a direct interview with these guys on the scene, so let's hear it.
Thank y'all so much. Fun little fact here. We've got Phoenix, we've got Retro. This is actually their first LAN ever. Guys, how does it feel to be your first LAN in this kind of context with this crowd? Let me know.
It feels great. The pressure is definitely high, but it's nice to be doing well when we're conned and it's going rough off spawn, but we're still able to make it into endgame and make the games that we have count.
What about you?
I'm just trying to not psych myself out and, play how we normally play and just perform the best we can.
How do you guys do that? How do you make sure that in these high pressure situations, because anytime something happens, you're hearing the crowd, they're right there. So how do you stay locked in those moments?
I just try to tune out the noise and I just pretend like I'm playing at home in my own environment, and it works.
Obviously, this is a big moment for you guys. First LAN and a VR, massive for you in terms of momentum. I'm sure there are people going to be watching you thinking, hold on, we should be their fans. What would you guys say to those fans?
I just want to thank everyone for supporting me, and I would like to, just kind of appreciate everyone who's supported me this so far.
You?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone that supported me and believed in me from the start, and yeah,
You can hear them. They're already going crazy for y'all. Talk to me about, you guys talked about being conned though, okay? So what's the plan? How are we looking to address that? Are we looking to maybe change things up? You don't have to give away too much, but what are we thinking?
I mean, it's been working it's been working fine so far. So we're just gonna keep playing it. They aren't 50ing us, so it's a little difficult to bring the fight to them. But going into Slurp Rush in the next couple games, we're unconned, so it's looking pretty good for us.
Unconned. That's gonna be a big shift, right? Is that what you're hoping and looking forward to?
Yeah, we went into the tourney hoping that we were unconned, and we were conned, but sometimes things don't go your way, and we're just playing our game and seeing how things go.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Best of luck in Slurp Rush and being uncontested for now. We'll go to a short break. We'll see you in just a minute.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Three matches have gone by for Group A, and we have gotten some surprises already from the get-go. But Nosif and Easy, Vivid being able to join us. Kelly, Levin, the 7WG, welcome back. We finally decided to come inside. But this match, I mean, for this squad, especially that just ended up winning, being able to bounce back too from those first 2 matches.
I mean, for Izzy and Nosif, this is incredible stuff because as Levin knows, big EU connoisseur himself, it was all about qualifier 4 for these guys. Like, it was an incredible clutch for them. This is where they actually made it to the EWC. So it took them all the way into that last qualifier to actually make it here. And then to show up in game number 3 and get that win and now sit in 2nd place on the leaderboard. I mean, Kelly, this is an incredible story.
Listen, I know that Levin's feeling good for EU right now, but I feel like Coach Harry, the first person to really call out this duo during the Reload Elite Series, is probably feeling pretty good. A lot of people were looking to this duo, and now all eyes are on them right now. We talk about how it seems like there's this new echelon of players that are kind of coming up and taking over a lot of our dominant veterans, and I think this might be another duo that does that.
No, absolutely. I think especially within EU, there's been a resurgence of French Fortnite this year, and I think when you're looking at, you know, 2 players who have been champions of that, you'd have to throw their name into the hat. Honestly, the fans here getting behind them. These guys aren't on any of the French clubs, but every single person in this crowd who has a French, you know, jersey on, the second these guys were on height, the second these guys were doing anything good, they were jumping, cheering, shouting. You just love to see the support they're getting right now.
You definitely love to see it, especially when players can get behind that as well, start feeling that energy, and start putting that towards the game series with that bounce back that we saw. But now we're going to talk about one team that really hasn't had to bounce back because they've just been so consistent at the top, and that is none other than Shark and Teeny being able to just do their thing this first 3 matches, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like game 3 was the one that kind of did it for me here, Kelly, because listen, you know, when we kind of looked up towards the high ground and they were on higher ground once more, I kind of just shrugged it off. I was like, how? How are they consistently doing it?
They were in game number 2, they were in Storm all the way until zone 5, zone 6. I was like, clearly they lost half of their health. All these people are going to be watching them come into zone. There's no way they're, oh, no, they made it and they almost won the game. Cool. They do this time and time again. Are they just that much better than everyone else? And I think the comparison is even stronger right now because of how poorly a certain duo is doing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it, you want to go there, because I'm ready to go there. If you want to talk about, you know, the teams who I think we expected to do a bit better that aren't, sure, we're going to probably have to take a look at the next page of the leaderboard to get to some of those teams, but Shark and Teeny, it's been, I think if you're an EU fan, it's been exactly what you expected.
Exactly.
Right? It's what they've done all year.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk about that duo that you guys are currently alluding to. But some of the other surprises, I mean, we just got a chance to hear from Phoenix and Retro 2 being their first LAN 11. And Kelly, this is one of those things that sometimes it lets them get onto, the pressure just gets to these players. It's not looking like that so far.
I think the reality is these guys didn't come in, I think, with that much pressure, right? I don't think they had all of NA sort of looking at them going, you guys need to represent for us and deliver at the top level. It's allowed them to come into today, play their game. They've gone under the radar, and again, a very strong start. There's a lot of games to be played, right? So you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but this is encouraging signs.
Thank you, Levin, for kind of bringing up the conversation of NA, because unfortunately for NAC specifically, I mean, Phoenix and Retro are actually carrying that conversation right now. The only team from NAC in that top 10 was actually Booga and Braid sitting there in 9th place. So let's go ahead and take a look at the second page here, right? Where are these teams actually standing? I mean, Shadow and Virgo, these guys got to pick it up. I mean, 12th place, Muzz and Sphinx, these guys got to pick it up. And then Kelly, the duo that I'm sure you are begging to talk about. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo down there in 17th place, 33 points.
How could we not talk about this duo? This is the duo that's been on everyone's name, not just in the Reload Elite Series, but in the FNCS. They won 3 of the finals and they got 2nd place. And to see them not just doing poorly, but at the bottom of the barrel, I'm not trying to like talk trash. I think this is shocking and there's something going wrong.
It is shocking, but I think, you know, I can sit here and dunk on Pete and Pollo all day long, right? I know people think I want to do that. The reality is, these guys are 2 of the best players in the world. When you look at a lot of their year so far, they've had a lot of performances like this where it's very slow to start. I think the days of Peterbot and Pollo just sort of running at everybody and completely rolling them over, it's probably past those days. However, they are still a team that you would pick to beat anyone when it comes to a fight. And so I think they need to just sort of take some time to reset. I don't think they're over. I don't think they're finished. I don't think they're washed. I just think this is a reality check that will be very good for them moving forward.
All right, Levin, I see what you're cooking there. You don't want to trash them too much. It could be too early to wave that red flag for some of their squads too. It's only been 3 matches. We still got 7 more matches to go, but they are fairly close to the bottom 3. And what happens to the bottom 3 at the end of the day? Those keys get crushed. So I want you, Levin, to look back at the camera. I want you to get into your best mindset as a coach. If you are currently coaching those 2 players from Falcons, what are you going to be telling them after 3 matches?
You guys have done it time after time. Whenever the pressure's been on, whenever people have doubted you, You've made it happen. Make it happen today. You guys aren't finished. You guys aren't done. You guys are the best in your region. Show that here today. The Falcons are supporting you. All the different games have come together. They put in so much work for you to deliver in the final lap of the race. You have to make it happen.
Oh
my God.
Baby, I don't know about you, Kelly. I don't know about you. I mean, put me in there, coach, because I want to play.
Yeah, I know. This is getting me motivated. Maybe I have to throw the old headset back on, Lev. Thank you very much for that. Listen, actually, I want to bring up a conversation that me and Levin had just not too long ago, talking about this comeback from Peterbot and Pollo. We kind of gave them a number of games that they could kind of clutch up, right? And Levin called it. He was like, listen, they could probably throw away like 6 games and they could still pull it off because we know what Peterbot and Pollo are capable of. So confident in Peterbot and Pollo's capability that me and Levin kind of both agree that they could get into the top 7 with just 4 good games.
But it seems like everyone is stepping up right now. There are so many teams surprising us, stepping up, coming in here with a game plan. And I wonder if maybe this is a bit of the hubris of Peterbot and Pollo coming into this thinking that they were going to run away with it. However, they love to build a story. They love to go to day 2. I don't think we're going to see them in the bottom 3. So if we do see them in that elimination round in 2 days, that might just be the story they want to build.
That will be crazy. Yeah, nobody's going to be expecting that from talking to you guys every single time. I keep hearing Falcons is going to be going straight to finals. Right now, it's not looking likely, but one team that is looking likely to make it to the finals is Leviathan with Lava and Romero. They've been performing good so far.
I'm a big fan of the Brazilian region. These guys are 2 Argentines who they've been making waves, man. They've done so well in the qualifiers over there. And I think when you just look at the way they've actually played, especially when I look at Romero, I mean, he has had some qualifier finals where he's just tearing it up. And genuinely, we spoke about it before the tournament, Kenny. I was like, if there's one team I'm looking at how they perform. I think these guys have, the ability to really go all the way in this competition.
We always like to talk about smaller regions and how they're underrepresented in these land settings, but Brazil, time and time again, always steps up, always proves themselves to being able to compete with the best of the best in NAC and EU. So to see them do that again is absolutely wonderful.
I feel like there's a little bit of a theme, though, in that top 5, right? We're obviously kind of highlighting some of these teams, and it's going to be the similar thing for Lua and Romero here is that fortunately for them, we've only gone through 3 games so far. So a lot of these top 5 teams right now, all of their points are actually off of just one singular good game. Like if we take a look at their match history, it's a 14th, a 2nd, and 11. So pretty much all of their points are kind of just coming from that 2nd place with 7 eliminations. And that's kind of the theme with a lot of these teams in that top 5. So even though these teams are towards the top of the leaderboard right now, outside of like Shark and Teeny, nobody has actually really found their footing to be consistent in multiple matches so far. So even though the leaderboard is kind of shaken up and we're not seeing a lot of things that we are used to seeing, I feel like it's going to start to switch up very, very soon.
I'm glad you brought that up because it is going to be all about that consistency, especially once we get to the finals with match point. And right now with what we're seeing, our Shark and Teeny is outstanding. Now, if we flip the switch, right? Any team that has actually surprised you, whether it's good or bad so far after 3 matches.
All right, listen, at the start, game number 1, Muzz and Sphinx came out there. We saw the solo clutch coming out as well, and I thought that was going to be the start of it. It has not been the best 2 games after that, but I want Muzz and Sphinx to come back up, man. Muzz is a fan favorite for so many people, and Sphinx has to be one of the funniest players in the world. I want to get an interview out of them at least just one time.
Maybe we'll get a chance to get an interview. I know, in talking about interviews, one person that's currently with the I'm surprised he's even here too. Pierre Gasly from Formula 1. Yeah. Barney, take it away because I really want to hear what he's got to say.
Pierre Gasly, we saw you hanging out at the Gadir City Grid where all the Fortnite action is taking place. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's insane, I must say. It's such a joy. I love gaming again myself, and it's the first time that I get the chance to attend such an event. So no, it's incredible to see the player, to see I appreciate the game. I appreciate, the sort of level that you see, and no, it's very, very impressive, very joyful. It's quite a packed day for me. I wish I could just sit around and just watch all the gameplay, but very cool event.
As someone who's used to performing under pressure, any words of advice that you could have for these pros that are performing on stage right now as you speak?
They know what they're doing. I mean, you can see it. It was quite impressive, just how chill and how relaxed. You can see the focus, you can see the concentration, very quick moves, etc. I was trying to look at all these little details, but then I really like the strategy and the sort of teamwork, and yeah, just appreciate the precision. I game myself more like Call of Duty. I do a bit of Fortnite as well, but more Call of Duty, and I know the thrill, the excitement, and just to see it to that professional level is very cool.
As people say, ball knows ball. Thank you so much, Pierre Gasly. I really appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of EWC.
Thank you. Shark and Teeny, Phoenix and Retro, Izzy and Nosif, 3 games and 3 game winners, and almost all of them are inside of that top 7 as well.
And it's exciting to think about because we could be looking at the beginning of the end potentially for teams that are outside of that threshold, but at the same time, everyone still has to make sure that they don't hit that autopilot feature. But my biggest takeaway from that little segment that we just witnessed, Jacob, I might need Levin to start just being like my hype man before I go do anything in life, because, dude, what a speech, right? Like, if I'm Razzie right now, that's got to be the number. Like, just press record, send play, and throw that clip to Pete and Pollo.
No, I got to agree with you, Levin. I feel like can just hype up anybody to do anything in the world. And honestly, I think that should be enough to kind of spark a little bit from some of these players. You know, Khaled and Mshari, Epic Whale, Pomp, Alex, Reckless, Peter, Pollo, Edson, PHN. We all know these guys have an immense amount of skill. We just need to use the last 6 games of the day to put it to the test as Malabuka starts firing off early with the first elimination of the game.
A little bit of a tough break there for Romero, given the day that they've been having so far, but Malabuka not looking to slow down anytime soon. That is until he catches himself on the receiving end of some damage. Pete, though, a little bit of a scramble right now. He needs to get Pollo back up and running. Chino gonna head straight into his clutches. Pollo has managed to touch ground, but Pete will be quickly eliminated. And it's Malabuka fully profiting off of this crazy mix-up at Elite Armory.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. From Pete and Pollo being eliminated first out of Game 4. And honestly, this is like a refreshed Vico and Malabuka. I had a chance to talk to them for a few seconds. I was telling them, like, passing these games are absolutely crazy. And I said, no one's really going up for height. And you know what Malabuka said? You better expect to see ups at high ground if we make it towards the end game. And already they're showing a huge change up when it comes to the confidence early.
Like, always easier said than done, right? Especially when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny that have just been so consistent at holding it down. But Muzz, this is a rare sight, losing the Bloom battle, and Malabuka just immediately closing in. Only needs one more well-placed shot to be the end of the line here for Muzz, and that's gonna do it. Malabuka with a clean finish, and poor Muzz just sent packing back over to where Sphinx is at.
A straight, quick 9 points for them. They started in 7th place at 95 points. They are the line to beat as of now, but already at the course of the game, they move up into 6th place, passing Z-Dog and Goofy. Cringe, Voco, they're still having the same early game fights, just a whole different team. It's Nalu and Rainy this time around. They get that first elimination, essentially forcing one of them to disengage and try to hide.
Will Malabuka be able to swing his way out of this one, though? PH Zen trying to make sure that he can actually shut down one of EU's best, but Malabuka knows shots from both ends of the spectrum, and he won't be able to escape it this time. A great sandwich there by Edson and PH Zen to shut him down. And Malabuka, though, he already had his fun at the end of it, Jacob. Getting those 3 eliminations was a very nice start to the lobby, but I like the fact that you kind of pointed out that they're feeling very confident in terms of trying to send it towards that high ground in the end game opportunities. Still, you have to wonder, anytime that it goes south even slightly, it's just like a dominoes effect. All it takes is that one little hiccup, and then your game plan is just sent straight out the window.
Yeah, especially if the zone kind of pulls over in the direction in which you've been fighting on. And right now, it seems early on, more than half of the zone is outside of the map on the south side. So we know for the most part, we could have things jumping right back up towards the center, but this goes that early game start. Romero got dropped first. Malabuka was able to get 2, and then this final one onto Muzz. The 9-point swing to move them up a whole place throughout the course of the game. Peterbot We saw him go down early on with 0 eliminations, or let's just say 1. Now he's picked up 2 more, so they're just trying to go ahead and put themselves to the test. Talked about Levin, said maybe they could throw away 6 games. Well, they might be able to throw away 6 games, but Peterbot and Pollo don't want to throw away 6 games.
Hey, it's always Pete Pollo. You just can't be worried about these guys until you actually see them in this sort of position, and we're maybe in our last 3 games of the day. Then maybe, you know, affairs start to get a little bit worried about how they're going to actually wind up in which part of the leaderboard they'll be at after all 10 matches played through today. Shadow and Virgo, though, roller coaster of emotions for these two. They've seen some highlights, and then there's just been the dips back down. It's just very difficult for them to get that consistency rolling.
Yeah, it's kind of telling you know, look at their journey here. In their first qualifier, they got 6. They missed out on actually qualifying. The second qualifier, they missed out on the finals lobby completely, and then they qualified in qualifier 3 inside, I think, a top 4 finish. And then the fourth qualifier, again, they missed out, which just kind of shows that they can hide, they have lows, they're a team that builds off momentum, and they need to continue that here in today's games.
And that's exactly it. Momentum being the key word, because you see Shadow or Virgo get even 1 elimination, all of a sudden they are racking up the count. But obviously, we'll have to see whether or not that actually ends up being their fate in this game. Right now, Vico looking to apply a little bit of pressure towards Nalu. And Vico Malabuka, this is definitely confidence. Just kind of oozing from both of them. Vico gets 1 already. Nalu was rather injured before he even got to apply the shot, but now Rainey on the ropes here, not trying to get fully wiped this early on. They still want a fighting chance, and Vico knows it, and he's looking to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, he had to go back for the build. He had no material left, but he realized he's on a clock if he wants to get this team fully out of the lobby. But Rainey goes down instead of getting eliminated, so you know he's bought Nalu enough time to at least get back in the game. And if you guys don't know, since they're fighting so far outside of the zone, instead of the teammate rebooting and above you, that only happens when you're in the safe zone. So he rebooted somewhere inside of the map, far away from his teammate, so he really had no chance to help him either way.
Malabuka, though, doesn't really seem too pressed by it. Will be able to pick up nice little make it off the vending machine, and Mofu and Domad don't really seem to notice that he's actually rather close by. They're a little bit more fixated on just making their own rotations. Again, just another one of those teams, international representation. They've managed to secure a top 3 already in today's competition. Just 1 or 2 more of those, and that could be what sets them up for that top 7 finish.
Yeah, they're not too far away from where the bubble actually is, so they just need to continue to keep at it. And we had talked about kind of start the day. Nerves might be playing a little bit of a factor from some of these teams, but it's happening to everybody little by little, especially the ones that might be running out of time. You saw the loadout, the Mythic Wrecker Revolver, which packs a punch from far away. So when this team does eventually try to play for that high ground, it is going to hurt from a bit of a distance.
Pablo Chino, though, just operating at their own pace. Launchpad nearby. They'll start to rotate. They've got the whites to work with, but Vico, another little run back. This very aggressive instance. And it's just impressive knowing that Malabuka also has full confidence in his Swagger, that Vico is going to close that fight out 9 times out of 10. And that's a daunting fact when you are one of those teams like Rainey and Nalu and realizing, dang, we just got shut down by 1 guy.
Yeah. It's just one of those tough things that start to play on you mentally. But as we look at Cammy and Hari, I know they were talking about a lot of teams in today's games. I know it's only been 3, rather kind of inconsistent outside of maybe Shark and Teeny, but Cammy and Hari are another one of those teams you got to give a little credit to. 2nd place in the first game, 3rd place in the last one, 18th in the middle, and then a total of 8 eliminations. So they're making sure that they stay above and ahead of the curve, or at least as far as right now goes. Booga and Braids not too far away from the zone, just trying to grab that med kit before they use that launch pad to go in. Since they are so high up top, but they're going to have that bird's eye view, they can assess the situation and try to bring in all that information so they know exactly where they actually want to drop. And for Booga and Braids, it's not too far off from when the launch pad actually is.
Makes sense, though, for Booga to immediately cut it short. He recognized the fact that Pablo Chino were very quickly closing in on their position. Not only that, but that little scuffle taking place with Sharktini, Kamihari. They didn't want to risk finding themselves stuck in the air and just getting tagged up along the way. Trying to be relatively healthy once they actually touch base onto the ground yet again. We're ready to see the Lion Roar. We're also ready to see whether or not Izzy and Nosif are able to replicate that last game success here, and it could start by finding these eliminations onto Khaled and Mshari, but the way that Mshari, it's a war of attrition here, and it's Mshari who's going to take him out. Nosif has fallen. Izzy now trying to gauge whether or not he can even buy enough time for his duo to get back up and running, but Mshari just doesn't have enough builds, wasn't able to make it to the body to actually secure anything, so left the fallback and wait for Khaled to instead help him out. But Izzy, that was all the time he needed.
Yeah, but this is still essentially a 2v1, even with Nosif back in the game. Remember, I said you don't reboot over your teammate when they're in the zone. They're safe right now for Nosif, so you can see him trying to do what he can. Just try to get some loot. That way, if the worst does happen and Nosif does go down, you try to fight back, but finally you see Izzy in the minimap making his appearance, so he doesn't stray too far away. He knows there's a huge strength in numbers, and they want to continue to use it to their advantage.
Bugha and Braids are being so cautious with every single one of their rotations, though. Anytime that you start to see them, maybe we're just going to send a little bit further forward. No, they scout out another team, immediately block off the line of sight. They are not trying to take any unnecessary damage, but they are having to burn through a lot more material than intended, and that could come back to haunt them later on in this lobby, Jacob, because we haven't even hit reboot shutting off just yet. And for Bugha and Braids, they're going to need a refresh of material if they want to be left standing by the end game.
Yeah, but they're not just too far away from that 7th place spot. They started the game in 9th. They were down about 7 points to Vico and Malabuka, but we saw how their early game went. So Bugha, Braids, just trying to play the long game, it seems like, maybe like a few others. Retro and Phoenix, same thing could be said for them. They were able to get that victory royale in game number 2, but it's just a lack of being able to kind of do it again, or at least get close. They have the 17th and a 10th in their 2 other games, but they did have the eliminations with that victory royale, which kind of boosted them up the leaderboard. So you got to make sure to close out maybe inside of the top 10, top 5, if you're looking to stay within contention of that top 7.
Hey, fair play though to Vico and Malabuka. Nice little rotate in, glide through, cut the cord, play it safe, take over front side, and refarm anything that you can along the way. Even though they were pretty much max material, every little bit helps at this stage. And just knowing that they've prevented Peterbot and Poyo from having that freedom to just sort of immediately send it straight ahead. They are going to have to be very cognizant of where Vico and Malabuka are at, or at least get some good damage application in to prevent them from looking back and spraying their direction.
Let's see where the zone actually forces a lot of teams, but most of them spread out. Except for the Muzz, Mshari, Izzy, Nosif, Cringe Volko, Rainy even there. Not too far away from Nalu, so you got to be careful not to get caught as a solo. You see Nosif going through that pain, just trying to shockwave to safety here. And since we are in the 7th zone, nobody will be rebooted that goes down here, but there is chances for teams to get back in the game if they were already down before they turned off.
Definitely a tough break there, though, for Vico and Malabuka with the zone pulling the opposite direction of what they just invested towards. So now they've got a whole lot of traffic local to the area that they are going to have to try and avoid. Obviously, you want to preserve as much of your material, but that might not be possible when you've got teams like Chino, Pablo, already just waiting for the prime opportunity to strike. Bugha and Braids, though, actually going to opt to fall back into the storm, take up a little bit of damage there. They got whites to work with, but more importantly still, avoiding all of this focus. And Teeny, Shark, already letting it be known to Shadow that was not the way to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaking loss right there. 12 points for Shadow and Virgo. They got separated, putting a lot of pressure onto one to try to find success. Pump feeling the same type of pressure being poured his way. It's Peterbot and Poyo. They know the damage is there, but it actually gets stolen away. Pablo Ingu is able to get the knock on the Pump. Epicwell is going for a revive, but a chop comes in onto Pete and Poyo, distracting them just long enough for that revive to be an actual possibility.
Epicwell maybe even counting his lucky stars that he was able to pull that one off. Sometimes it's indirect help from the lobby, but all the better still. And it was still kicking here. Izzy, Nosif, great job concealing themselves. Didn't get the damage application they wanted against Z-Dog and Goofy, but the pressure point could definitely be applied. All depends on who actually moves first. Is Pablo Chino just getting shredded on their builds right now, doing everything in their power to keep these walls closed off.
Literally just melted through all of that brick. Still have a decent amount left, and especially one elimination could definitely change things. For Pablo and Chino, they started this game in 8th place with the 89 points, and they've been slowly but surely rising up the rankings. Still have to be careful, though, because it's not only Shark and Teeny that are now feeling a little loose. Peter Bot and Pollo, I think that last game was enough. Going down relatively early in almost every single one of the games so far. 18th place, a 19th place. They did get a 9th with 3 eliminations, but if you know Peter Bot and Pollo, that is nothing compared to how well they can play.
Like, there's a method to the madness when it comes to these two, that's for sure. But for Vico and Malabuka, they just continue to find success after success. And for Pete and Pollo, sure, it's one thing to overthrow Team on height. It's another, though, to actually see it through, especially when Shark and Teeny are still in the lobby. Vico Malabuka also going to look to try and stake their claim towards this position. And with Pete, Pollo already having those 5 eliminations, though, it is evident, Jacob, that they are going to hunt out as many as they can find. Thought they were going to be able to take out Cammy there for a moment, but instead he just narrowly avoids front of that pressure. As now Pablo Chino still choosing to kind of operate through these low front side positions, but eventually they are going to have to look back. Pablo even taking so much space here. He's got the medkits, though. He can afford to claim it.
Yeah, worthwhile sacrifice of the HP, making sure they can get a little bit more space to work with. Peter Bot and Pollo still have their eyes up above. They don't want to lose sight of anybody that could potentially try to go for the high ground, and I have my eyes on too, but they're busy with Epic Well Pup. Shark and Teeny being forced off the side yet again, kind of thwarting any plans that they had, and even more so now with Epic Well is able to get the knock on to Teeny. Cannot clean it up, though. Shark is able to at least save him for now.
And Shark is hoping that he could maybe get a little bit of wiggle room to try and go for a greedy revive, but it's too late. That slight delay was all it took to prevent him from having a full run of it with Teeny, and that plan has now been thwarted. That's going to also overexpose. Peterbot's going to drop from height, but he'll have no issues whatsoever reconnecting where Pollo is at. It's just knowing that Shark and Teeny didn't get the chance to actually fizz Crash Pad up, and that's going to be a big swing now. Vico Malabuka are going to have to make this attempt all on their lonesome, and with very little material to work with, they just got to take care of what's right in front of them.
Yeah, I know he had his eyes on that high ground, but as you said, low materials, that might not be a possibility any longer. Chino forced down below. It's Peter Bot and Pollo, the ones that are going to take down Pablo. Vico as well, that's going to get all of that loot and kind of steal it away. The Chino staggering back, 0 builds. He needs the perfect elimination here. Shockwave to try to get into the front, but it only puts him in the limelight. He is facing danger left and right. A full team of the bots. It's Buka and Braids that eventually end their run.
They had no idea who was just scrambling inside of that box with them, but hey, whatever works. But Vico, big shots onto Pollo, and the high ground gonna be up for grabs. That's all it takes. Pete, Pollo eliminated, so Malabuka still managing to get the job done. Even if he doesn't have any materials to work with, he'll farm them out along the way. But more importantly still, Booga Braids, they won't get the chance. Malabuka, Vico refusing to budge.
And to our top 3 we go. Vico and Malabuka. He kept his word. He said he's going for high ground, and so far he hasn't. No! The Splat! I spoke too highly of him. He goes down, leaving Vico by himself, but there goes the first one, bringing it down to a 1v1 situation. He has no time to pop the heals. He's buying everything that he has. Down below on the other side, Edson from Brazil, qualifying from their region, bringing it down to this moment here. His teammate going down, putting all the pressure on him to succeed. Vico, on the other hand, has overthrown him, has taken the high ground. 3 builds left. Shockwaving down, trying to displace Edson. It doesn't work, but the shot still lands. Vico somehow, someway wins that game.
And Vico Malabuka, you just know that he's got to be feeling so relieved right now, because that was nearly a sell that you do not want to witness on the big stage. Instead, they can laugh about it later, knowing that they were still able to secure the victory royale and certainly catapulting themselves very comfortably inside that top 7 threshold.
I was scared for them in a moment. I was scared watching Malabuka slip off. I thought maybe he had the shockwave, but then he splats onto the ground. And for Vico to kind of just brush that off very, very quickly and immediately go to work to not only get that elimination, but then clutch the 1v2. That was absolutely insane. And these are why they are a reigning, defending FNCS Major 1 Summit LAN champions.
And look, don't get me wrong, Vico had 17 builds more to work with than Edson in those final moments, but the fighting IQ was clearly there. He doesn't waste any time. He doesn't go for an overly aggressive, all-out, just open, clear edit. He really takes over height. He wanted to have that leverage of having the option to look down, make sure that he could secure those right-hand positions even, and that just made it so complicated for Edson. He was already working into a deficit, being so limited on materials, so great job there to Vico to really keep his cool in that moment, but he's not new to this. He's been here before, and obviously we got to hear from them directly.
3 builds. You can pop a peek. No, mount. Let's go!
All while playing that, just kind of calm, cool, collected. Even while he shockwave up, Malabuka say, you can pop a big, you're good. He had nothing down below. And then he hits him with a flying elbow drop off the top rope to take that game.
Just really solid Fortnite there from Vico. And I know he's definitely had his instances even leading up to this series, Jacob, where Vico's kind of had those dips. And I don't want to say that they were, you know, shattering to his confidence, but for a moment he was very open about the fact, you know, man, after Summit, definitely took a little bit more time off than maybe what I should have. Things have been a little bit shaky, things have been a little bit rough, but leading into this tournament, he has been on the grind, hustling non-stop to put himself back into a very strong contention. Major 2, forget it ever took place, because right now it is all about the Esports World Cup.
Yep, you see, just a huge game for them. That's got to start to boost the confidence, and that's going to be the biggest things, because we know Sharktini, Peter Bottenpoyo, Vico, Malabuka, and so many others can win this entire event, right? But it's about how you're playing in any given moment, the vibes, the confidence, and that is what these guys have. But that's going to do it for us here from Game 4. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
The vibes here at the Esports World Cup are unreal. We had to get amongst it, Vivid. How are we feeling, guys? We're feeling good. I think everyone's feeling pretty good. That's a good sign. The games so far, Vivid, I mean, they've been unbelievable, worthy of all this hype.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, Vico at the end there with an incredible clutch. We were kind of walking over here to sit in the stands and everybody was getting so hyped. I had to go ahead and take a pause. I was like, what's happening up on the big screen? Of course, it's going to be Vico and Malabuka making a rise up to the top of the leaderboard. What was it? They had like 95 points going into that game. Gosh, I could only imagine where they're at now.
I mean, that's just a classic Vico solo clutch right there. It's what we're used to with this guy. He does it on the big stage. That's Summit Champions. Another thing as well, Peter Bottenpoyo, you're the sort of NA expert, the resident NA expert here. Is this sort of what we can expect from Peter Bottenpoyo now? Are they starting to grow into the competition?
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. Have they done enough to even jump up to the top 10? No, they have not. Actually, I was preparing myself, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're up on the high ground. It's looking good for them. Like, they're on 33 points going into this game. But no, still not enough there. But good to see that they're taking control of some of the end game at the very least. Talk about NAC representation, though, man. Yeah. I mean, Booga and Braids. Who called these guys? There it is. Okay. Booga and Braids getting some love directly around us right there. You actually talked to Clicks, and he called it out. Booga's going to be winning.
Shout out to Clicks. He has something. He knows something. I think a lot of the people would have said Pete and Bot and Poyo are going to be the teams to look out for, right? So, you know, I want to talk about Izzy and Nosif as well. What a performance from our French guys here on land. The vibes, honestly, are ecstatic. When those guys managed to get the win, it was like nothing else at all. Now, of course, you played on the biggest stages, right? You played the World Cup, you played on these massive stages. You're used to this sort of environment. If you're sort of further down on the leaderboard now, how do you approach this sort of latter half of the competition?
I've always been a super big fan of just sticking to what you know, because kind of like changing anything up would be detrimental, right? You know exactly what you have prepared for, so you got to go ahead and stick to it.
You really do. I mean, I'm ready for the next game. Are you guys around me ready for the next game? Are we ready, guys? Let's go to it.
Look, we are all ready to see what is going to take place. This is essentially the halfway point for Group A's competition. And right now, Jacob, we are starting to see just the tiniest gaps really starting to improve, particularly within that top 3 threshold. So right now, places 4 through 7, those are going to be the ones that are ultimately up for grabs. But these teams, they're kind of dependent on early departures from duos that are already within the safety net of qualing through to finals. But how do you shut them down? Do you risk it and go for an early fight off spawn and try to disorient your competition? Or do you just stick to your original strategy, see if you can come out strong, just playing with what you know?
I mean, I've always been one, if I'm going to win or lose a game, it's going to be something I did or didn't do. And already, Shark gets an elimination on the one and immediately gets shut down after. What I was kind of prefacing there is I would like teams to play aggressive. If you're not necessarily inside of that bubble, figure out a way to get points, because playing for just placement so far hasn't necessarily worked. Just Chino finally goes down.
Chino he thought he was maybe dealing with one. Not the double pairing there from Ari and Cammy. That's a tough break. But Shark, Teeny, they're also on the move. Alex, unfortunately, going to be taken out. He'll be forced into the viciousness of the reboot cycle. And not only that, but Shark just stealing away all of the loot that's nearby. Alex and Reckless are going to have to get the job done somewhere else. But for Shark and Teeny, Vico Malabuca, these are 2 teams that I think we can pretty confidently say have stamped their position inside of that top 7 threshold. And obviously they're going to keep trying to keep the ball rolling, but also the world's kind of their oyster.
Yeah, and I feel like the only way for these 2 teams that you're talking about to fall out of that top 7 is literally for them to just not care anymore and maybe not even really kind of put it to the test like they have been. So Shark, Teeny, they've just been one of them teams that you look at and just got to be so impressed as we continue to look around, seeing where some of these teams are at. Cringe Voca started this game in 14th place. They had 81 points, but you can see they have an elimination, so they themselves are starting to close the gap. But as of now, the halfway point or so, it's about 124 points. So even Pablo and Chino are barely safe, and I don't know how long it's going to remain so, especially since Shark gets his revenge.
And the worst part about Shark and Teeny and these types of competition, Jacob, that all of EU is all too familiar with, once they feel like they don't have any kind of pressure, that there's no stakes involved, they just start going all out with the aggressiveness. And so expect to see a lot more of Shark and Teeny just rolling through the map, and I almost feel bad for anybody that they might come across, because they are just going to be dishing out whatever kinds of fights that they can muster up. It just doesn't matter. These guys are just playing with all the freedom in the world.
That was kind of one thing I was really scared at. And they're one of the teams that could potentially take it off. You look over toward the side, Shark does it yet again, taking down Goofy. And this is where Fortnite in general is such an important game for the overall ecosystem for EWC, more particularly the club championship. If you look on your side, you got Team Falcons in first place, your defending club champions, and then AGAL in second. You also have teams from Team Vitality in this that picked up some points, so it's still anybody's tournament in terms of the club championship.
Look, Shark is actually disgusting right now. Granted, that was some awesome cutoffs by Teeny, just really preventing C9 and Goofy any sort of room to breathe. But Jacob, Shark is very obviously feeling the confidence right now, and just the way that he is carrying himself, He wants every single elimination point he can find. He is not happy right now with seeing Vico and Malabuka overthrown.
Through 4 games, Shark and Teeny have 14 eliminations total. In this game, Shark has 6 eliminations by himself. Taco, I think you said it best. This is just a whole nother team when they have nothing to lose, and it's going to be even more so that scenario because of this game alone. 24 points off straight eliminations, 18 points off straight eliminations here from Shark by himself. Again, that gap that we're talking about is only increasing.
This guy's not even farming. He's getting all of his material just off of body loot. I feel bad because players are basically just gathering up all of the resources Shark and Teeny would need and depositing them at their feet. But the way that Shark and Teeny are just so casually strolling through this lobby right now, definitely looking forward to checking back in and seeing whether or not that elimination count just continues to rack up. But for Z-Dog and Goofy, they probably just wish that they could find any sort of a silver lining here. Shark and Teeny, though, just refuse to let go. They are talking these guys down, chasing them to the corners of the map every single time. And also for Vico and Malabuka, they're probably watching this elimination feed lighting up right now and understanding the fact that Shark and Teeny, they're trying to put the ball back into their court. They want that first place position.
Yeah, and I will say the lucky thing though for Vico, Malabuka, and everybody else, Shark and Teeny are lighting up the leaderboard, building that gap. But it only matters in terms of top 7 for today, or just not getting down into the top 3 as NA on NA action. Central versus West, Retro and Phoenix. They won one of the EWC qualifiers on NA West. Shadow and Virgo, they qualified with a top 4 finish, and it's going to be Shadow and Virgo, interesting enough, that do disengage away. And rightfully so, because like I talk about moments, and right now in this moment, Phoenix and Retro are the best NA team in terms of the leaderboard.
That was also a really crucial instance there for Phoenix and Retro because they didn't just get steamrolled by Shadow and Virgo. Despite the fact that Shadow and Virgo were trying to apply some steady pressure there, Phoenix and Retro holding their own. They are proving exactly why they are currently in contention for that top 7 positioning, and they're looking to keep going all the way here, Jacob. Sure, they might have a lot of steps to take before they can really break into that top 2 position, but top 3, that's just around the corner.
For Peterbot and Poyo, 40 points, give or take, their way from the top 7 bubble. So even though we have this game here and 5 more to close out the day, plenty of time for them to close the gap. The Sphinx just gets tagged up on his way towards the outside of Elite Armory. Luckily for him, Muzz is there, not only to fire back shots, but alleviate some of the pressure, scoping through, gathering information, and even with the zone kind of pulling forward, they do have access to the launch pad, so it's interesting the way they're playing it towards the left side of Shark and Teeny. Teeny's finally going to go down, but Shark is still up, and honestly, he has been the difference maker in terms of aggression, in terms of picking up the eliminations. Even with Teeny going down, he's still moving forward.
A little bit painful, though, for Shark, just knowing that he has to wait for Teeny to fully reboot. Not trying to completely toss this 5th lobby out the window just yet. Smart to disengage here. It's a rare sight, but even these two understand that it's just not worth trying to force certain engagements when things have just already worked against you. Heads up moment though from Rue and Moda, because Shark Teeny, the bigger issue is that since they didn't give chase to Shark, and for good reason, they're trying to just play out their own game. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, because even if they get the elimination, they still might have to spend some time recovering, and that just brings up a whole new slew of problems here, as now Vico Malabuka spotted out Pablo and Chino, but Pablo and Chino don't really seem that interested in the fight.
Yeah, this is seemingly like the stage in the game where you don't want to go down. Yes, you will get rebooted, but we're in the 5th zone. You're not going to have much loot to go after. You're not going to have a lot of time to loot up. And even though you do kind of get one of those pseudo loadouts, depending on which stage of the game you actually reboot in, it's relatively nothing. And then the fact you add on that you're so far away from your teammate, you almost got to hope for a miracle. And I think that's why you're seeing a kind of disengage after disengage from some of the teams that you know love to take some of these fights. It's just not necessarily worth the risk, at least at this stage in the tournament.
Pablo and Gina, though, probably pretty happy every single time they've been seeing Goofy and Z-Dog light up in that elimination feed because that's their most immediate competition in terms of leaderboard standing. So knowing that the team directly behind them in positioning is just constantly suffering from being chased across the map, it gives them a lot more of operating space because they can just take their time. They don't have to necessarily force any types of engagements. They can just look to see things through. Slow and steady can win things out.
We've seen a bit of exotics in this one as well. We saw the Fury Assault Rifle in Shark's hand. That gives you a little bit of a low grab effect. We saw the Sentinel Pump, I believe, in Braid's hand, which kind of ices your opponent on shot as well. So definitely have some tricks underneath their sleeve. Not sure how to really utilize that, but I know they're definitely going to figure it out to kind of see where a lot of the teams are positioned at. Again, gameplay with reboots turning off in the next zone will tend to slow down. It's just not necessarily worth the risk. And I think that's why you see not only so many teams inside of the zone, outside of the zone, and also using those launch pads with the Fizz to just dodge a lot of what's going on underneath.
Izzy and Nosif, though, they've already tasted victory in the earlier lobby here today. But obviously, the real prize is ensuring that they are inside of that top 7. They know that they've still got their work cut out for them. Job's not finished, so no time to celebrate too heavily just yet. It's a nice confidence boost, but they were brought back to reality for a moment in that last lobby and just steadily reminded of the fact that at any given moment, you could be next.
That's the thing about Reload. Kind of just get tossed and turned, flipped upside down, shockwaves, crash pads, launch pads. Anything can kind of change the trajectory of a game as they get an elimination on Tomas. Ari's actually going to get the credit for the points. Izzy and Nosif are going to steal away the loot. Rocket coming from up above. Luckily for him, though, he does have all the siphon mats down below, so he's easily able to kind of rebuild his situation. That's Chino and Pablo that he needs to watch out for, but it's also Peterbot and Poyo that have just made their way in.
Things can definitely get a little bit dicey here, though. A little bit too much unfriendly company just nearby is Shark, Teeny, Khaled, completely on his last bearings, just trying to see if he can fall back to get to where Mshari's at, trying to help with the supportive measures, but Shark, he is just relentless with the pressure, just constantly bearing down, refusing to let Khaled even have the slightest operating space to actually get a little bit of feels going. Mshari gonna have to take up that offensive front, but how do you hold a wall while simultaneously letting your duo heal? Khaled does barely manage to get some shield up and running, but Shark is still just forcing so many problems for these guys.
And they realize reboots are finally turning off. You see them not necessarily concede, but taking a little bit of a slower approach, see where the zone goes so they can quickly react to it. Phoenix and Retro trying to do the same thing along with Muds and Sphinx towards the outside. And most of the teams on this edge towards the east are going to get a max pull. But with Flowberry Fizz, Shockwaves for Vico, Malabuka, it should take up no time at all. It's about assessing the situation of when and where to try to make that play possible.
That's a lot of Fizz, though, for Vico. 5-5-5, 2 to boot. You can see part of what got them in this spot in the first place, and it was just clearing out Mofu and Tomat, leaving their area to be rather uncontested, and, well, it doesn't look like anybody nearby is going to be able to prevent them, but they're going to look to start cutting through where the rest of the lobby is at. And sure enough, Vico, Malabuka, just setting up the Fizz play. They'll take their sweet time, though. The rest of the lobby not really going to have a chance just yet to even look their way. They've got clear airspace.
Some having a little bit of struggles here. Shark, Teeny, both of them getting scratched up just a little bit. Dropped into the box. Shark's run of 7 eliminations has come to an end. Now it leaves Teeny by himself. Does have a med kit, does have a slap splash, but that's going to keep him relatively low. Still one shot away from going down, but at least he's keeping him and Shark in it to collect a couple more placement points or elimination points for that matter.
Like, we've seen Teeny make it happen before, but this might be too tall of an ask given how many healthy teams there really are. We are just directly over water right now. Material is running so thin for a lot of these players, and anytime you're forced to drop the low ground, it can just make for such awkward fights if you are stuck inside of the water. Now for Teeny, he's just wishing that he could find any sort of body loot left over. Zone is going to pull a bit more in his favor, but with only 28 builds remaining, he's going to have a tough time actually breaking his way through in this sea of duos. Pablo and Chino have actually done a great job so far at claiming height.
Yeah, they just got to be able to step off that shoreline and go up the side of that mountain. The beach day is over, but lurking up on the side is Peterbot and Pollo. The competition that they usually fighting up towards the top no longer going to be there, but great damage coming out for the likes of both of them. Spillberry Fizz, Shockwaves as well. I thought I even saw Muzz and Sphinx enter into the atmosphere, so no more free opportunities on high ground. I think people got the memo after games 1 and games 2 with nobody looking up, and now starting to put a little bit more focus in that direction.
But if everyone's got the same intentions, who's actually going to be the one left to remain and take it over? Muzz, Sphinx are just so far up in the skies. Peterbot, Pollo now going to join the fray. Ari also alongside Cammy and Reckless 2 to boot. We have so many teams just gliding overhead, but the biggest advantage is given to Peterbot and Pollo right now. They're at that max render distance.
Multiple teams up towards the sky. Gotta be sure you don't forget about a teeny. Kind of floating out underneath. That's Khaled. That was a good shot, but not good enough. He's able to take down Teeny, and they have stopped the momentum, or at least slowed it down as of now, right before the half. This is the last time for today. We're going to see Elite Strongholds before we go on over to Slurp Rush. So you got to really make these moments count. It's a whole different map, a whole different contestation as Retro gets dropped off here outside of the top 15, outside of placement points.
And Vico, Malabuka just doing a great job at tarping overhead of Ultimate Low. It's going to make things rather difficult for teams to actually get any sort of leeway over that frontside position, but Peterbot, Pollo, very similar intentions. They'll even take a moment to pause and heal. Nosif has been eliminated though, and now Vico, Malabuka just continuing to claim space, but it's Muzz and Sphinx who are actually leading the charge here in the Ultimate Low ground. Is he doing what he can to try and hold his own walls, but Muzz and Sphinx, they are just refusing to give it up, and now Chino, Pablo, they might actually be the ones to make a resurgence back onto the high ground. They know that Pete and Pollo have started to get a little bit comfortable up top, but nothing is ever safe.
Yeah, but you can see for Pete and Pollo, they're just watching all around, making sure nobody could lurk up for free. Nobody could shockwave and try to close the distance without being noticed. Chino, Pablo, they get noticed from up above. Peterbot and Pollo, they were the ones who took away their high ground, and they're the ones that are being persistent to try to get them out of this lobby. Down below, Braids out, Reckless gone. Chino has finally been dropped by Peterbot. Pablo tries to backtrack to get the Siphon match, but he gets cut short as well.
There's still just so many solos left kicking underneath, but Shadow, Virgo actually playing from the backside of the zone. Now gonna start to make their entry point, but Pete's already scattered them out. That's a huge chunk out of Shadow's HP. They're gonna be so weak encountering a lot of those teams underneath where Pete and Pollo are currently at, and Pete still just trying to line up the shots. It's probably a couple of moments, and Vico gonna be shut down. Malabuka, Vico, they wanted to go for height. Malabuka's still gonna try and get the chop, but the damage has already been done. Pete got exactly what he wanted.
That was just a huge shot from Pete to stop them from trying to take the high ground. Even though they got chopped, they're still holding on to their momentum. Looking down, Nalu's the next in their line of sight, and so many others. They're waiting to see where the zone forces him out, and this could be their opportunity to strike, but he's able to continue moving down below, but he ran into Muzz. That one gets cut short, and it's just forcing player after player into interaction down below, and Romero's going to be the one that reaps a little bit of a reward, taking down Boko and getting the loot.
Two solos, one other duo, and Romero hoping that it's going to be Pete, Pollo who do something about his team overhead, but Peterbot jumping, an agent of chaos, just causing so much disruption underneath. Pollo right next to him, Muzz still managing to hold strong somehow, but it's all about Peterbot and Pollo and what kind of damage can be done. Romero barely gonna make it into the zone, and he takes out Virgo with him, but now Muzz on the other end of things, trying to see if he can break through. Romero's had the chance to get some siphon, but Pete, Pollo immediately collapsed, and that'll be the end of it. Another second place position potentially on the line here, but it's all about whether or not Pete and Pollo can just find him at the end of it.
Yeah, I think with it going over the top of the mountain, you just don't have enough heals. It's the exotic Slapberry Fizz, and it's already empty. A slow start to the day. They built the momentum, and they win before the half. It's Pete and Pollo. go.
Oh, let's be so honest right now, though, Jacob. They were always guaranteed at least the one. It would be just... I would be speechless if we didn't see these guys get at least one victory royale. But you gotta feel a bit for Lewa and Romero. Twice now, they've been so close to finding themselves in that victory royale position, but still an excellent effort for them to get these second place finishes, because that's still going to net them a lot of placement.
Yeah, and we really got to talk about too, because we're talking about halfway point. 10 games here today. We just played 5 games on Elite Stronghold. So no matter what the leaderboard says, the next 5 we're going over to Slurp Rush. Different drops, different teams around each other, different ways to play the end game. So congratulations again, Pete and Pollo winning that game. I don't know what the leaderboard says, but I have to imagine they're at least going to be on page 1 after this.
It's also a bit dangerous to think about Pete and Pollo picking now to really start taking things up a notch, because Slurp Rush is arguably one of their best Reload Series maps to play things through. I mean, we saw just how dominant they were on NAC, and so with that in mind, for Pete and Pollo, if they can just continue replicating a lot of these high ground takes and holds, and the way that they were able to also just completely shut down Vico and Malabuka, that was the dagger of that lobby.
So as they rise up, we saw Shark and Teeny go down relatively early. We knew at one point Booga and Braves were rising up on the leaderboard. We know that Chino and Pablo were almost inside of the top 7. And these are all teams I'm mentioning because they have relatively very, very good games. And so if we have all the teams that need good games to have good games, to, you know, what does that really do to the leaderboard? So that's going to be the interesting thing. With that victory royale for Peterbot and Pollo, how high do they rise?
Hey, the proof's in the pudding. One good game could be all it takes to immediately send you into a position where you are immediately within that contention point for top 7 threshold, and still always knowing that as long as you avoid that bottom 3 in today's competition, you can have a second chance in the running for finals. But obviously, everybody's just trying to confirm their position on the finals battle bus here today from Group A.
Yeah, and
Orange, turn!
You know when you've been tangled.
A huge warning to everybody playing in this tournament. The teams still here closing out this group. The teams tomorrow playing in a whole new group. It's Shark and Teeny. They have been on another level. Kind of slow to start, typical to what we've seen online, but what Shark did in the past 2 games, and let alone by himself 7 eliminations, almost looked like he was just going to dominate in that last game, but maybe sometimes the confidence was a little bit too good for him. But Shark and Teeny have been absolutely insane today.
But it's also been a very similar circumstance from Vico and Malabuka. And hey, at the end of the day, Jacob, we've got so many wonderful players actually participating in today's competition, so let's just hear what they've got to say.
That's right, Nosith and Izzy joining us here from Team Orchid. The hometown heroes, let's call you, right?
Indeed.
Nosith, let's start with you. A kind of slow-ish start to the day for the first 2 maps, and then your third map, dropping 13 eliminations, absolutely popping off and shooting up that leaderboard. When you managed to secure that victory royale, did that ease off some of the pressure going into the rest of today?
Vous avez eu un départ un petit peu lent, mais la 3e game, vous avez pop-off de fou, vous avez réussi à faire 13 éliminations, à prendre une victoire. Est-ce que ça vous a débloqué, ça a enlevé de la pression? Est-ce que c'est un moment important pour vous aujourd'hui?
Ouais, franchement, ça nous a bien relancé dans la partie, dans le tournoi. On a fait une très très grosse game, donc un top 1 très skill, et franchement, on compte en refaire un deuxième, donc confiant pour la suite.
So we want to do a second one, but of course it was the game who launched us on the tournament right now. We need these confidence moments, and so we were really happy to have the victoire royale and to have 13 eliminations, but you will see, we're going to do another one.
Oh, I like that. We've got some work to do, of course. We've got plenty of maps on the way. Izzy, let's talk to you, buddy. How are you feeling, obviously, off the back of that victory, doing that in front of a home crowd as well? How does it feel to perform like this in front of the French audience?
Qu'est-ce que ça te fait ressentir forcément de jouer à Paris, de réussir à faire ce top 1 devant le public français qui vous a clairement, fortement encouragé et tout simplement qui ont applaudi à la fin de cette game?
Bah, franchement, ça fait plaisir. Et vous êtes les boss, hein?
I mean, it felt amazing, and they are just the boss.
They are the best, aren't they? Nosef, before I let you guys go, have you got a message for any of the fans out there, all of the French fans that are here to support you?
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire à tous les fans français qui te suivent, que ce soit en stream ou qui te regardent ici dans la salle?
Franchement, merci d'être là, merci de nous soutenir comme vous le faites et franchement, vous êtes incroyables les gars, merci.
I really thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much to cheer for us as you do now, and we're gonna do our best.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is one more time for Team Orchids. Back to you guys.
Back to Boston. We had a moment here. We had to welcome, of course, none other than Vico, Malibu, the stage, couch, whatever you want to call this here. Guys, it's a couch, right? Yes. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, we had a big victory royale from you. We got the classic Vico pop-off. Vico, how does it feel, man?
Hey, it feels great. You know, after getting 20th in Grants, it feels great to actually be able to do something again for my IGL here. You know, not disappoint him. I don't know if y'all saw that clean 200. I don't know who that was in the last 2v2, but I was kind of moving there, I'd say, you know?
Well, what was it like for you, Mally, where you're just like, all right, yeah, Vico just do kind of crazy stuff? I mean, if you're the IGL, you're kind of the big brain, we know that, but how did it feel for you?
I mean, that's kind of expected, like, you know, when we're in top 3 and then Vico is alive and he has at least like 150 HP, I just know he's gonna win. So, like, I didn't even try to help him, I just died to let him want me to.
Now, talk to me about this. So, obviously, you called out, didn't do too well recently, but I don't know what it is, but when you guys hit LAN, you're just different animals. And even in, like, the first 2 games we saw, it was like, maybe they're not doing, like, the way we expected, but then immediately, like, oh, sorry, you're...
Apple. Tag! You know when you've been tangled.
I mean, I think it's just because, like, on LAN, everyone's a tier 1 pro, right? Everyone's the best on their region for a reason. And nothing stupid can really happen, you know what everyone's gonna do, like, you know, nothing stupid can really happen. Like, for example, in the grand finals, right, there can be like, I don't know, like a handful of teams, maybe 2 handful of teams, right, that just don't know how to play the game. They just do some weird shit, give some people kills, whatever, and then, you know, some stuff can happen, even if you're not prepped, like us.
Do you feel the same way, Mally? Do you feel like the same?
I feel like it's just like, we don't have enough passion at home. Like, it just feels different on LAN.
Okay.
Like, on LAN, we just like see all the pros, we see everyone, we see each other, and then like we're playing more serious. Like, that's kind of like this.
So you play better when there's more pressure or less pressure?
Yeah, when there's more pressure, we play better, because like we don't get uncomfortable with pressure. We just like, I don't know, we get more serious and we play seriously.
How do you guys?
There's a quote saying that, you know what, like, what are diamonds made out of again?
Oh, we can't,
you don't remember that quote?
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Pink?
you know, good old classic
Yeah,
Pink.
you know,
Gotta give him a shout
pressure
out.
makes diamonds, you know?
That's right, that's right. So what do you guys feel like you've improved on since that 20th place coming in now? Of course, being here on the EWC stage. What did you guys improve? What were the little things you're like, hey, and it doesn't have to be like a ton of things, obviously, you guys are the best, but what are like 1 or 2 things you were saying, like, we should work on this for that?
I think it's more like after 20th Grands, right? We kind of got a wake-up call that we still need to like VOD review, we still need to play scrims. We actually need to take the game serious and actually look at our mistakes and not just say like, oh yeah, bad zones, or oh yeah, just like we didn't know what to do, or whatever. You know, it's like we actually took matters into our own hands again, just like we did at Summit. And yeah, I mean, it's working out good pretty much, you know. Been grinding a lot, you know.
What do you think, Melly?
To be honest, nothing really changed. It's just reload. It's just reload. We need to think less.
Bro, like, come on. You just ruined my whole thing, bro.
I don't know.
There goes my calling you guys humble comment just right out the window. Love to see that. Obviously, with the level of competition you guys are feeling, you know, is there another duel you have eyes on that you're like, man, I'd love to take it to like one final 2v2 and get a VR over you guys?
Ooh, actually, you know, like Peter and Poyo, you know, or like Shark and Teeny, you know, like the good teams, you know, like just the tier 1 teams, you know, would be nice to get a, like, especially Peter, you know. What?
They're decent.
Which one, Peter Poyo or Shark or Teeny?
Both of them.
Okay.
Coming from him. Didn't say anything.
No.
Don't come for me again, Peter Ball fans, all right?
I'm saying this like for him as well.
No. Just to clarify, I didn't say any of this. Malibuka said that. Don't come for me, come for him.
He whispered it to me in the ear right before the interview.
Yeah, I think that was when I walked him and said hello. I think that's exactly what he said. Exactly. Yeah.
No, guys, you're setting me up for failure again on Twitter.
I don't know what you're talking about, Vico.
Oh my God,
obviously, being in front of this amazing crowd and kind of hearing them roar, can you guys maybe give us like a taste of what that feels like? Obviously, we're on one side. You guys are professional players playing in front of the crowd. When they're roaring, and if you go back and watch, your hands like actually shaking when they like cut to you. What are you feeling in that moment, man?
My hand was shaking.
Your hand was shaking.
Damn, I didn't even realize that. I guess I'm just too good. No, I mean, you know, it's fun. It's just like, I enjoy it, you know, it's just a feeling of like being on the LAN, you know, you get to see all the fans, like, you know, like online, like you can say like, oh yeah, I have 500,000 followers on like this platform, you know, but like seeing it IRL, how many people actually show up to support you is so much more different. It gives you like, it pushes you forward, you know? I don't know if you saw Spider-Man, like that one like animation of him like being pushed up like by all the ghosts, that's like, or like, you know, like that. It just gives you more faith, you know, in yourself. So I don't know, it's just a great feeling, honestly. It makes me want to do way better than I always do, you know? God, I'm stuttering.
Dude, it's good. We're in the moment. You're feeling it good. What do you feel about it? It's like, is it the same for you? Do you feel something different?
I mean, we could just try it perfectly. It just like, it just helps you. It just, it's always nice to see all the pros, all the stuff, everyone like on every LAN, on Fortnite LAN. So it's really good to be here.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this is Group A. Tomorrow we bring in Group B. Is there any duo, maybe tomorrow, you're hoping maybe doesn't make it through, or maybe you hope they make it through so you can fight them in the finals?
Honestly, I just want Sky and Scroll to make it through, you know? They're really good friends of mine, especially Scroll. You know, I talk to him a lot, especially after that 20 from Grands, we talked a lot. We got the same mental coach, always Poppy as well, you know? But yeah, I think I want them to go through, you know? Like, I don't know, they're just fun to play against.
I just feel like I want to do bad, they're not gonna do bad because it's reload and it's 10 games, so it's really hard to not qualify. So I'm not gonna name any names.
He's got a point there, he's got a point.
Okay, one final question. I'd love to hear from you guys for the fans. Obviously the crowds out there, they're loving seeing you guys. They went crazy when you guys got the VR. What would you say to the fans that are watching you guys compete?
Well, thank you all for supporting us. You know, it's always great getting supported by you guys. I hope I can, you know, we just keep doing better and better. You know, I'm hyped for Belgium as well. But first of all, like, we gotta focus on this year. You know, gotta show that we're still the best. You know, for a reason, obviously. People say Mickey Summit win. There's no Mickey in that, you know. But yeah, thank you all for supporting us. You know, it keeps us, even at home, you know, it keeps us motivated, keeps us faithful. You got something to say, Mavi?
Thank you for the support, guys. We're gonna try to do better in the finals as well.
See, that's why I love this guy, bro.
Yeah.
He's just a go.
The benefit for you, Mally, is you just have Vico to just do all the talking,
Yeah,
or you're just like,
that
hey, what he said, same here, same here. Well, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate y'all taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you for having us, bro.
Of course, it's great. Let's go play some more games, watch more stuff. You know, we'll do all that. For that being said, that was Vico. That's Banglabuka. We'll send it back into the studio.
Thank you, Seek, for that amazing interview with the players from Big as well. I mean, we saw Vico being able to clutch up earlier as well in game number 4, I believe it was. But right now, Levin, I gotta give you the gas, brother, because after that coach talk that you had for Falcons, actually, let's rewind it a little bit. Let me slow it down a tiny bit. Before you gave him the talk, Falcons' performances, it was none other than 18th, 19th, and 9th place. After your talk, it was 6th in 1st place. Falcons, if you want to sign a coach, I mean, you got him right there on the screen.
Yeah, man, send the contract, man. Come there, you know where to find me, man. They know where I'm at. Look, I'm not gonna take all the credit. It's Peter Bottom Coil we're talking about here, man. I mean, they were always gonna have that game. They were always gonna have that big performance. It's the reason why we said it'd be foolish to write them off.
As we always say, as we always end up doing every single major, we always like, maybe this is it for Peter Bonenpoint, and then they always make a comeback. And to do it at the halfway point, where they still have 5 more games with it to even climb up the leaderboard more, they've just gotten started.
So a conversation that I kind of had when we saw Shark and Teeny dominating after like the first 2-3 games was that everybody else had to be worried about the momentum that they were picking up. You want to talk about a team that you have to be worried about when they start to pick up momentum? I feel like Peterbot and Pollo are at the top of that list. I mean, we know exactly what they can do. And yeah, they were on like 33 points going into, I believe it was game number 4. They are up to 159 now and in top 7. I mean, listen, they of course want to be first place at the end of the day, right? Because that's just a confidence boost. That portrays a statement. But really, you only need top 7 today to make it out of the groups.
Yeah, they went from being 17th place all the way up to 7. Nice. I like that number a lot more than 17th. But then you have some of the other teams there towards the top. Earlier, you were actually talking about consistency, Vivid. Yeah. And one team that has been consistent so far throughout the day is ROC, which is currently sitting in 3rd place with 161 points.
I'm happy that you kind of brought them up because there are certain teams, whenever we do watch Fortnite competitions and we take a look at the leaderboard, we're like, wait a minute, how are they so far up? We really haven't seen anything crazy from them today. We haven't really been talking about them today. I feel like that's Hari and Cammy here. I mean, I feel like we really haven't just seen anything too crazy, just leading right into that play style that Cammy loves to play. I mean, take a look at top 3 specifically. Take a look at the eliminations. How much more first and second place have than Hari and Cammy, but they are still up there with them.
Yeah, Hari and Cammy were a team that are predicting to get out of the heat comfortably. And just because when you look at the way they've been playing in recent months, they've really been ramping in, going under the radar. You have to give big props to Cammy and Hari. It feels like for quite some time in EU, people almost trying to write him off a bit, sort of talk about Cammy in a way that was like, yeah, Dimash and Dharma, the new best Polish duo in the region, right? They're going to be the new face of Polish Fortnite. Cammy and Hari have said, no, we're still here, and they're showcasing that through excellent consistency today.
And we can't ignore the history of Cammy either. He does have that LAN experience. He is the 2022 Invitational, although that was many, many years ago. Being able to have that LAN understanding, know what the meta is with inside the tournament is what can turn things around for you, and that's why they're doing so well.
I think it just comes down to them having a great coach, great consistency, that always have a excellent mid-game plan that they know exactly what they're going to do, and it's paying off so far.
It is paying off for them. It's not paying off for some of those teams currently in that second page that we need to see a lot more out of, because we have now hit the halfway mark here for Group A. It's now or never for some of these squads, because if you are, especially for these duos, if you're in the bottom 3, those keys are going to be getting crushed. You're not going to get a chance to go to survival.
That being said, I mean, the halfway point is exactly the opportunity that a lot of these teams might need to actually turn around, because of course we are going to be switching maps now. So maybe just how the all spawn will be playing out just a little bit differently for all of our teams. Maybe that's enough. I mean, we do see the likes of like Alex and Reckless down there. I mean, Alex just consistently kind of makes it to these types of events, but also, you know, sometimes finding his way towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. But we really do need to see him in finals.
And I mean, Slurp Rush, a lot of these teams do prefer Slurp Rush over Elite Stronghold. I do think that that's going to be making a lot of changes. There's probably some strategies that these teams go into with the specific map in mind. So I would love to see if we're going to be seeing some different kind of strategies of aggression, or maybe even passivity that we didn't see in the earlier map.
Yeah, I don't want to make everything about the Falcons duo, but when you look at Pete and Boyo, I think it gets scarier for the lobby. I think they're a much better Slurp Rush team. I think when you look at how a lot of their mid games have gone, just the amount of shield available, the amount of loot available to them when they're playing Slurp Rush just means they're able to just recover games a lot better. And so, again, scary prospect for the rest of the lobby.
Especially with the way that they've been performing on those last 2 matches. One team that has definitely slowed down here, Kelly, has been Team Orchid. We saw them being able to get that win, but the duo has slowed down massively.
I don't think that's necessarily too much to speak on the other players. I think that that's based off of what everyone else is doing around them. I think that they have 5 more games to go going into this, and that there's not going to be too much of an issue for what they have in mind, but just everyone else seems to be kind of stepping up. We also saw specifically in that last game, almost every single one of our top teams go down early, and that's why we saw the leaderboard shift a little bit from first and second place.
Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. I actually want to kind of bring up that point, since we are going to be talking about Team Orchid. They did drop down to 9th place, but here's the thing. I mean, they're actually only 7 points behind 5th place. So how close that qualification spot is, just simply between 5th and 9th place. I mean, the leaderboard is starting to kind of develop a theme here, where I feel like a lot of the teams around 7th place and that qualifying spot, it's going to get a little crazy.
I agree. I think it's exactly what we expected out of the competition. This group had so much talent, and I think we've seen from some of the smaller region teams, they're not just here to participate. Like, they are here to try and take over, and there's quite a few. I'm looking at Leviathan again.
Yes!
At the end there, I don't think we have the replay of it, but the shot Romero hits at the end where he's bobbling in the water, I forgot what player it was, but they open up their edit thinking, yeah, this is easy pickings. And he just hits like a left-hand peak bobbling in the water shot. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've not seen people like play at this level from, you know, Brazil in quite some time. These guys, again, the talent is just so clearly there.
Romero just being a shark. That's what it came down to. Waiting for the right
moment. The only one in the lobby.
Waiting for the right moment to strike, and boy, was he able to, especially for that squad. You were hyping them up earlier. They're still being able to perform really well here. But as we're going to be heading into the second half of Group A, right? Now is your turn, Vivid. Now is your turn to be a coach. It can either be really good, as we see it from Levin, or it can end up backfiring. I might not have you do a speech just yet based on your reaction, okay? I'm going to give you a little bit of slack there, but I do want you to pick a team that is towards the bottom that you want to see them being able to step up in a big way.
Very easy for me to pick a team here. Don't even have to think about it. Epic Whale and Pump. We have constantly talked about how much experience means on a stage like this. Epic Whale, you are that guy. You have been playing forever. You consistently make it to these types of events. you have to go ahead and prove to everybody that is watching at home that not only do you deserve it, but also your counterparts from NA West. They are currently towards the top of the leaderboard. You gotta join them in the ranks, man. You are so good. I need you to prove it.
Brother, what were you talking about? That you don't want to do motivational. All right.
It wasn't just his reaction that concerned you. All of us had the same reaction when you said that. I think we all doubted it, but I'm not going to doubt you anymore, Vivid. That was amazing.
Okay, now it's time for the team to end up performing. They've got a chance to, just back off a little bit, 30-minute breaks. And before we actually jump into match number 6, I know we got some awesome stuff here for you guys.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Epicwell, a veteran in the Fortnite scene, has been competing since the game's inception. He's watched some of the best players come and go, but remains atop the NA West region.
I've been a pro since I was 16, so I think if you started young, I think you can just maintain that skill at the least. But I don't think there's really an age where you just can't be good at Fortnite anymore. They think you can't be older than 17 and good at Fortnite, but that's not true. That's not how it is at all. My experience be an advantage, my confidence going into it. A lot of kids, this might even be their first LAN. They're going to be scared, They have so much to play for. This is their chance to prove themselves. But since I've already done that, there's really no nerves going into it. The key to my longevity is you can't let one season go to waste, because once you start declining in this game and your rep goes downhill, it's really hard to push back up that hill. So every season you just got to take it super serious and lock in. I enjoy it still. It's super fun. I enjoy competing, and for me, doing bad in a tournament is enough to motivate me to lock in again if I am slacking,
Fresh off his record 7th FNCS Major 2 victory, Epicwell heads into the 2026 Esports World Cup with the very duo partner he just won alongside, Pump. No stranger to glory, Epic knows the sacrifice required to succeed in competitive Fortnite. With the skill ceiling now higher than ever, there's no easy road to victory.
Yeah, I think during the first 2 qualifiers, it definitely would have been really nice to qual in those, but we weren't really as well prepared for reload. But during the last 2, I think we actually played a lot better. We should have qualled in the 3rd one, but we kind of got griefed, but we still got our qual in through the last one, so. I knew we were the best team, and I knew that we deserved the last spot, but at the end of the day, you never know who's gonna come out on top in a tournament, especially with 1 land spot left. It's always tough, but I knew we were the best team and that we deserved it.
At 24, Epic is the oldest player competing in Paris, equipping him with invaluable experience versus the army of young hopefuls. Epicwell's persistence saw him secure his EWC spot in the final qualifier, a trait that defined his career. Now, he is ready to prove on land that age is just a number.
Winning this EWC, it would mean a lot just to prove that longevity, on a global scale. To other teams, good luck out there.
Guys, Monster Deface here, and we get the pleasure to actually check things out behind the scenes because it's media day going on right now. And actually, I might want to keep it down just a little bit because over here you have live commentary, footage, photography, everything happening right here. And also, as the players are starting to warm up, normally they just come in here early and, you know, we get to chat with someone. And it looks like we have my boy Leo here as well. Leo, what's up, bro?
I'm fine. What about you?
Dude, I'm doing good. How was your flight? How's the travel?
Everything perfect. This is my country, Paris. I'm hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, the last time we saw each other was at the last event. Now you're at this event here. I mean, what are your expectations coming in?
I think I'm happy with what French doing right now. I'm trying to think about the top 5 maybe. I think they can do it.
Well, guys, listen, this is behind the scenes. Obviously, again, we are lucky enough. And Leo, thank you so much, man, for your time, bro. Well, have a good luck and enjoy the show. Yeah, we are in the time of the century here for the Fortnite fans. Obviously, again, you can even see here on the players wall. Take a look at this. People are getting to sign their names. Folks are having fun, drawing little fun pictures, and that's really all there is to it. And in case you also want to see the behind the scenes of a set, I got something covered for y'all. Take a look at this. Now, I don't know what goes into building this stuff, but trust me, it looks pretty incredible. You're gonna see tons of awesome shots of your favorite pros, players kind of hanging out, taking different types of videos here, and trust me, it's so freaking cool. All right, now we're getting to my least favorite place, the quiet zone, but I'm still gonna give you guys a quick look. Let's go ahead. All right, so here in the quiet zone, well, this is where that high-level B-roll and interview stuff starts to happen. Now, I'm not going to venture too far in, but do know we're going to take a peek at one of the Fortnite sets. So let's go ahead and check it out. All right, and here's the Fortnite set. This one looks pretty cool. Might even be familiar for some of y'all. Now, check this out. Bunch of cameras set up here. Players usually sit down, get mic'd up, and then you kind of go through the fun interview process. Now, one thing that's really cool about the way we do the Fortnite content here is that we don't tell the players what they're coming in for. We kind of keep it a surprise. So hopefully what you're going to see later feels nice and natural, and you're even going to check out the one that I did with Vico and Malibuca. And I hope you guys enjoyed the behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Peterbot and Pollo look like they just got here, but time's up.
Ah, man, MBF getting a chance to go all over the place, hang out with the players too. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Hi, Glitter. Actually, I'm joined by Taco, Levin, and now Glitter. Glitter, is there anything going on with the Club Championship?
Yeah, I decided to come hang out with you guys as we got a little bit of time because it's not a big update, but it is something to pay attention to. Oh, is this for me? Oh, thank you.
All yours.
All right, well, it's something to pay attention to when it comes to our CC teams because over on the Crossfire side of things, AGAL have already guaranteed themselves top 8, which when it comes to CC, that's a guaranteed set amount of points, and that means things can really only go up from here. So when it comes to our stage, I'm gonna need tomorrow AGL to do some popping off here, 7.
I think they're going to be able to. Levin, you think so too?
Sky and Scroll must be licking their lips. You know, they're like, oh, we were already coming in to just, you know, completely dominate the competition, but they're setting us up now to just slam dunk it home. Look, I'm sure they ain't even worried about that in reality, right? They're just here to play their game. They're one of the best in the world. They'll be all right.
Yeah, especially when we get towards the finals. You might think that they're not worried about it, but trust me, those orgs are going to be like, hey, yo, we need those points. But Taco, since you join us, we're actually going to have a special little segment here. It's called Build Your Perfect Fortnite Pro Player. Now, we're going to have 8 options here, Glitter, for them.
Can I join this too?
Oh, you definitely can. All right, so it'll be the 3 of you. You can only select 4, though, out of the 8. All right, so I want you to really think about this, and I'll start with you first, Glitter.
Me first? Okay. If I'm just going off of gut reaction here, I'm going with comms, communication. I'm going with general mechanics, and I'm going with strong mentality. Okay.
Strong mentality. Actually, that's one that a lot of people tend to overlook. So, respect. I like those 4 picks. How about you, Taco?
I think for me, the big one I'm taking away is clutch. I think a huge element of Fortnite, especially in in-game moments, is watching players come up big in the clutch. Also got to be looking towards aim. I think that mechs are flashy, mechs are nice, but sometimes it's the aim that can really carry things through for a solid turn of events. After that, awareness is going to be my third in line. And I think comms is always a really good shout.
Yeah.
I didn't pick a fourth. I didn't pick
You
a
can
fourth.
pick a fourth. Like,
It's fine. I'm sticking with my 3.
okay, that's fine. I don't want to be boring, but I think Taco took the ones that I think are the key, right? You want the great aim, you want the clutch, you need the awareness at the highest level of Fortnite. I'm going to differentiate though a bit, and I'm going to go strong mentality. You know, I like myself like a mentality monster. I need someone who just no matter what you put in front of them.
And listen, you have to be able to bounce back, right? Especially in a game like Fortnite. You're not going to do well every single game. You need to be able to recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you get taken down off spawn and you're sat on the stage for 30 minutes just watching.
Thank you.
That affects people, you know? You need to be able to just go right back in, lock back into the zone.
All right, Seth, what about you?
Yeah, you gotta go pee, then you have to just wait for everybody else to finish out the game. That's the worst. This is why I'm not a pro player. What were you saying?
I would say, what about you? If we're going to do it, you need to jump in here too. Give us your perfect Fortnite player.
Oh, wait, Levin, you only picked one, right? What were the other 3?
I picked the same as Taco. I'm going clutch, aim, awareness, but then strong mentality.
Oh, hold on. Tomas, bring it back real quick if we can. I want to see those again. Because aim, I definitely need the aim. Hear me out. My aim is so bad. It's not even funny. So I'm going to go with aim. Yeah. I'm going to go with clutch because of what Taco was saying, too. I feel like those 2 so far are good. And let me think about the other 2 really quick. Strong mentality as well. And you gotta rock with builds.
I guess I just assumed a base level of aiming in every player. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, you know?
I feel like at the highest level, like almost all the players in this lobby, they have like a certain standard of mechanics, right? So like a lot of the mechanical stuff is like, you're gonna get that from whoever. I think the elite aimers though, the people who just reliably in the big moments, that's why I think aim paired with strong mentality, because you could be a sick aimer, then you get to the end game, you start wobbling a little bit, you think, game 10, I'm a bit nervous. Like, no, like, you have strong mentality, you have perfect aim, you're good.
But see, that's where I lean towards the comms direction, though, because you can have a strong mentality, but ultimately, if you're not able to convey anything towards your duo in these kinds of competitions, I think it just adds unnecessary complications. And even there's times where if you are eliminated, you can still have really solid comms. We even saw an instance in those 5 matches with Malibuca giving very solid comms to Vico, and he's coming up in the clutch to win out in a game.
You started a debate, Seven. This is your fault. This is now going to be a very long ongoing debate.
I'm all for it. For everybody watching, please build your perfect Fortnite pro player and share it on social media. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And also let us know your predictions. Go into the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, because my pick'ems, boy, at the start, they were not that good, but then they started bouncing back. I'm not going to say which duo it was, but I think you're going to get an idea of which one I'm talking about. 11, Taco, Glitter Explosion, the 7WG. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this segment, but let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Okie dokie. Looty.
Yeah, tell me, Barney.
Dude, we've been here for like 7 weeks now.
Yeah, 7 weeks now. 7 semaines, ça fait beaucoup, hein?
I feel like I haven't interacted with the French audience nearly enough, so I need you to teach me some stuff.
Oh, okay. Il veut que je lui apprenne des trucs en français. Okay, we're gonna go slowly and easy, okay?
Nice.
So basically, one is like faites du bruit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Are you
cool.
ready? We're gonna try together. So,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Faites du bruit! That works.
Yeah, it did.
Je peux voir que sur les côtés ça a pas crié. Je vous retiens, les gars. Je vous retiens. Okay.
Nice.
The second one. Do you want another one?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So this one is a little bit tougher, but you're gonna nail it. So it's gonna be something like, est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Show, I know that word.
Yeah, like it's been, are you warm up? You know? Okay.
Okay, cool.
You ready? 3, 2, 1. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud? That's
working.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, give me another one. One more before we go.
Alors, une dernière idée. Okay, one more. Oh, yeah. So you're gonna say, j'ai plus de balles.
Okay, what does that mean?
Oh, it's you will see, okay? J'ai plus de balles.
Okay, cool.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
J'ai plus de balles! What did I just say?
Casters, back to you
What
for the
did I
accent.
just say,
It's
Lucy?
okay. Casters, back to you.
What was...
It's cool.
What was that?
It's cool, bro. It's cool.
All right.
right. Enough for that, Barney. We don't need you angering up the crowd here. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Mini Miner. We get to call the action. We've been watching from the back, but finally, it's our time.
Oh, it's good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for this. We've got a brand new map here for the last 5 games. We've got Slurp Rush, completely different way the map's being played. Of course, the guys right there were speaking about mentality. So many of our teams, their mentality is going to be tested right now, Monster. Longer break than usual, an opportunity to think back at those games, and then a completely fresh slate, a completely new map, new drop spot, new mechanics on how the map works as well. So many things to keep in mind here.
Yeah, one thing to think about is that extended time off, right? They got a good moment to kind of really sit down, analyze the situation, and then see where are they in the tournament? What do they now have to do as far as adjustments are concerned to prepare for the battle that's ahead?
Well, they need to do a lot. You know, they need to try and think about what's going well, what's going wrong, how can we adjust? And then, of course, everything that you've just learned from those first 5 games. We're now could almost throw all that out the window, bar a lot of those sort of mentality things, because things are going to be so different, particularly when you're thinking about a different map. You're also thinking about different drop spots, different contestations, different third parties around as well. So there's going to be lots of different situations that we find our duos in here, because maybe they're fighting a different team than they were used to in these first 5 games. So many different questions to be answered here. And what's really incredible to sort of witness here is that we've already had first 5 games. We've already had this sort of LAN environment. Now things are going to be completely different.
Yeah, if there was nerves to begin with, those are surely out the window at this point.
Yeah.
They've had enough time to kind of get the jitters out the way. Now we get to get into the action here, switching up the map, getting right into what comes next here, Mini Miner. It's game number 6.
There's some big off-spawn fights as well. The big one at Dirty Doc, Shark and Teeny, Sphinx, Muzz. You see Izzy there as well in the distance. Plenty of teams that are surrounding this sort of area, and already Muzz is finding his first knock. Gino's here as well, and he takes down Muzz. That's a first elimination for them certified here as well. So many teams in and around this area here, Monster.
It's so interesting. It's like you can't even shake a Muzz not catching a break here. You're coming into this game in 6th place, and then you don't get that first elimination. That's a slow way to kind of start things off, but Chino and Pablo are fighting like they have something to win here, and I like what I'm watching. Let's see him do it. Chino gets a shot. Sphinx puts up a good defense, but not quite enough.
Slide kick there, really nice actually from Gino, one of the most aggressive players that we can see on EU, but getting pushed by another one. Shark got the high ground, looking for that shot, finds the knock, of course, as well as the full elimination. Big moments here for Shark and Teeny. We've seen them have a little bit of a wobble here. They've lost that top spot. Vico Malabuka slowly starting to come back into the competition. So Shark and Teeny really have a lot to answer for here.
If you really think about it, and this is a worst case scenario for them, dropping a game out of the first Elite Stronghold map, coming into this one, Dirty Doc's triple contested, it kind of does put a question on whether or not Shark and Teeny can maintain the momentum. They sort of had an easy first half if you think about it. This next half might be pretty tough.
It's going to be interesting. You get to see the map, how everything goes down. I think Shark and Teeny really there can be really happy with how they sort of played that Dirty Docks. They were the team that were healthy. They're the team that are alive. A lot of the other duos in that sort of area were wounded. They were down to one individual. So definitely something to keep an eye out for, as well as we take a look at Peterbot. All the way over at Slurpy Swamp. These guys looking like they were going to take this for themselves, but plenty of people nearby. And what a shot from Peterbot.
What a shot indeed from downrange there. You love to see it. Now we got a little bit of lurk action here from Ari and Forge Khaled. Let's see what they're going to do. Playing a little aggressive now. Looking for the little side angle here. Steamy Stacks does seem to have some pretty high contestation right now. All in all, though, pacing seems to be going pretty well. Here's a team, though, they have to really step it up now.
Yeah, they do, yeah. It's lots of answers needed for this duo. Currently sitting right at the bottom end of the leaderboard, so this fresh map change might play into their favor. A fresh slate, clean, new start for these final 5 games, because for some of the teams that are further down, the teams that are popping off right now, why can't they do that in this latter half of competition? That's what they'll be asking themselves. If they can do it, why can't we? And it's a lot of those sort of smaller region teams that do need to have a little bit of a comeback here. Pablo Wingu, we saw Chino fighting off spawn a lot over at Dirty Docks, and Pablo's trying to get an angle here onto Izzy and Nosif, the fan favorites here in Paris. Pablo looking for an angle, trying to find one on the backside, not able to actually find one as Gino's providing pressure from other areas. Nice piece control from Pablo. Good shot. Another one will find the first knock onto Nosif, and Pablo's there as well.
They are playing very, very well right now. The consistency really picking up here for Pablo and Gino. 3 eliminations now and on the hunt. We might be seeing our first team fully eliminated, but no. Things settle down now. Gino and Pablo just really turning things around right now. Take a look at Romero, though. Just look at them go right here. Really safe in flight. Meanwhile, Cringe and Voco in a tough position. You have Izzy kind of insight here in the distance. He's debating whether or not he wants to fight. Meanwhile, Pump Epic Whale. Again, they have a really difficult time ahead of them. If you get eliminated here now, you're going to be so far behind, and you can get sent fully out of this entire tournament bracket. You cannot be at the bottom 3.
Yeah, it'd be a disastrous start to the second half of competition for them. They really need to have a good one here in order just to, even just with the mentality side of things as well, you know, ensuring that you can bounce back after a tricky start. So much expectation, of course, particularly for Epic Whale. Had so much experience, so sort of speaking about that previously on the desk. You know, lots of expectation, but also that calmness about his demeanor, I guess you could say, when he plays on these sort of lands. He's been there, he's done that. He should be confident, he should be calm. So excited to see what those guys do as well.
Oh, Zone's on top of Z-Dog. And of course, Goofy here, they're just kind of vibing out right now. Shark and Teeny back on the hunt here. They're listening and watching the action right now, but Bray's the first to get caught off. Another team puts their opinion on the matter here, and now this is going to be a really filthy fight right now. You have Booga and Braid, you have Goofy kind of off in the distance, possibly thinking they want a third party this one, but Booga and Braids have their work cut out for them.
Classic Teeny lurk right there, something that he's definitely used to doing over on EU, and now doing it here on the global stage. Booga and Braze were bruised, but not fully knocked. So I think it looks as though Shark and Teeny will sort of try and dip on out there. You can see there's another team sort of rotating on through as well. Going to give Booga and his teammate Braze the opportunity to disengage. Oh no, though, Teeny down to Muzz here.
This is very personal for Muzz and Sphinx. You know, they took the battle from Dirty Dots. They weren't happy how that went down, and now turning on the gas pedal here. One thing I've noticed from Shark so far today, he is not afraid to fight with Teeny down. He will put up a strong defense, but now they just kind of have to hold this one down. You know, this is one of the worst times to fall.
Yeah.
Zone 4, right? We're about to go into that point in the time where things are going to cut down, and look at this. Half of it's in the water here, so it really is going to get pretty bad for them.
So little space to work with. If there's anyone that you want as a solo clutch situation, it's Shark. He's almost like the extra overshield in the game. You have overshield here on Reload. Shark is like overshield plus. He's just that fighting demon that not only can eliminate players, but also hold them off inside of these fights as well. And that's what makes this team just so good, because it's so hard to take them down. Even when one of them is down, like we just saw there, they're so good at getting back together and keeping their momentum going. In terms of momentum, Vico Malabuca, they're a team that's on fire right now. They're surging up the leaderboard, expecting big things from them. And Peter Bottom Pollo, they're starting to come alive here.
Yeah, here they are doing very well right now. 4 eliminations. This is the fastest start that we've seen of the entire tournament so far for Peter Bottom Pollo. So already off to a really strong start. Pablo and Chino, though, back to them. So we just got to keep tabs on what's happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot just continuing to put in work with that pistol.
Over peak, though. Took a lot of damage right there, so had to go back inside. And that's the benefit of this Slurp Rush map. You can actually heal a lot in the Storm. There's a lot of those sort of Slurp barrels. There's so much of it. So that's why I'm seeing so many of our teams right now inside of that Storm. Some teams really far back, almost up towards Steamy Stack, some of our teams. So really happy to stay inside of that Storm. And just saw Shark there go down. Yeah, Shark now out, so Teeny on his own. Another test here for this duo early on. We spoke about how this team had a little bit of a wobble going into this second half. They need to bounce back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you're triple contested and out?
Yeah.
Booga and Braids also saw them dip back into the Storm. They seem to be very much interested in getting into a piece of this action. Little do they know, there is a team rotating on the outskirts here. Can they actually find them?
Going to be the question here as Booga and Braids are sort of scrap looting. It's actually just a singular player outside of them, so they might not want anything to do with it. They don't want to get caught too much inside of that Storm, and that's what I was talking about. Look at all these players inside of the Storm. It's possible in this map, particularly when you're rotating through Slurpy Swamp. There's so much of those heals there, of course, as well. What is it, like 2 or 3 teams inside of the zone right here, Monster? Everyone's playing outside, and it's honestly the meta in this particular map. And for Peter Bottom Pollo, They've started strongly here. Peterbot's been hitting shots. They seem like they're the sort of team that just gain that momentum. We've seen it before. We've seen them have slow starts, but when they get going, it's like a runaway train.
From in the zone to in the bubble, Peterbot came into this game in 7th place. He's now sitting in 5th on overall placement points, so he is slowly working his way up. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny fighting their way out the pit that they were being thrown into here. Teeny and Shark get a little bit of material from that fight. Braids and Booga might have stood around for a little too long. Can Teeny get the full finish? That would have been devastating for Braids there.
Yeah, another situation where Teeny's trying to lurk. They're trying to find that knock, and they don't find it initially right there. So really difficult situation. That's how Shark went down. You can see right there. Braids was the one doing the lurk right there. Teeny, of course, doing a fantastic job as well. That's his role when Shark does go down, and they're just capable individually, which is what makes these guys so good.
It's a good story for them right now. They're just kind of fighting their way back. What looked like was going to be a very rough situation. Now they're possibly looking to set up the farm onto Rue here inside the zone. Already though, crash pads ready to get to work here. Burst rifle, of course, allowing him to have that pressure and accuracy, but either way, this is a pretty tough place to fight. Very close quarters engagement happening here. The zone will start to add up, but first they need to secure these E-limbs and that get moving. Let's see it. Teeny finally starting to break loose here, gets a couple extra bandages, and you can just see the wear and tear on the loadout here. It's not looking too great for them, but hey, they're still in the running.
That's the thing. These guys can turn their game around on a dime. Any situation they find themselves in, you have to back them. And you can see, looks as though they have overtaken first place spot with all those eliminations. Look at that, though. Second place right now, fighting another top dog in the lobby. Peterbot and Poyo against Vico and Malabuka. LAN winners against LAN winners right now. Two teams that are no stranger to the top end of the leaderboard going head-to-head. This is what LAN competition's about. For now, it's peaceful, it's calm, but things could boil over in an instant.
That's a fight that I think we all know is worth paying for. Vico and Malabuka just kind of back off, ease up here now. And, you know, we naturally expected the zone to finally stay in on some land because the water has taken so much real estate. This is going to be the most congested game of the evening. And go figure, it's a little bit of chaos here from after that 30-minute bit of downtime here. But take a look at what Malabuka's next big play is. It's likely to find an elimination. They need a refresher. And just from what I'm seeing in the loadout in general, it's telling us that Malabuka has already gone down this game, and it's a pretty scrappy one at the moment.
Yeah, it can be, but again, another team that are more than capable. Looking at the way the zone's pulling here as well, back up towards that north. So as I was saying, lots of those teams sort of honing in on that Slurpy Swamp area, going to make that usual dead side of zone going to be a little bit more congested than usual. So teams that are playing inside of Slurpy Swamp, you can see them just starting to rotate their way in right now. Lots of fights are going to start going down in this area. Go Vico, go. That's Vico's mum right there in the bottom left of the screen. She's always here supporting Vico, and what a performance from them so far. But it's going to start to get congested on that sort of west side of zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot to kind of put yourself in. You see a lot of teams trying to put themselves sort of towards that river in case they end up in a difficult spot where you need to kind of get some cheeky extra HP. For now, though, the clock is ticking. The new zone will reveal itself, and then it is game time because the Storm will officially not allow players to refresh their way back into this lobby here. Taking a look at the overall bigger picture, Rue and Moda fall, so that Storm fight really started to weigh on them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Poyo really looking to put up the positioning here. The first early high ground, Epic Whale gets knocked. That is the worst spot to be in. Nosif loses duo as well. This is so rough.
This is really rough. The French fans right now, they're on the edge of their seats. Nosif has got the entire country on his back in this particular game, having to solo clutch right now. And this is what I was talking about. Lots of these teams that are rotating from Slurpy Swamp are going to get in all sorts of trouble. And look who's there playing spoiler for them, playing guards in the front of the castle. It's Peterbot, it's Poyo, it's Peterbot with a mammoth. He doesn't miss. Can he hit another? Not quite in that situation, but they're dangerous. They're on fire. They're on form. And they have the momentum right now. They're looking to win this game here,
He's done a really good job keeping that Mammoth pistol pressure down. Eliminated right there in the feed. You see Virgo and Shadow unfortunately falling to the hands of actually Peterbot finally gets in. Then Reckless and Alex under some severe pressure here as they tried to make that rotate, but it just goes completely sour for them. Meanwhile, Virgo still is in the game, but Shadow no longer allows to be reloaded back in.
Yeah, a few solos in this game right now. Lots of clutches needed. Look at this, though. Shark now down to a solo as well. Another situation where he has to solo clutch. Look at this. Yeah, it's not great at all. Teeny dropping him some mats right now. Plenty of builds for him to work with. This is the situation. This is the player that you want in a solo clutch situation. He pulls zone here as well and finds that extra body inside of the Storm. This could be enough. If these medkits can hold here, Monster, he might be able to just stay inside of the Storm and just play it out from there.
That might be his qualifying, defining moment of the evening. They're pulling the zone when the Storm is looking like it's working against you there. Everything all of a sudden now is in his favor. Meanwhile, just looking at how Peterbot is playing here, they are firing up, and this is why you can't count them out. My gosh.
It's just a highlight reel. He's making his own highlight reel. Every single time we go back to a replay, you know it's going to be an absolute banger. And that's what Peterbot does. Another huge couple of connections there with the Mammoth Pistol. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to find those refreshes. So all that early investment, they will have to look for another one as another team looks to try and play up in the sky as well. Peterbot and Poyo do have to keep their eyes on that as everyone down below has to try and traverse their way through all of this water. The team that's in the sky, it's Muzz and Sphinx. They're looking on down at the rest of the lobby, trying to skip a lot of these moving zones to hold on to a lot of their materials. But meanwhile on the low ground, Booga, not a bad performance so far, still need more, looking for an opportunity to make their way into the zone. Lots of pressure though from another angle. They can't get cracked here or else they'll be focused, but they're holding on for now, and Peterbot's in the air as well.
This is smart from them. We see them continue to set up this Flowberry Fizz with the mega launch pad plays here just to continue to buy their way towards those placement points. That's the learning that they took out of those first several games. For them, it's a story of being nearly knocked out all the way now to fighting for the qual spot. Booga and Braid just continue to surprise us though. Another end game in store for them. A top 15 though, no big placement points being earned yet. And Shark somehow is still fighting his way into this run here, into this end game.
This is what he does, but he's being cracked in the process right now. Health going down, looking towards that front side of zone and needing to take a moment to breathe, a moment to heal. Only down to the wood now as well for Shark. Meanwhile, Booga on the other side of things needs a bit of a refresh of his own with Braid looking for that right now. Goofy and Z-Dog looking to try and hold them as well, but they're safe and sound in another tarp right now, trying to find their way towards that front side. All they need is one big refresh here, Monster, just to get their game reignited, to reignite the lion within.
Yeah, you know, getting reignited is one thing, but earning points is a whole other one. They are doing just that as they stay alive a little bit longer. And you know, what I thought was going to be the downfall of Malibuca and Vico, they have somehow managed to claw their way back into the tournament. Meanwhile, Shark really holding on. That Storm Sickness seems to have turned on, though, as he is taking a ton of damage. He's down to 1 HP. What can he do? Malibuca Vico behind that wall, barely with any mats, and finally he gets hunted down. It was, of course, to the hands of Malibuca as they turn around, but look at this. We got Vico and Mali. They have a chance to really start building a strong lead. They drop down, eliminate Braids, but back onto Peterbot, who's got the high ground.
People on the high looking to try and find another couple of those big shots with the Mammoth, but looking a little bit low on the materials right now, so trying to find their way towards that front side as well. Vico Malibuca hip to hip like we've seen them in the past. They're so good in these endgame situations, squeezing out all of those placements. Still a decent amount of builds to work with as well.
That was crazy. He drops in the med kit, the Flowberry Fizz, to just make sure he's supporting himself there. Peterbot, meanwhile, loses Poyo, though. Poyo gets greedy, trying to get the refresher, and then you have teams that are nearly fully knocked out of the event, just holding on, trying to make a story come back for them there. Somehow, though, Peterbot gets the pickup. What in the world? What kind of story is unfolding here?
But he can't chop out height. They've got second. Poyo is the one with the spray weapon, which they do. Peterbot is trying to chop out height. It's Malibuca retaining it. Vico's all the way down there, though. He's going to have to survive for now as a solo, but Malibuca providing that pressure fire. Pablo Wingu as well, all the way down on low ground. Malibuca getting contested for height. Peterbot on Poyo. They're not going down easy. Poyo takes down Vico. Peterbot finds the finish, and they retain their spot here on height.
I don't know how they managed
also win that one, but they are still in this tournament. You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Pollo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Spix is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Pollo secure another one, and finally now, he cracks that cheeky smile. They know they're back.
They know they're back. They were never gone. They were always within. They were always feeling it. And it just takes a little bit, a couple of games maybe to get themselves settled. So much pressure, Monster, on their shoulders. I mean, it's one of those situations where we can just see them coming alive in real time.
And the duality right now, Sphinx. Ooh, you can just see and sense the emotion there on the other side. Pollo eases up, loosens up his shoulder. He's happy. The fans are feeling good. The emotions are starting to turn around here.
I mean, even though they've done it all right, when you have a start like that they did, really low down, what were they, like 19th after a couple of games?
Yeah.
It's got to put that pressure on you, no matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter where you've been. It's got to put that pressure on you. You could see a lot of that pressure just being released off of their shoulders right now. Not only have they won their back-to-back, they've also won across different maps. So potentially this is the sign of things to come here on Slurp Rush, because we did have questions. We were like, yeah, what a nice end to them there on Elite Stronghold. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum and maintain that mentality throughout here in Slurp Rush? We've got our answer so far.
And it's really nice to watch this happen all in person, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not very often we get to really kind of dive deep into what would happen if you put the best players in a situation like this. But that map change, I think, really was the boon that they were looking for. Even now, look, Peterbot posing for the cameras there. Yeah, it must feel nice.
Yeah, you can see it from their Pollo as you take a look at some of the highlights there from that end game. And you can never really count them out here.
Yeah, you gotta just listen in on this, you know. When you start thinking about how this all plays out here, I mean, from their perspective, there's always chaos involved. You have to expect it, but this is a team that's named
Go on left side low. It's one duo. Can you find him? Can you drop? Just fight. Head. Roller here. Last good. 1 HP. You're horrible, bro.
Well, Mini, what could we have expected? Nothing less, right? Just kind of riding their way through.
Well, you know what? That's what the best teams do. You could sort of maybe, you think you're going to listen into some crazy commentary. You know, they just won the game. They're going to be hyped. They're going to be sort of loud. They're going to be in each other's ear. But a lot of the best teams here within Fortnite, they're the teams that are calm. They're the teams that understand sort of communication importance, sort of thinking about what's actually relevant in each moment and keeping their communication clear and calm so vital. And it's something we don't get to see too much in Fortnite, particularly when it's online. You don't get to hear from the players like we do when we're on land. So it's an element, it's a skill gap. It's something that these guys have mastered. They're maintaining their calmness, but also they're prioritizing what they say in each individual moment. That's what makes them so great.
You know, looking at the bigger picture, this is just the group stage A, right? We're only in day one.
Yeah.
We haven't even got to what that final lobby is going to look like, but we're getting a small sample of how difficult it could be.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how things develop right here. But before we get to that, we'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hearts have been broken here at EWC, and also a lot of money has been made. And that's exactly what Falcons is currently looking to do. Just make it to the finals and lift that trophy and also get all that money. This is something you were actually scared of, Vivid. You were talking about the momentum that this player is going to have, and right now with that back-to-back win.
And that's why you can't count out Peterbot and Pollo. You never can. It doesn't matter how far down the leaderboard they are at any point in the competition. because they can have what we like to phrase Peterbot and Pollo-esque games. That being said, though, I do want to go ahead and mention it, right? Levin, we kind of talked about it. They only needed a couple of games to actually make something like this happen. They have absolutely flown up the leaderboard, and I don't think we're surprised.
It's Peterbot and Pollo. What are you going to say? I mean, they have dominated in Reload all year long. We said, I think at least, they're a better Slurp Rush team.
Yep.
I think we saw in that game exactly why Slurp Rush plays into their hands. A lot of the meta in Reload has been about sort of playing the storm and trying to skip zones. I don't really think that's their bag. But in games like that one, they sit at Slurpy Swamp, they keep pulling zones, and they can just farm the rest of the lobby. They go into that end game just more stacked than anybody else in the best positions, and they just deliver.
I mean, you speak of that best position is early height, and every single time I see it, I doubt it. I go, there's no way they're going to be able to hold height all the way from zone 7, zone 8, and then they do it. They do it in such a good job, splitting, making sure that Pollo's watching the front, Peterbot watches the back to make sure that no one's able to steal from them, and they just are able to control high ground for that entire time. Look at Pollo, even getting chopped, he is still making sure that he is spraying on players. Honestly, Seven, when you said that we were scared of the momentum of Peterbot and Pollo, I was actually more scared at the start, like something was wrong in the universe, and now things feel like they're falling into place.
The scariest bit, even beyond that, on top of everything we've already said to pick these guys up, they both entered that mode, they both enter where they're not missing shots. Like, they are hitting all the important shots, and like, how do you take height off these guys when they just hit every mammoth shot?
They were catfishing. That's exactly what they were doing in those first games.
Yeah.
They were playing a bait and switch for us. They were like, let's see what they got to say. Let's see what they're going to be coming back with. But one team that you've actually been keeping an eye on that has been bouncing back is Muzz and Finks, because my goodness, this squad has bounced back, especially in the last 2 games.
And it's really interesting to see because they're not playing together in the FNCS, so there was a little bit of question marks on how would their synergy be in the competition. But man, they're finally showing up, had a good start, and then a few little rough middle games, but finally picking things up. I mean, I'm a Muzz fangirl. I'm just going to be biased no matter what. And I mean, for all of NA and OCE and NA East, all the regions that he's represented, he's like the champion for all of us.
Listen, for anybody that frequents the FNCS over on NAC, you guys know anytime that Muzz is on the screen, Zeke himself has an absolute freak out. Let's call it the Zeke freak. Kelly has, kind of brought that here to the stage for us here today, talking about anytime she sees Muzz up there on the big screen, she's getting very, very excited. But yeah, Kelly, I love the fact you kind of bring up where they're currently at on the leaderboard. Currently sitting in 4th place. I mean, again, we like to have that conversation, Levin, about sometimes some of these teams, they just sneak up into the top of the leaderboard, and it's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, early in the day, we're here talking about we're the NA team. We got to switch to the second page of the leaderboard to spot out any NA.
Yeah.
And they have quickly risen up. You know, all it takes is 6-7 games, and you start to see all these guys up there.
All right, listen, for me, though, I got to look to Booga and Braids right now. This is a duo that everyone was so excited for. They got the last spot out of NAC. It was so hype when he won. You could hear the hype coming out of Booga. And to see them, they actually were doing better in the previous game.
Yes.
So they dropped down just a little bit. But even then, to see them in the top 10, just so close, Vivid, to make it into that 7th spot, that's what I love to see for Booga and Braids.
This is where the competition starts to get a little bit scary, though, because I remember talking to Seven about how we just had a 7-point difference between positions 5 and 9 on the leaderboard. Take a look at how big of a gap we now have established. I mean, heck, we can just simply talk about the gap between 9th and 7th place. Remember, 7, all of these teams need to get into the top 7, but if that gap continues to grow, your chances of even clutching up in some of these big games starts to fade away.
And what's scary too is not just Peterbot and Pollo, it's all those teams towards the top, as Aurora, as big as well. They're just being so consistent. They're going to be continuing to take points away from those squads that are wanting to push up to the top 7. And not just that, when we end up flipping the page and we end up seeing those teams towards the bottom, the points are just not going to be available for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's not good.
It's not good.
It's not a good look. Look, the one thing I will say, unfortunately, the second page is starting to fill up with a lot of the smaller region teams, but Lewa and Romero still going solid in that top 7 for the Brazilian region. Look, I was looking at a lot of data before the competition, sort of like grouping teams together based off of some of the numbers from, the different Reload finals. All of the numbers were just pointing to these guys being respected as an elite level team, where I think naturally a lot of people watching might not have predicted them. So they are delivering to that level. Hopefully some of the players on this page can at least show us something in these next couple games.
Well, yeah, there's two conversations that we need to be having. We're looking for the top 7, but we also need to be looking for the top 17. And it's pretty close in the bottom 5 right now. Any one of those can easily just have a top 5 game, top 10 game, and jump themselves up from that spot.
I was looking at Shark and Teeny actually from Aurora because they started off insanely hot, right? To the point that some of us were saying, okay, just wrap it up. I think they're going to be taking it. But they have decided to slow down a little bit here, Vivid. And it's not something that we're going to be panicking about because of what we saw out of them in those first 3 matches, or maybe just taking some games off.
Yeah, I mean, they actually could have went further down the leaderboard. I mean, they did drop down to 3rd right now, so they're still doing fine. But it was actually just simply on the back foot of a Shark clutch. Like, Teeny went down. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get any surmountable amount of points out of that game at all. But Shark, doing Shark things, went ahead and solo clutched their way up there to make sure that they do withstand a spot towards the top of the leaderboard. But if we're talking about the top of the leaderboard, guys, how have we completely avoided the team that we should be talking about? Vico and Malabuka sitting in first place right now.
I'll be honest, I'm in shock. I think these guys, what they have shown us this year is when they get on stages like this, when they can feel the crowd, when they can be with each other and have that chemistry in person and get to experience a journey of a tournament like this, they just activate to a new level. Let's be real, in the FNCS Major too, it was stinking a little bit from them too, right? You would have never expected this type of performance if you were basing it just off of what they've been doing since the summit. Different story today.
When you speak on that energy, I think back to when we were running rehearsals for the player walkouts, and we could see that there was a lot of players that just weren't really that interested in having these kind of conversations. But then as soon as it's Vico and Malabuka, they don't care. They're so excited.
You know when you've been tangled.
This just kind of seems like a Wednesday for them.
Talking about that stress actually from some players, and we got a chance to see them shine early on, and I'm gonna be talking about Phoenix in Retro. It is their first land, right? After that win, they just keep dropping off on that leaderboard. Is that pressure starting to get to them, Vivid?
I mean, it must be, right? Because we do like to go ahead and talk about experience. I mean, yeah, the experience needs to be here for these types of environments, usually just to strictly perform in any regard. So getting the win was good for them, but the consistency, right? Maybe the pressure is starting to build a little bit after getting that win. It was like, wait a minute, we can actually do this. Then they start to feel the nerves, they start to feel the pressure from that. Then maybe they look at the leaderboard like, whoa, how did we get down to 11th?
Listen, when Phoenixes burn the brightest, that is when they pass away. And from their ashes, they rise up to the top. I think if there is any moment we can see a player make a comeback, how could it not be a player named Phoenix?
You might as well just keep spitting, man. That was some bars right there. Oh my goodness. No, I'm gassed for them, but you have to, again, rise from the ashes. That rise has to start to begin, and it's not going to be easy because I think you look around the rest of the competition and it is truly fierce. We're seeing big pop-off games from a bunch of different people, but finding that consistency, it's not a straightforward formula.
And for some of their squads, I mean, we're going to be heading into Game 7 here of Group A, Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. They need to step up. They need to make sure they rise up from the ashes. Let's see who's going to be rising up in this next game.
Here we go, match number 7. Number 6, first match on Slurp Rush did not disappoint whatsoever here, Monster. 2 main storylines here. Storyline about qualification, about glory, getting inside of that top 7, but also about survival now as we get towards the latter stage of competition.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is, one, get yourself sent to Friday, but worse yet, end up in the bottom 3 and get completely crushed out of the tournament. One thing I'm noticing when I'm looking at the standings here is that it's really a lot closer than you may think.
Yeah.
60 points is the win, 210 is the cutoff. You drop the ball one time, someone will literally take second place from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And all it can take is one game just to reignite that momentum for some of these teams down further below. Epic Whale Pumps at 20th place right now. It's really now is the time because you don't want to leave it too much later. You don't want to let it drag out. You need to do it now.
Yep, here we go though. Chino and Pablo Wingu had what a strong start in game 6, but 7 not going quite their way. Muzz opting to leave the Dirty Docks. In fact, other teams didn't even go there. This is what happens. Teams will take that initial hot drop and go straight for the fight.
The most important thing is staying alive, right? If you can just have these fights, try and claim this drop spot, even if one of your teammates or your teammate goes down, You can still stay alive. You can still regroup later on. Shark taking a lot of damage here from Romero up on top. Looks as though he has an angle on him, which he does fine. Nice crack of the shield here from Shark. Muzz finding one onto Malabuka as well. So many of our top teams right now battling it out here at Stilt Town. Shark, though, down. Liwa takes him out right there. There's an opportunity for them to try and build some momentum as well. Romero looking for some angles as well. It's all up to Teeny and Romero now as Solus.
Yeah, Moreau's going to be really careful. Muzz is on the hunt, and his teammate was down for quite some time, but Muzz now has a little bit of that counter pressure coming in from Retro. So it's just going back and forth here. Everyone's exchanging. Muzz is going to be the one that definitely comes out ahead. He secures 3 quick Iliums, starts dancing. He's like, hey, Retro, send me to my teammate. I'm going home, brother. Peace.
He's fine. He's fine with that. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Getting those points, getting an early start, hit the emo. It's what we like to see here, isn't it? We've got the RPG in hand as well for Retro. Looking to rise from the ashes, to quote Kelly right here. This is an important game for them. Sitting just outside, I think, of that sort of top 7, 11th place overall right now. So, yes, they probably could do it in the 2 games. Maybe they could do it in 1 game, but you have to make it count now as we get to see how those fights were going down here. Osborne Muzz, one of the finest fighters in the lobby, doing just that against Malabuka. Z-Dog, though, one of our Australian teams, whipping the shot, and Moda can find the first, or his second elimination of the game so far. This is a big moment for these guys as well.
Yeah, it surely is. You know, they finally get a little chance to start earning some points here, give them that confidence to get back in the game. But Pump versus Goofy, finally Pump putting some points on the board there. You know, we really have seen a very underwhelming performance from Pump and Epic Whale. This is a tough spot to be in, and it just makes you think, is the pressure sitting on Pump's shoulders? You saw the interview and the content with Epic Whale there. We know surely he's got nothing to prove, but is it Pump maybe that needs to just step up a little bit?
Well, it can be hard, can't it? If you're playing with someone that has so much experience, is so calm and speaks about your team as, yeah, we're a calm team, we're going to be fine, we're going to perform. And then you might be thinking, actually, I'm a little bit nervous. I am a little bit feeling the pressure a little bit. So maybe that could be the case for them right now. Sneaky beaky, though, for Chino and Pablo, looking to find an opportunity as we get to see that in the bottom left of your screen. We get to see, of course, how Pump took down Goofy. Pretty standard stuff for him. And Chino, bottom left, looking to find that moment. Phoenix, completely unawares, you have to imagine. And now he is. Pablo looking for a big shot, not quite able to crack his shield, gets inside of the box, hits a big shot, but Phoenix there does go down. Of course, it's only Phoenix in this area, and Pablo and Chino, very, very solid loadout there. Exotics in hand, Vico Malabuka just next door, and Pablo Chino are a team that we expect big things from them. They do deliver on the big stage, but I feel like we can expect more. They're that good.
I think the competition is just that close, to be honest. You know, they're really in that mix. They're in the competition race here at the moment, but Vico's going to take some punishing damage. Malabuka just on the run here. These are your point leaders at the moment. That's the worst case scenario for both of your individual players to be in different important fights right now. This is how you get sent back to the lobby here and earn no points. Meanwhile, Virgo popping off, though. They take down Malabuka and Vico simultaneously, and they're now out.
Top team down and out. The door is open for teams like Poyo Peacebot, for teams like Shark Teeny to start rising up to the occasion right now. The team that have been looking so consistent, quite reminiscent actually of their Summit win. The way they've been playing so far today, they're now out.
That's how quickly the story can change. Now any team inside the top 7 realistically has a chance to snipe the first place seat and really give us a show here for the first group.
Door is wide open. Going over to the rest of the map. So many teams still inside of that storm, of course, as well. One team that isn't, Pablo and Chino. We've seen these guys trying to sneak around, getting a little bit of that damage. As I mentioned, they've got that exotic as well. Really good for close range shots. The Outlaw there, so it's going to be interesting to see how Pablo can do that. Both of these guys, really good solo clutches, and I think we saw that in the last game. Shark doing a really good job at that, just to keep them afloat at the top end of the leaderboard, even though Teeny did go down early. When you have players like Shark, when you have players like Teeny, Pablo, Chino, these individual talents on your team, it can really help carry you through the tournament, because even if one of you goes down, the hope is not gone.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference, you know, especially when you're really not safe at all just yet. Peterbot's really the story of you see a team that can be at the bottom in just a couple of games. Everything turns around. Meanwhile, speaking of the Witch, Mofu's going to be taken out pretty quickly there by Peterbot and Poyo now. just cleaning up house here at the Slurpee Swamp. Jumping to the other side, we have OCE's Reckless and Alex here. A little bit of pressure on Braids and Booga. Fights breaking out now for Shadow and Virgo. Chino and Pablo Wingu end up fully eliminating that team, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a nice position here as well for Pablo and Chino. They can sort of scrap loot a lot of this area. See PhD and Edson inside of the area too, so they've got to be careful that they don't clash heads before they make their way into the zone right now. And big expectations here as well, of course. Brazilian team. We've seen good performances, Brazilian teams. We've seen good performances from PhD, particularly when it comes to land. So I was really intrigued to see what they could do. They are just outside that top 7, a decent ways down. But what they can do is they can have these big games. They can have these big moments, these big individual fights that can completely turn the game around. And we've seen that throughout lots of LAN events. Brazilian teams aggressive, looking for fights at different areas, but also smart at the same time.
Yeah, they've had good vibes all day, you know.
Yeah.
During the down moments, he sits back, reclines that chair, puts his feet up, and really is just soaking in the moment. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Back on over, though, to our very serious Shark and Teeny. 252 points right now, playing the outer zone. They're looking to kind of patch up their mistakes from the previous round, but they do have to be careful. You have Alex there, like I said. This is the scariest part of the game to be in. You're far in the zone, and if your teammate goes down, you guys would be pretty much split up, and things can start going awry at that point.
That's the thing about this map as well, though. If you do go down, you can go back into the storm. You can heal your way up. You can scrap loot a lot of that as well. As Tomat goes down inside of that storm. So, going to be an interesting opportunity right now for Mofu to try and find a clutch. Of course, Retro and Phoenix, they're quite happy to find that elimination. Couple of points right there as we get to see the overall rankings, how things are shaping up. Remember, Vico, Malabuka are top dogs right now, down and out, completely eliminated from this game. So all those teams down below, like you mentioned, Monster, they're definitely within reach.
Listen, my question for you is, what are these zones?
Yeah.
These are tough zones right now, as they are going to continue to steal away that real estate. So we're going to have another congested tournament here at the end at the Stevie Stacks with those silos that can be in play.
Oh, they always make things interesting. It's almost a throwback to Chapter 1 Fortnite. Everyone's flying up in the sky. Nobody quite knows what's happening. I'm sure we have that in store for us for the remainder of this match. It really does come down to a lot of those different sort of mechanics that you don't necessarily see too often in Fortnite. How can you manage those situations where you don't usually find yourself in? Where do you land? Which teams do you fight? It's all going to come into play very shortly for Booga and Braids. Just sat outside of that top 7 right now. Expectations, as always, so high on Booga's shoulder.
Notice a different playstyle from them as well. While other teams are looking to get extremely active, they're just hanging out in Zone 5, actually slowing things down, recognizing how close they are to the qualification spot, right? Kind of staying in the conversation. They recognize that, hey, for us, we don't got to do anything fancy. Let's get to end game.
Well, especially since Vico Malabuka are out. You know, that opens up a door for them. That opens up an opportunity. They're quite happy with their loot right now. They're quite happy with their positioning. So there's no reason to take that risk, and they are a good enough team to find those refreshes mid-game. Here we go, though. Pablo and Chino, another knock for them, gets the full elimination as well, all the way down towards Logjam, of course, as well. They find themselves there still, so looking to make their way towards that north side. Zone pulls back towards the southwest, so we will have one of those stacks inside of the zone, potentially an opportunity for teams to rotate. Really like this positioning, though, from Shark and Teeny. Probably not as active as we've seen them in previous games at this particular time in the game. They're quite understanding, I suppose, of the fact that Vico Malabuka are down, the fact that they're now 3rd on the leaderboard. They need another one of those big games, and could that be now?
I think reality's setting in like, wait a second, that big lead we had, it's kind of gone at this point, and no one is safe. Muzz and Sphinx also just having a really great story here starting to develop for them. 3 eliminations this game, all off the back of Muzz. Now they have the momentum coming in here to these final moving zones. Soon the Storm's going to be looking to shut off, so you can see all the teams now starting to migrate on in. It's time to get to the safety.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that east side of the zone, though, of course, as well. You get to see it in the minimap when we go to a POV that is inside of the zone as Pablo, Wingu, and Chino get another elim. But what's great for them is, of course, that zone does pull towards that south, so they're going to be able to get towards that dead side of zone with these eliminations, with this damage that they've got here as well. It is a 2-tick, and it will turn into a 5-tick eventually as well, so they do have to be careful. But that's what I'm saying. Look at that east side. It's going to be really interesting to see where this next zone ends up pulling, because if it does pull towards that west side, going to be really difficult for so many of those teams. And even if it pulls towards the east, those 1 or 2 teams that are on the west, it's going to be so difficult for them. It's not going to be easy at all.
Saw the little handoff there of the Shockwaves, only 2 for Izzy and Noken. So we'll just have to keep eyes on how they end up performing here in the end. It's going to be more and more closer. Shark and Teeny, as we continue to update with our teams that are in the race right now, are still looking good, but this is where the real story starts to begin. The zone's going to close, and all chaos is going to break loose.
I think probability-wise, it is more likely to pull east, of course. There's more land to play with. The zones favor not pulling over water. There needs to be a certain percentage of it in, so I'd imagine it will pull back to the east, and I think a lot of these players will think the same too. And yeah, it's a sort of northeast zone, so straight on one of those stacks, though, it's going to be absolute chaos here at the end of this game, and it almost makes it quite difficult for a lot of these teams towards the south of this zone, particularly the teams towards the southeast. Pump and Epic Well of one of them. Booga's ahead of everyone else, so he shouldn't have too much of an issue, but you've got to push through all of these teams in order to make your way in, and that's the situation that some of these guys find themselves in.
Yeah, this fight's going to be pretty nasty. That's going to happen right now. Remember, those stacks are completely indestructible. We're going to start running out of real estate already and then start taking things to the air where teams are going to have to block you off. So this is going to get very congested here shortly. Peterbot Pollo starting to set up the lurk, though. You have Shark and Teeny to their right-hand side, and it feels like we're in an end game. Yeah, just put quotations around that. There's no points yet. This is not where you want to go down.
It's definitely not. Remember, Peterbot Pollo, they've been setting up for height a lot earlier on than so many other teams in this lobby, so interested to see now how they play now that first place is up for grabs. Will they still take that risk? Will they still go for it as Liwa and Romero find a knock right here onto Retro? They needed a big comeback, so that's going to taint their chances potentially here as Retro does get fully eliminated there. Phoenix down as well, so Pablo and Chino deal the final blow to that team, and they've been on a roll here.
Yeah, 5 eliminations now, things adding up. Rocket launcher in hand, mind you, and then you saw that exotic shotgun as well. So much firepower in their hands. Just take a look here from Pablo's perspective. They find a very weak Phoenix, and that's the full elimination. They were trying to hype them up, but that pressure's starting to kick in now. Meanwhile, can Shark and Teeny overtake first place with this kind of opportunity they've been gifted? They're going to be one of the first to go and cut through, and look at that. No interest in actually going for high ground. They don't want to be a part of that mess here. They see that the new storm is actually pushing far west. They are getting put to the test.
Lovely little dead side rotate there from them as well. They understand that they don't need to take that risk. They don't need to go up into the sky. And the team that are right now, Mshari and Style, these guys are very happy to be up here, trying to maintain a lot of that position as well. Goofy, Z-Dog also trying to do the same. Mshari looking towards that front side of that moving zone as well. So they're looking to try and take height early on here. Peterbot Pollo understand that maybe the time is not now. Getting pressured down from height as well. Pablo and Chino settling for these mid-ground layers. Looking pretty healthy, looking like they're in a good situation to take this sort of front side mid-ground layer. They're a team that haven't really come alive yet. We haven't seen the best of them, but it's brewing. There's something there.
Yeah, this is looking really good, though, now with the little layer change. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny, the only team playing the ultimate low ground at this point. As the others come down, it's out of desperation, and that's going to be a great delivery here from Edson to Shark. Very nice pickup. That's some free mats. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo fighting for the layer here, taking full control. That's a refresh they love to have, but they do not need, and they will not sacrifice their positioning.
Yeah, they don't need to. Zone pulls back towards Steamy Stacks. They need to maintain that elevation. They can't go down for that refresh. Booga been in prime position this entire endgame, really using all of that experience. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back into that building right now as well, tries to refarm, use a lot of that natural cover. You see Romero trying to do that right now, and it's the Middle East team all the way up on height, still maintaining it.
Khaled and Mshari, just no pressure. This has been the story of Group Stage A. It's like whoever takes it has gotten a free ride. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero, though, what a story for them. This sleeper duo here stepping up and continue to stay consistent. But again, there's so much more to be desired in this game. There's still 14 duos remaining, and we're nearing the final zones.
Mshari. Khaled looking just down on the rest of the lobby. There's always that danger, though. There's another team coming up. It's Peterbot, it's Pollo. Who else would it be? There goes one. There goes another. Peterbot on height where they belong. They want to close out 3 in a row.
And then the upgrades as well. Now he's got that legendary one and you're done pump shotgun. What an inventory. 6 shockwaves as well. Big on material counts here. Are we going to see a 3-peat? Could this be a sample for the finals? Do remember that match point format
format, you'd have to break threshold, secure wins, and we're seeing early glimpses of that greatness.
And why would we ever doubt them? They're all the way up. The zone pole's all the way back down. All these teams down below need to try and tumble on all the way through, but the team that's not doing that right now, as per usual, they ain't tumbling down. They're flying high. It's Peterbot, it's Poyo, as Izzy, Nosif, battling it out on low ground. Cammy and Hari finding it difficult as well. Only 16 builds to his name. Has to try and struggle here. Liwa, Romero looking quite solid inside of their builds as well. Nice tops on the way through as well, but do get sprayed on down. Muzz getting the same treatment as well. This is difficult for them, but it's the team on height that are running the show. Braids finding a knock onto Liwa, now having to solo clutch, but goes down.
Teams are falling faster than we can even track at this point. Only 10 duos remaining. Make that 9. Shark and Teeny are heating up. The low ground is theirs, and they are the kings of what's happening here. Pump in a desperation attempt there to grab a couple mats there, but Shark lets him loose. Teeny, meanwhile, goes up as he starts to secure for positioning here. They're looking to make this a very interesting endgame. Now they look to the high ground. They see, wait a second, someone's the king of the top. Peterbot comes down. It's all up to Poyo.
First place is there. Who wants it? Shark and Teeny looking the more likely right now. Poyo retains that high ground as well, retains that positioning, but Shark says, no, 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 we want that positioning. Let's try and chop him out. Poyo using that overdrive grenade to avoid fall damage, but that's his last, so he's going to have to be so careful as to how he comes down right now. Shark and Teeny looking up, trying to find that position. They have high right now if they want it. Do they want the win? Of course they want the win. They want first.
How is Pump still alive? Well played for him at top 5, but Poyo here by himself has to concede to giving up the high ground. He was forced on down and now still holding on, but every interview here this weekend, Peterbot has said, I'm looking out for Shark and Teeny for good reason. Meanwhile, they are looking to turn this entire story around and secure this dub here.
Shark and Teeny against Chino. They take height. They're looking to take the game as well. They needed a comeback. They needed a resurgence. They needed to remind everyone who they are, and they do. Shark and Teeny.
Well played for them right there, just like that, and then they are stone cold. That face expression does not change. They just keep that aura about them.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. They found their form again here on Slurp Rush. Playing that game like we saw at the beginning of the day, taking height really confidently. When Peterbot and Poyo took it, you had to imagine that they were going to go ahead and win that game with how history's been going these last couple of games here, Monster. But the way that they played that there, Shark and Teeny, they didn't rush. They didn't try and take height too early. And I think it played in their favor right there.
For Mshari and Khaled, who had that win in the bag, the last thing you expect is to then get contested by Peterbot and Poyo. Keep in mind, for Khaled and Mshari, that is the game that's going to get them out of that dangerous full crushing blow that would have kicked them out of the tournament completely. So for them, they get a lifeline. For Peterbot and Poyo, Shark and Teeny, they take advantage of Vico and Malabuka's downfall.
That was a big moment in this game. That sort of set the precedent for the rest of the top teams, and they delivered as well. Shark and Teeny, what a performance. They're a team that we know can take height. They're a team that they know how to play it, so let's see how they played it from their perspective.
160 wood. Look at here. He died, he's solo. Go to finish. Check. In my box.
Not even a GG when it's over.
They didn't say anything. Did they know they won?
I don't think so.
They did not come up victory royale. Maybe they thought it was another team.
I think they're ready for the next game. I don't know what we're waiting for at this point.
Yeah.
What we're seeing from them is a level of focus that I don't think we see very often in competitors.
Well, they just do this. This is what they do. It's like, you know, if you're a bus driver, you pull up at the stop, you don't celebrate. Because it's what you do. It's your job. They're happy with it.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, with that, we're just going to have to ease down here and power down the brakes.
classic. It always goes this way, doesn't it? We think NA is going to get a big W, and then EU decides, nope. Sharkatini, massive victory royale. I'm hanging out with the best taco here. You know, big W for, I guess, you guys over on EU.
Obviously, I mean, Sharkatini, they saw Pete Pollo snag too. Anything you can do, we can do better. That's got to be the mentality, but it's been fun watching sparks fly between both of these teams.
Is there anyone you've been watching that you're like, man, I feel like this duo, we need to give them more props. We need to give them a moment in the sunlight.
1000% gotta be the Argentinians, Lewa and Romero. They have really been standing out, giving a ton of credit towards the international section because, I'll be honest, the community did not seem too high up on these guys, and yet they've been here all day today delivering some high caliber gameplay.
Currently in the top 10, right? We just need to hit top 7 to make sure we make the placement. I feel like as long as they continue to do so with a handful of games left, right, it should be a lock, question mark?
You want to think as much, but everybody's obviously going to be trying to hit the overdrive in these last few matches because nobody wants to find themselves in contention for the actual elimination day a couple days down the line. You'd rather just see it through, make it into that top 7, and obviously avoid that bottom 3.
Is there another duo that you feel like you want to talk about?
One duo, Muzz and Sphinx.
Of course, of course. You know, Vivid just called out not that long ago. You know, look, I love Muzz, all right? Listen, he's a legend. I'm a big fan. I'm his #1 fan. And Sphinx is a legend, too. Why would I not be excited to see them compete? Obviously, they are popping off big time, right? They are showing up here and on LAN. I think that's one of my favorite things about being on LAN is when players show up. And regardless of whatever performance they put up and other things, being on LAN and performing well under this pressure, under these lights, awesome.
Yeah, but it's like they've also been here how many times before?
So
Both of them are very familiarized to that kind of pressure. And when you throw them into this type of LAN environment, honestly, I'm really hoping that we can get an interview at some point today because that's the one thing that I feel like has really been missing. Sphinx on the comms. Let's be so for real, guys. That is probably one of like top tier for entertainment moments. Sphinx is always going to be one to have some fun on the mic.
He's always the first guy when you're like talking to him. You're like, hey, Sphinx, you know, we want you to do, I don't know, just like point at the camera. He's like, dude, I'm going to shoot a bow and arrow at the camera. We're like, okay, man, all in. I'm so down. But obviously, we do have just a handful of games left. How are you feeling about the competition? You know, 3 keys will be crushed at the end of this. So how do you think the competition is going for some of these players with that pressure continuing to mount?
It hurts a lot to see, I think, especially when you're looking at the teams that have been kind of maintained towards that bottom 3 period. But at the same time, you never know when you might be able to jump out of it. Think about Epicwell and Pump in that last match specifically. We see Pump 4 eliminations, a crazy solo clutch at the end for those placement points too. That might have been just enough to help secure them outside of that bottom 3 bubble. But of course, you know, you can have a game plan. Sometimes you just got to throw it out the window, though. And that's kind of what I'm expecting to see in these last few matches.
I love to hear it. It's time for us to throw back on over to the casters because the next game's ready.
Of course, of course, of course. Thank you there, Zeke. You know, I'm starting to look at the standings here, and the gap is widening here pretty widely, I will say. Sharkantini are at 330, Peter Von Boyo 312, Vico Malabuca, again, frozen at 290 after that early elimination. But here's the thing. Then you jump down to what's remaining, right? The available spots. And Booga and Braids are on the heels of top 7.
That's where they want to be. That's where they've got to be. Realistically, they are just about outside of that top 7. All it takes is one game, as we've seen. All it takes is one game for our top team to go down. Vico Malabuca, they're a team that you just expect unparalleled consistency from, and then when they go down right there, I saw Malabuca go down, you think, yeah, it's all right, they got Vico, but no, that was a full elimination, so it'll be interesting to see how those guys develop. Of course, the bottom 3 is another storyline as well. You do not want to be eliminated from this entire event. At the very least, you want to be playing on Friday.
Those bottom 3 teams we talked about, they are creeping their way up, and now other teams are starting to present themselves to danger. Well, game number 7 is here. We're jumping right back into things. Sharkantini already back at it now with a quick elimination here. Again, once it flies over, take that quick drop, try to secure points. That's the mission.
It's got to be the mission, yeah. These guys just continue to show how good they really are, show that they can win games. They take risks. Shark right now with a combat shotgun takes down Phoenix. That's a nice shot. early on right now. And this is the strategy, isn't it? You know, just fighting a lot, trying to find a lot of those early elims. And when you got Shark on the team, you just let him run off, do the elimination, do all that job.
Just get in there, get your hands dirty, Shark. I'll sit back over here and I'll keep the house safe.
I'd love to play with Shark.
Wouldn't we all? Well, take a look at this. Shark just RPG to himself. That wasn't exactly a strategy, but you saw the writing on the wall. He tries to put the cone down, a little misplay.
Yeah, can I switch him to Teeny now? Can I play with Teeny instead? Retro and Phoenix, though, no.
Oh, no. Retro and Phoenix. We were here bantering, having fun, and now they get sent out. Pablo on the other side in a crazy fight. Must somehow ends up being on the losing end of that battle when he had full advantage.
Well, yeah, Pablo and Chino, they're getting a bit of momentum right now. Of course, they were in that final 2v2 already. It was a 2v1 against Shark and Teeny there at the end of that last game. So they're one of those sort of teams that you don't see loads of throughout tournaments. I feel like you kind of forget sometimes that Chino and Pablo are in the game, and then it's like, yeah, they remind themselves as to why they're here. They're two incredible players. Just don't always keep that consistency from them, especially when it comes down to FNCS majors. Here seems like very similar though, but what a performance needed here from Epic and Pump. They're lower down on the leaderboard. They're not quite out of the bottom 3 yet, but it is close.
Yeah, you know what? They've actually had a better back half of the tournament so far. They were much, much farther down as far as points were concerned, but now they're looking like they might actually fight their way into at least being safe for the survival round coming on Friday. Take a look at what Pump's doing here. Another elimination here. He's just farming Alex, actually hunting him down. Meanwhile, Peterbot finds Izzy and Nosif. I thought he was going to emo for a second. I was like, do you really have time for that? I don't think so. But it's all good. Peterbot's heating up. He's at 3 elims.
That's what he does. Patrols this area. Very similar to when Peterbot and Boy were running the region, but look at this now. Vico takes down Epic Whale. That's the first knock. Malabuka looking for Pump as well. This could be an absolute disaster here for Pump and Epic Whale. Remember, these guys really need a solid last couple of games here in order to get themselves out of that bottom 3. Vico, Malabuka looking to reclaim that top spot as well. That's why they're so aggressive.
Knockout Live for a second, that was very spooky for Pump. He had Braids on his heels as well, thinking about whether or not he wanted to key him. But ultimately, he has a little bit of time to get back. We'll catch back up with Vico in his second first. We can see what's happening here. Shark gets fully eliminated. It's Goofy, it's Z-Dog. They're actually finding their footing here. You know, they're not too far off. Teeny just forced to hide here at the Dirty Docks. Again, this is their drop, right? This is the spot they have claimed.
Yeah. That's what they're going to have known. They're going to have practiced. But of course, I suppose in Reload, it matters a lot less than in typical Battle Royale. Z-Dog looking to try and find another few shots on the Shark. Goofy trying to get involved as well. Remember, Shark only has a basic loadout at this stage of the game. It's going to be something, though, and he still don't want to fight him as Goofy gets straight inside the box, knocks him in the process as well. Shark will reboot. Teeny off in the distance. Goofy and Z-Dog are more than happy with these eliminations. That's their third of the game, and they're a team that are sort of in the middle of the pack. They're not a team that really are struggling in terms of how a lot of our teams on the lower half are doing, but of course, they've got to be pushing for that top 7.
Yeah, it's a different type of pressure, you know, when you are, you know, coming into match 8 and then you're at the absolute tail end of the standings. You know, it's the worst spot to be in.
Yeah.
And that's where Reckless and Alex are now kind of contending and fighting for. Meanwhile, Pump and Epic Whale are slowly marching their way up and out of that desperate situation. I'm seeing folks like Virgo and Shadow, though, like kind of on that line now. What's going on with them?
This is dangerous, isn't it? This is very dangerous. You can see 2 of our lower down teams fighting right now. It's Pump against Virgo. Virgo boxing him up. There's the shot as well. Virgo finding his first of the game, and of course that team's as well. It's all up to Epic Whale right now. Remember, Epic Whale's the one that went down earlier, so now they've had to get another situation. Look at Epic Whale's HP. No! That's it. They're out of match 8 right now. They've only got 2 more to break out of that top bottom 3.
And listen, if you're Virgo and Shadow, you are absolutely happy about that because that's a team that you want to just stay down there as you are teetering on that line, right? So you're actually taking out the right team in this instance to at least be able to extend your tournament life.
It's almost like doubles the value of those eliminations, right? You know, it's super valuable for those guys. Chino looking to try and line up a mammoth pistol shot as well. We know how good his aim is. Not actually going to take the shot though, but we can Seen these guys often operating in the storm right here by Logjam. They're quite happy in this position. They made it far in that last game as well. I suppose the zone was favoring them, pulling up towards Steamy Stacks. Not a massive rotation for them, as Malibuka looking for a sneaky play here as well. We've seen them getting very active early on in this game. Remember, taking down Epic Whale early on. Z-Dog and Goofy also getting very active in this game, taking down Sharp multiple times, which is some feat. Malibuka hits the shot, finding him inside of the box as well. Can he find the full knock onto Goofy or onto Z-Dog? Goofy's further back. Back inside of their own box, back inside of their own home, cocooned in there, and Malibuka says, no, that's my wall, that's my shot, that's my knock. Vico coming from another angle as well. Z-Dog trying to find any which way to get out of here, but he's stuck. He's trying to scurry away, but Malibuka and Vico, they smell this elimination. They find this opportunity. They need as many as they can right now because they're the ones chasing first. Goofy and Z-Dog, they're a team that are also in that sort of position to maybe take that top 7 spot. Looks as though Z-Dog's just about done enough here to keep his teammate back into the game. Yeah, Malibuka's going to get the knock onto Z-Dog, but of course Goofy is still in it. That was good play from Z-Dog.
Tremendous job by Z-Dog. And then I'm just thinking to myself, Mally, what are you really an IGL? Like, what are we watching right now? As he was leading the charge there, but Z-Dog, chef's kiss. Keeps himself alive for 10 seconds there while getting chased by 2 of the best players in the world.
And honestly, that's a skill gap within Reload itself, right? You know, of course, staying alive as long as possible in Battle Royale is important, but you don't get the reward of having your teammate back. In Reload, if you can keep yourself alive, which is definitely a skill gap, you can definitely go far in this mode. And I think that's why we're seeing them do really well. I think a lot of people would look at an OCE team and think, yeah, maybe not too much expectation on their shoulders, looking at a team like Alex and Reckless, who unfortunately are at the bottom of the leaderboard. You don't have high expectations of them typically, but they are exceeding those expectations.
We're doing so well. Well, PHN's got to exceed them as well for the Brazilian region if he wants to stay in this one, because Peterbot is on his tail. Nice 5th elimination now for Peterbot and Boyo. I think they've recognized top 7 for them is in the bag. They put the fries in the bag there, Miner. They got it.
This is the Peterbot and Boyo you don't want to be fighting. You never want to fight them, really, but when they've already got things secure, when they're playing with that level of confidence that we've seen from them, when they're patrolling the lobby, they're conditioning everyone else around them, they are honestly unstoppable.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how that Vadoru is going to play out for them. You know, Elite Stronghold clearly is a weakness or a weak point in their tournament strategy, but man, they've got this map on lock.
That's the thing. I mean, it's neither situation, I suppose, is going to be easy for them. You have so many other great teams in the lobby, but the thing that they do really well, and the team like Shark continue to do really well, is they can convert those end games into wins, which is going to be really important come Saturday's finals, because you need to win in order to actually take home the title here. So that match point's really going to shake things up as well. And the teams that are capable, the teams that will take those risks, that will go for hype plays, it's going to be absolute cinema. But of course, they've got to get there first. And based on today's performance, we've got an absolute spectacle coming up as well.
Well, if we were in a simulation, if we were in a world where it was the match point and we were looking to close things out, Shark and Teeny are in contention for that, as are Peterbot and Boyo. In theory, this could be one of those game-defining, tournament-defining moments. Just really showing you and highlighting what it takes and what it will take there on Saturday. But getting back to Shark and Teeny, he's almost repaying the favor at this point, because the other teams had the best of him early on, but now it's Shark who's fighting back.
They always get themselves back into the game. Remember, we saw Shark going down earlier on in the game. We saw them in difficult situations in the past. They just always seem to be able to find those extra limbs, and that's just almost the makeup of this team. So good at sort of comebacks, being able to get themselves into situations to win the game every single game. It's all well and good playing for those end games, playing for those placements, but they can always find themselves in a position to win. Peterbot and Poyer likewise, finding the limb onto Shadow right there. Virgo, of course, trying to escape as quickly as possible, trying to stay alive, of course, as well. Peterbot trying to hunt him out. Virgo's right there. Huge shot from the Mammoth Pistol from Peterbot. Trying to just find an angle. Actually, inadvertently hits the launch pad. Didn't mean to do that. Might have given Virgo a little bit of extra time there to get Shadow back into the game. I think Peterbot's understanding that and thinking, yeah, this limb's not for me. Let's go back into Zach.
Yeah, you know, as the zone started to close as well, the last thing you want to do right now is fight Virgo. That was a sign of respect there.
Yeah.
They did take down Shadow. They knew that for certain. You're like, do I really want to box fight Virgo? Maybe not. He does seem to be pretty nasty with it when it comes down to it. So not a fight you want to take in the Storm there, but hey, look, for Shadow Virgo, they have a lot working against them. They're going to have to figure it out. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero seem to be heating up.
Game for them. Really, really big game. Remember, this is a team that do find themselves inside of that top 7, not by a huge amount, but by an amount that they could get the job done potentially in this next game. This game, setting themselves up for that, is going to be absolutely huge. Put the Brazil region truly on the map, and of course into those finals. Currently the only smaller region team that find themselves inside of that top 7. That's one of those teams that we expect big things from in these sort of level lobbies as well. And as that clock ticks down, the reboots become impossible, and that changes things.
It's music to my ears right there. This is where things start getting really exciting now. And also for the players, reality sets in. There's no more messing around.
No more messing around. You go down now, you are out of the game. No reboots, no second chances. And as the time goes on in today's competition, those chances of playing games keep going down as well. So each and every one of these moments is of utmost importance and increasing importance, of course, as well. Mars and Sphinx quite happy to just dance inside of their box. Are we going to get an elim here, or are we going to get an emote? We're going to get an emote.
We're going to get an emote. We're going to get an emote. We're going to get a dance. Mars and Sphinx, they must have heard the comms earlier, like, hey, you want an interview? Can't give you that, but we'll give you this little dance for the fellas. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Boyo, just looking so good right now, playing for height, back with that into that like exuberating confidence here as they are looking to secure a potential other win. Would that bring them up to 4 at this point? I'm like losing track.
I think 3 maybe?
I
Yeah,
don't know,
3.
dude. It's getting crazy.
That's just a classic Peterbot and Boyo. You just lose count of all their numbers because they're just so astronomical. Another astronomical shot from Peterbot as well. Just the ability to find those shots, and what I'm noticing here as well, he does have that spray weapon, that combat SMG. He hasn't held that in a lot of those previous games, which gives Height another problem to think about. Whoever does end up on it, if it's not them, they're going to have that double spray down potential, which they haven't been having previously.
Notice what they're doing. Pablo and Chino eyeing up high ground. They haven't had a chance to really stamp themselves in this tournament with a win just yet. They're looking at it, and they're thirsty for a chance to do it. This might just be it. This is a really far pull here. It's a tough spot. Lua falls. That's a terrible spot to be in. This could be the moment that cracks things open and gives away their lead.
Absolute disaster for Lua. It's all about Romero right now. Peterbot playing spoiler to the rest of the lobby. Romero has to keep his cool. Just about getting into these placement points very shortly, of course, as well. So absolutely vital that they stay inside of this game because they need it to stay inside of that top 7 as well. Peterbot doing damage to everyone else. They've already qualified through. They don't care about how everyone else does. They just want this win. They want to prove that they're the best team here, and they're doing that with all of these incredible shots and holding on to Height.
If you're Romero, you cannot afford to fall now. Peterbot, Boyo, Hawks in the sky here looking for their next prey. Meanwhile, Pablo and Guccino, an excellent rotate here using that grapple, just splitting up from one another, really playing for themselves now. Pablo ends up in a scrappy little fight here, changes layers. Meanwhile, Chino just trying to stay up. Here's Romero's perspective. He's got danger all around him.
He does have good mats. Good mats there. He's got that med kit. He can play that as well. Really good mats. So he can play this game out. He can hold on to it, and you do need that in these LAN environments. These solo clutches become so important. Malabuka, Vico, a time to have a sip of water. They're inside of that top 3 right now. They're trying to resurge up the top of the standings, of course, as well. No Sif down there in the feed. Peterbot Poya still maintaining this high ground, using that overdrive effect as well. They're using that pad as well. We've seen this happen so many times here, Monster. They're skipping all of these late game zones. And this is how they're winning. They're maintaining all of those materials. They don't need to go down for those refreshes. They're able to hold on to Height really easily.
What's really nice about it is they figure that out after those 2 very rough games. They're like, wait a second, we're doing something wrong. And that's the little adjustment in the strategy. Well, here's someone that can't adjust much further. It's Romero. He's completely out of extra heals to shield with. Unless he goes down into the river, there's no other way for him to recover it other than getting an elimination here. But even that's very dangerous. You have players fighting all around him here. He just wants to keep a low profile and stay front side of zone. Meanwhile, Izzy also in a clutch situation. Remember, he came into this, he was in 9th place.
huge moment for Izzy. If any time to do it is the time, it is now. Shark, though, huge beam right there onto Vico. He's not letting anyone play up in the air right there. We saw Malabuka up there too. Malabuka now down on below, but looking very weak indeed. Peterbot Poyo going to have to settle for that low ground. Shark and Teeny are the team that are wanting to hold on to that high ground position. Malabuka, Vico having to expend a lot of those heals, but look at their material count when they go to their POV. So much materials there for them.
There it is, that elim that we were talking about. Romero actually gets one, and now he can even think about going for it, but no. Instead, he gets targeted there off to the side. He is just clutching up big points here. This is how you fight to maintain your place on that standing there. Romero doing a really good job. MCal behind the wall here. Romero doesn't quite land a shot, but hey, he's still in a tournament.
He's got no heals, though. He has to try and solo clutch this as much as he can, squeeze out as many of those placement points as he can, as all other players around the block go down. Romero does fall right there to the hands of Vico, who take that front side of zone. Now him and Malabuka from the skies to the ground. They are looking to take this low ground and take the game for themselves.
It's really good right here. 4 eliminations. We're on the ultimate end zones now. Just 2 zones left here. And from the high ground, it's Shark and Teeny, the dominant duo of the evening so far. It's been going back and forth. The conversation, the focus has shifted from team to team. And then you have Muzz and Sphinx rising up from the depths themselves as well. We might just get that interview that we were looking for, but first, he's got to fight his way through Vico. It's not looking too good for Muzz down low, as Shark and Teeny are putting that extra pressure.
They saw Peterbot and Poyo go back-to-back earlier. They said, we want some of that action. Shark doing exactly what he does best, spraying on down, holding the rest of the lobby down. Of course, that bridge is going to play spoiler for everyone down below, of course, as well. So going to be really difficult to get anywhere near that high ground. Malabuka no builds back a zone. There's Vico finding another elimination. That's their 7th of the game. The huge amount of materials now as well to claim that front side of zone. It's a 2v2.
Shark and Teeny have lost 2 games where they've had the high ground in the end game. Now they get a chance to redeem themselves, and it's up against Vico and Malabuka. It's like I'm dreaming to watch this fight happen again from Shark's perspective. Who's going to secure that first elimination?
It's all about Vico, Malabuka down low. They've already recovered this game. Shark and Teeny have been flying sky high. Can they close on down right now, though? They're collapsing on through. Shark hitting huge shots. There's Vico down. Malabuka's the last piece of the puzzle. Can he find the shot to close it out? Of course he can. They go back to back.
My gosh, the ability to make the decision to shoot the down body, secure the siphon. Now you can play the storm a little bit longer, and just like that, it went from, wait a second, this is looking scary, to give me a second here, Teeny, I got this.
That's what makes this team so good. That's what we've got to look out for.
Look at the fans. Look at the fans.
They're in disbelief, as am I. I don't know how they keep doing this. And Shark in particular, remember, he was going down a lot in those games. They recovered their game there as well. The ability in those end games to make those quick fire decisions. That's what separates some of our best teams from some of the teams that are fighting for that top 7.
Just reading the lips of some of the players we've seen on camera now. Muzz and Sphinx truly animated for a second there, but we continue to keep the focus on the top of the standings. Well, take a look, guys. Feel it for yourselves. Here's that play I was talking about. Boom, there it is. He's in the game. There's no pressure at this point now, as he's got the huge lead.
Bring up. Behind them.
Dead.
Dead. Yes, sir, build. Nice.
We got a nice. That was better than last time. We got a nice.
Improvements.
Improvements. They're excited. They're ramping up towards these finals. I think realistically now that really secures their spot here into Saturday's finals. And they're definitely going to be a team to be a force to be reckoned with, a team to take a look out for, because even those final few moments, you highlighted it, the ability, the understanding, that forward thinking from Shark to not go for the second player, to find that knock body first, to keep himself alive inside that storm via that siphon. That's what separates these best teams from the rest. And I want to talk about Romero there as well. What a solo clutch. Didn't make it into the later stages of that end game. But when you're a team from a smaller region, Brazil, you don't typically see them performing at the very top. So much of that pressure would have been on his shoulders right there. When Liwa goes down, you think, oh, is this the downfall? Is this the time they crumble? But they stepped up to the plate there.
My gosh, the resiliency that exists amongst the Brazil duos is impressive and admirable to say the least.
And again, you see it there. Romero just doing everything in his power to secure those elims and get that win. And even now, you know, we kind of have this moment here to really kind of take it all in. Here's a team that, again, coming in from NA West, Phoenix and Retro, fell so early there. You know, we've been giving them this platform. They had that opportunity to really show us, you know, what they're capable of, and then just came up slightly short.
Well, they won, didn't they? They got that win. Things were looking so good for them. Things were on the up, and it just became difficult for them throughout the rest of the day. So they've dropped outside, of course, of that top 7 a while ago. They haven't been able to claw their way back in. For them right now, it's just going to try and stay in the lobby, stay in contention for it, of course, as well. So I want to hear from a couple of our players. It's Vico Malabuka with Zeke.
Thank you, guys. We are here with Vico and Malabuka. We just had this fantastic game, and so, I'm sorry, you were saying something right to me before, right before we cut here. What were you saying?
You can clearly see like the 3 best teams in like Reload right now. You know, Shark continuing first. You know, Pete and Pollo in 3rd, us in 2nd. Yeah, I think like you can clearly tell. You know.
It's a little bit of a lead, just a little bit of a lead. Mally, do you agree with that? Do you feel like we have the 3 best teams in Reload? We know who they are. It's what he just called out.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. There's just no one else. Maybe there is like Sky and Skrull, but we'll see tomorrow with this room.
If they did make it through tomorrow, do you feel like Sky and Skrull will be a problem for you guys in finals, or is it kind of just like, we're going to keep doing our thing, and if they get in our way, we'll take them out?
Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing our thing, and then like I don't think they will be doing that good that they're doing Battle Royale, because Reload is really kills dependent, and they don't really get that many kills, so I think we'll be fine.
Talk to me about those final few moments against Sharkantini. Well, how does it feel to go against one of those other teams that in your mind is, hey, this is the top 3, to fight them? Is there nerves? Is there kind of a moment where you like, you know, like, well, talk to me about like the mental thing, like what's going up here?
I didn't even realize it was them. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was just some like, I don't know, decent team. I mean, we had no mats, like really no mats on low ground, so I don't know. If we had mats, I think we win that. They didn't play that too well, but yeah, didn't know that was them until the end.
Does that shift your perception then, or your, I guess, reality? If you did know that was them, would you play any differently?
Honestly, I did not hear what Vico said. Because
he basically said he didn't know it was them. He didn't know that it was them. If you knew that it was Sharkantini, does that change how you play?
Nah, it was kind of unwinnable because we had nothing on low ground.
Okay, well, guys, of course, best of luck. A few more games here. Stay in the top 10, or the top 7, rather. We want to make sure we see you guys.
Gravity Claw, bro, come on.
Classic, classic. With that being said, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Stay tuned, though. More EWC action after this.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome to the side of stage at the Gadia City Grid, where I...
Orange, turn!
You know when you've been tangled.
Here by Faisal. Faisal, talk to me about where you've traveled from. Where have you traveled from to be here today?
So I came here today from Saudi Arabia all the way from Riyadh just to support our team Falcons. Today we are playing Fortnite, so I hope the best for the boys.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, you've got arguably 2 of the best players in the game. You've got Pollo and you've got Peterbot teaming up right here on the main stage. It started quite slow today, but now they're picking up pace. What's the experience been like watching them?
Yeah, they did start slow, but we're believing in them. They are now getting back-to-back matches, so I hope the best for the boys, and we're gonna see you in finals, I hope.
Yeah, they're putting up a serious amount of points right now, but before I let you go, obviously, to enjoy these games, if you could send a message to the boys on stage, what would you like to say to them? Words of encouragement.
Yeah, guys, we're here supporting you. We're here cheering for you. We're gonna be here also in finals. I hope for the best for you, and we're gonna lift that trophy together.
Faisal, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Who's going to win? Team Falcon's going to win? Yeah!
Barney trying his hardest there to get the fucking crowd hyped up. And they should be hyped up regardless because that team has been performing well. Another team that's been performing well, Aurora. Remember, Aurora is in that club championship. Sharkentini currently just performing. And don't forget that if you are a content creator, go sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can live stream, just share this awesome stuff with your community, and you might be able to win surprises. Some of them being a PlayStation, it'll be a spa trip for 2. I kind of want the trip for 2, especially since we're currently doing duos. Scan that QR code right there. Make sure you guys go join the Esports Foundation program and see what you can do as a content creator. But let's talk about this last match. Levin, we've been talking about this top teams just continuing on the momentum. Is anybody going to be able to slow them down? And Sharkentini's like, we'll go back to back.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vico, sometimes we let Vico talk a bit too much and starts yapping away. But I think he was very right in that today we have seen the 3 best teams in the lobby completely roll through. And we're really just starting to get to the point now where we're eagerly watching that bottom 3. Like, who's actually just going home, right? These guys are good. They're going to qualify. They're going to make it through to the, the weekend final. Who's going home?
I will say, though, that out of these 3 top teams, they've all kind of come up to the top of the leaderboard in a different sense. Sharkentini really started off strong, then kind of had a slower middle, and then have been picking things up in the latter half. Where Peterborough and Pollo, they didn't really have that strong of a start. And then as things have gone, they have steamrolled. And then, of course, there's Vico and Malapuka, who, for some reason, we didn't really pay attention to, and they have just been so consistent throughout the whole thing. I love to see just the variety in the way that these teams can be at the top.
Vivid, you've been keeping track of that 7 to 8 spot right now, and that gap just keeps getting longer and longer. I'm pretty sure when we get a chance to see the overall, you'll be able to see exactly what I'm about to mention. But it's getting so big that right now 7 to 8 place is just separated by 54 points.
Yeah, it's super scary because it's funny that you kind of bring that up. Right now, we do have in 7th place. We're taking a look at Lua and Romero, and I was like, oh man, these guys have been doing so well. Like, how are they kind of on that threshold? And then after I saw that they were in 7th place in that last qualifying spot, then I went ahead and took a look at the points that are actually separating them, and that's where that point kind of comes in. Because in 8th place, Izzy and Nosif are 237 points. That's how many points they are on. And like you mentioned, about 50 points behind. So yes, that gap is starting to grow now between our qualified teams and our non-qualified teams. And Kelly, I got to talk about it as well, because I'm looking at Izzy and Nosif there in 8th place. In 9th place, somebody else has been in that qualification spot consistently throughout the day, but unfortunately has recently fell out. It's Booga and Braids in 9th now. Oh my gosh.
Listen, the shadows might be cast right now, but we always know that the lion will come and awake and will roar to everyone. Let him know that he is here to play. And still, Booga and Braids, let's say that they don't make it into the top 7. I think without a doubt during our game in 2 days that they'll be able to make it into the top 3 right there. But Booga, Braids, I think that they're going to be fine as far as it goes into the qualifications in the next 2 days. But if we're talking about these teams, Izzy and Nosif, I'm just shocked to see that they would go from a win to struggling where they are right now. And, gotta wonder, is it everyone else that's just making the changes that's kind of affecting them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they will be disappointed if they're not able to, come back and get into the top 7. But ultimately, the expectations for these guys weren't necessarily to be an outright top 7 team. I think when we start to look at that second page of the leaderboard, that's why I'm really starting to look at people like, hey, how have you allowed this to happen today? Look, I don't want to call out too many people. I think the biggest one for me on a personal note, Shadow and Virgo. I wanted to see so much more from these two. Of course, Virgo repping the M8. He's going to have so much of the home support. And I just expected them to thrive more in the chaos today.
Yeah, I think Booga kind of mentioned it the best when we were kind of talking to him prior to today, right? Prior to the start of the competition. He was like, listen, he feels like Reload is just all about who plays the end games the best. Shadow and Virgo right now are just not really making it there. I mean, I'm taking a look at some of their placements throughout the matches today. Only 3 times over the course of the competition, over the course of these 8 games, have they actually gotten into the top 10. Like what is going wrong preventing them from actually getting into these end games?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions to be asked there. The thing that's potentially scariest, when you look at the bottom of that leaderboard, Alex and Reckless, 20th, repping Power, repping OCE. Look, Alex, for the first time, I think in so many years, didn't qualify for the Global Championships, right?
Yeah.
In Battle Royale. Of course, we were sort of looking at him in this mode as, okay, if OC is going to show up, could he be one of those names? He's always getting put in that conversation. They just haven't showed up today. It's, really many questions to be asked to them.
Well,
Kelly, sorry, as I'm looking at those bottom 3 teams, I'm looking at Rejects, and that's important because Rejects is currently one of the teams that is in the club championship. They could end up getting eliminated on this first day and not being able to actually get even more championship points.
I mean, for Tomat and Mofu right now, there really isn't that too much of a difference between 18th and 17th place. I think out of those bottom 3, obviously it would be the one that's in 18th place that has the likelier chance. But I do think that there is still within contention, like the bottom 6, the bottom 7, it can easily fall in and out. It's not just the bottom 3 that are done right now. We do have 2 more games to go. Players can earn 100 points in a single game if they do have a crazy game. But you were talking about those end games, man, and we saw again from our top 3 teams just how locked in they are. Where you had it was Vico Malabuga that launched first. We had Peterba and Pollo that was controlling height, and then they launched, and then Shark and Teeny didn't launch at all. They just stole height. So what can you do? Everyone's controlling everything.
The thing I'm most keen on now is finally we've actually seen somebody hit, or a couple teams hit, over 350 points.
Yes.
Right? Of course, for the final, we're going to see match point for the very first time in Fortnite. You hit match point at 350 points. Again, if you are one of those top 3 teams, you know, you've proved you're very good today. Maybe you're almost like a trial run. How would we play if we activated match point right now and we had to make sure we won the competition over some of those guys? I think that'd be a good opportunity to practice that here.
I just want to say I was wrong, okay? I ended up saying, in my pick'ems earlier on, I ended up saying, I think that we're going to get match point on Game 7. We've just barely hit Game 7, and now these teams are finally starting to hit that threshold for 350 points. I also want to switch the focus a little bit more. We've been talking about those top 3 teams, but there's also a team that has been quite consistent, especially before this last match, and it's none other than Vitality with Gino and Pablo Wingu. Before this last match, they ended up being in 4th place and 2nd place too. They're starting to be consistent as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think there's really any surprise there, right? We were kind of talking about Vitality earlier on. I think they made it to 3 of the qualifiers for the Reload Elite Series, and they placed phenomenally. I think it was a top 5 every single time there for Chino and Pablo. So no surprise to kind of see them in that top 7. And you know, Vico's kind of talking about some of the teams that feel like they are already kind of guaranteed to qualify. Chino and Pablo are kind of approaching that threshold as well.
You know, I'm talking about the 3 top teams that are kind of controlling the high ground right now, but what Chino's doing really well is running that low and mid ground and getting a lot of eliminations where a lot of these other teams are kind of falling a little short. So that is another angle that they're able to kind of pull out on top and show why that's also a viable option.
Yeah, and this, I don't mean this in a bad way, guys, but
Okay.
I think they've probably been like the most boring team today. You know, like it's kind of just been like, not bad. They've been pretty good. They're consistently making it to end games. You sort of see them there. They'll pick up a couple points in awkward situations, and they're probably going to qualify through, make it to the final day, and you're going to be like, well done, boys. Good job on the day.
Actually, Levin, you want to talk about boring teams, and you know, boring has got to be in great quotation marks, because obviously if you're in the top 7, you've just been playing super, super well. But I'm taking a look at the top 7 now, and all of these teams that are in top 7, except for one, has at least a 3.75 average eliminations. And then there's Hari, and there's Cammy. They're in 6th place. They got 293 points, and their average elims is 2.25.
Shock. Cammy has the lowest eliminations of the top teams. I mean, what year is it? Is it 2021 or 2023? It could have been any of them. This has just been Cammy for years in Fortnite, and I guess it's good to see that, again, he can still find success playing that way.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here in the upcoming next 2 matches. Who's going to stay in the top 7? Right now, that gap to 8th place is starting to get even wider and wider. And for the bottom 3, I want to see them react during this next match.
Listen, Minnie, at this point, I'm looking at the way this is all starting to take form, and it's going to take a pretty devastating mistake if you are in 5th, 6th, or 7th in order to give up your lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're there for a reason. You know, the teams that are at the top of the table here are in there for a reason. They're teams that have been able to show that even when things aren't going their way, I'm looking at Liwa Romero, they are able to rise up to the occasion, which you need to do at this level. You need to be able to maintain as much as it is about rising up the standings. Of course, lots of teams just outside of that as well. And of course, on the other end of the leaderboard, Alex Reckless, Epic Well Pumped, Tomat Mofu, the teams that are in that bottom 3 currently. Things are so close down there. One big game from any of the sort of 4 or 5 teams down at the bottom end of the leaderboard could rocket them out of that bottom.
Then you have Rainy and Nalu just, you know, the Japanese duo just peeking on down like, oh no, it could be us too. So it's going to be pretty scary here. Sketchy times ahead of us as we jump in. Shark takes down Epic Whale immediately, then follows up with another one onto Chino, then follows up with shots onto Cammy where Braids finishes things up. talk about a hot starter, just really secure things here. Well played for him. He's not going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, they can still win the game. It's what they do. It's what they've been doing. Shark going down early on. More than capable of finding more eliminations and more things to play for in this game. Retro.
When I think about it, Retro, this is such a hot start for them, right? They didn't earn any points last time, and now they're clearing out their drop. Shark down, Peterbot down, Cammy down. He said, what, first, second, other teams, top 7, get out of here. They're making room for themselves.
So they're collecting trading cards of Fortnite goats. All the players are able to take out right here. Retro all on his own, more than happy in that position. You can see how much that's going to mean to them, of course, on the standings. They do need to have these sort of maintaining good games in the rest of this competition. Leo Romero, big performance, big show from Romero in that last game. Just going to breed a lot of confidence for these guys, particularly Leo. Just a reminder as to why you're playing with your teammate, why these guys are at the top of the standings. Big performances so far from them. Just need to get into a bit of a rhythm inside of these end games as a duo. On the other side of things, of course, Izzy, Nosif, Booga, Braids, the teams that are just outside of that position inside of the top 7. Izzy all alone as well, having to fend off Peterbot, which is not an easy task whatsoever. Peterbot spraying inside of that wall, able to get the knock right there as well, but just in time, Nosif is able to get back into the game. Peterbot and Poyo, they are on the hunt. I think they see is that Nosif in the air next to them, so they'll keep on trying to find their way through this game, keep on pushing through, and keep on being aggressive.
He's just lining up Shadow there as well, but keep in mind, take a look at this for a quick second. If you missed it because you blinked, that's how all those eliminations came tumbling down. Meanwhile, though, Peterbot is still in the fight here with Poyo. They're just continuing to stay active. Peterbot gets hurt, though. Opts to go for that free shield here. See how quickly bounces back. Meanwhile, Vico gets an elimination onto Braids. Peterbot falls to Virgo. It's just all unfolding here, and now the action really picking up the pace.
It's really interesting to sort of hear from Vico Malabuka. We don't tend to hear necessarily from the team that just lost the game from their perspective, of course, getting second in that last one. But it does seem like they're going to need to rely on a lot of those team chemistry vibes that they've been having so much throughout the time they've been playing together, as Poyo finds another one right there onto Shadow. That's going to be interesting to see how those guys can bounce back. They're sort of in that middle of the standings. They're not quite low enough to drop out of the competition, not quite high enough to break into that top 7 probably from this game, but they can put themselves in that position here after here in game 9. Malabuka and Vico, one LAN champion fighting another. Booga trying to find an angle. Malabuka finds it. Not enough damage really to do too much harm to Booga, who launches his way out of the zone. Malabuka looks for a shot, lining it up, misses the first, second one too. Not able to find it, and there we go, the third one. Third time lucky for Malabuka. Fourth time to try and close it out, doesn't find it. Looks as though they're going to be able to use this launch pad. Are they going to give chase right here to Booga, because Braids is in a bit of a difficult situation as well. They do. Booga out, Braids out. They're chasing that top 7, and their hopes rely on that last game.
That might be it. Like, unless Lua and Romero fall now, they are going to be so far ahead. There's only 2 games. You just dropped this one. Game 10, I mean, the math might not even be mathing.
That's the worst possible outcome, right? One of you goes down to one team, another one goes down to another. We've seen so many teams where they are able to stay alive, they're able to hold on out to get their teammate rebooted. When you're fighting 2 different teams, it becomes even more important. Reckless, though, another team that's needing a big game all the way down at the bottom of the standings. Shark giving chase right now as well. Can he find that final blow onto Reckless? Maintaining that momentum so well, of course. He's able to hit that shot. Where is Alex? And how is Alex doing? Because Alex now needs to stay alive to keep that team in the game and keep them alive right now, because this is a very important game. The bottom sort of 19th to sort of 17th, 16th, they're all quite close, whereas Alex and Reckless do have a little bit of ground to make up. You can see it on the leaderboard right now. They're just that little bit further behind, so Alex has it all to do right now.
Well, while we were focusing on that, Nosif and Izzy are also down. This is a extremely rough spot, but if you're cringing Voco, I mean, your eyes are lighting up here. What was probably an impossible scenario to find yourself in, now you just have a chance to jump in. I mean, it's going to take a hero's effort, though. You will kind of have to get up towards the upper placing points there, but Virgo, Shadow, this is a fight to not get their keys crushed at this point in time. He stays alive just long enough to get Shadow back in the game. It's really unfortunate too. They started off so hot and just slipped on down.
Difficult because they need to sort of shift their focus now just to staying in the lobby, making sure that they can play on Friday at the very least. Peterbot and Poyo don't have to worry about that whatsoever. They're continuing to plow on through this lobby. 4 eliminations now for them. They are living life on easy mode when it comes to actually qualifying through. They've got the job done more than happily, you have to imagine here as well, realistically. When we come into this, it's not, I suppose, done and dusted realistically, but mathematically, they could still lose it, but it's Peterbot, Poyo, Goofy, and Z-Dog. They're a team that sort of in the middle. Can they find themselves an opportunity to break into the top 7? This game's going to be the decider of that. They got Peterbot and Poyo on the wall. This fight could mean more to them than just this individual game. It could mean their entire qualification to either the survival stage or, of course, qualifying straight through to finals.
That's right. They're the next best up behind Cringe and Volko, and by a pretty significant few eliminations. So it is going to be important for them to continue to pop off here. Meanwhile, Muzz, Sphinx, again, sitting very much comfortably in 4th place right now. Have a fight of their life ahead of them. Is Shark and Teeny. Shark and Teeny have obviously and clearly been fired up, but Muzz and Sphinx are playing very, very well themselves. So I think Shark and Teeny should be able to meet their match here. We have NA against EU. Nice job for Shark there to open up on Sphinx.
What Shark's so good at is just sort of herding his opponents into the same area, into the position that he wants to find them in. Getting that free piece, getting that positioning, conditioning the fights as well. And you could see that Muzz and Sphinx falling right into his trap because he was almost ushering them into that position. You can see what it means, though, when you're on the opposite side of things. Muzz and Sphinx have to now separate. They've got to do things solo. Shark and Teeny looking to try and close on in. Shark looking for the shot, not connecting in that instance. 2 of the world's best fighters going head-to-head right now. Shark definitely, you have to fancy in this situation. So many angles being covered, so many pieces being controlled, and Muzz is just trying to escape. He's trying to scurry away, but there's only so much you can do against Shark. He's got him in the box. He's got so many of those walls, but Muzz can escape right now, and this is the danger for Muzz. He doesn't have this piece control. He's trying to scurry away.
There was a point in time where Muzz would have been the fastest and most mechanical player in the world, but this new age and Shark and Teeny are just a different breed right now. Hey, Muzz, we love you. We respect you. You're still in 4th place, but man, Shark and Teeny are looking different.
What's the difference? You know, we're not talking about 1st and last. We're not talking about 1st and 50. We're talking about 1st and 4th, right? Levels difference in terms of fighting ability. Shark showing exactly how far he has come and what he means here on this global stage. Had a little bit of a wobble in the last major. We didn't see a great performance from them in day 1. We didn't see the star-studded performance maybe some people were expecting out of them in the Major 1 Summit in the traditional sort of FNCS track, but I think shaking off a lot of those nerves, particularly for Shark, making his first LAN earlier on in the year, now LAN number 2. Expectations are so high. So for them, it's all about maintaining that calm, maintaining that positioning that they find themselves in.
Everything on the line right now for Epic Whale and Pump. No points earned. One of the first teams to get kind of picked off. You saw there to the hands of Shark. Things haven't looked much better since. I mean, the loadout extremely scrappy, even for a reload tournament. This is just shambles all around the board. They're just really, really struggling here. But hey, one good end game and they will jump up and bounce over. They can make the leap here and put another team into a dangerous situation. Malabuk and Vico, while we were kind of looking all around, they're already at 7 elims, so just creating terror on the field here.
Shark and Teeny, again, continuing their plowing through the lobby. It's what they do best. It's what they're happy to do. It's where they feel most comfortable. There's Malabuka looking to try and take out his EU counterpart.
A little classic.
Love that. Yeah, that's like OG Fortnite. Straps right there, isn't it?
Little classic. You love to see it. Back on over to Shark and Teeny as they are our muse for the time being here. Zone 6, where most teams are not going to be looking to do anything crazy. Shark and Teeny quite literally have nothing to lose at this point. They will be the thorn in all the other team's sides at this point. Phoenix and Retro managed to somehow kind of stand things off while all that was happening, though. Pablo and Chino end up falling here. Is that going to be enough to actually put them in any dangerous situation? I doubt it, though. 330 points, pretty strong lead they have right now. Need to happen twice, actually. If Pablo and Chino had an early foliage like that twice, it could be really, really bad. So they're the first to fall inside of our top 7 duos. Here's a look at the map. At least we got some land in play. Right?
Yeah.
A couple of those games are pretty rough to kind of kick things off. I've noticed that now things have kind of gotten back to somewhat of a more standard type of zone play.
Nico Malabuka, 7 eliminations, but looking low on the HP realistically for both of them. Looking for that siphon, particularly on Malabuka to try and get their HP back up. It's all about building that confidence ready for them. Look at that though, Goofy and Z-Dog causing them trouble. Now Vico down to 9 HP, that ticking, that timer in all of the players' ears. Reboots now ended.
There it is. No more rebooting back into the game. This reload format keeps things super exciting though for us as teams are still fighting now. And if you get taken down, it's a worst case scenario for you. And then you have someone like Shark on your heels here. Teeny's gonna go and finish up Phoenix. Pressure coming in for the rest of the lobby. Teeny's very hurt. They have almost asked for the lobby to look this way. This is what happens. You get into too many fights here. Gotta be careful, but look at that. They buy themselves a little bit of time. Alex and Reckless likely steal the loot from down there. That'll be really good for them. Remember, they are dead last right now. They literally need something. They need a top 5.
It is time. It's time for them to show up right now. We haven't seen much from them throughout the day. They've not really shown us what they can do and what they have been doing on their home region. Peterbot and Poyo. We've seen them, of course, doing exactly what they do best in this game. Looking for height here again early on. Identified the fact that they can hold on to it. And Peterbot with the Mammoth in hand, looking to do so much damage, missing a couple of shots in quick succession, but hitting another one, actually dropping himself down right there, but they don't mind right now. They're sort of banking on that zone, pulling back towards that southwest. So if that does happen, expect them up on height again. And remember, this is a team that just have been playing these endgame zones so effectively well. Looks like Shark and Teeny, though, they're not allowing them to have this higher positioning. Shark and Teeny want it for themselves. 2 of our Titan teams going head-to-head right now. They're going to have to settle for that lower ground positioning. Peterbot down, getting sprayed from all angles. Poyo looking as though he's weak as well, and they both go down. Peterbot and Poyo eliminated. Shark and Teeny are the team that take them out as well.
This has to be motivating, frustrating, and everything in between the range of emotions of those 2 words I just mentioned for Peterbot and Poyo as they start looking towards the grand finals. I think they know who they need to try to find a solution for, because Shark and Teeny are running away with this group stage.
They are, and remember, it's the mental game as well. That's the game that they were winning when they were dominating NA Central. It's the game that they keep on winning. And right now, they lost that mental battle. Epic well with the rebooted loot, the reloaded loot that you get from when you respawn on in. As we get to take a look at how that fight went down. Peterbot Poyo versus Shark and Teeny, star-studded fight. Again, Shark having that piece control, having that ability to take them out. And another one. That's what Shark does. That's what he's built for. That's what he's made for.
For Lua, for Romero, this is their moment to break so far ahead that they can secure their way to the finals. Can they do something big here? Meanwhile, Malabuka Vico, of course, still keeping pace. The last time we tuned in with Vico, he had this low amount of HP, and it hasn't changed much since. Pump, though, the tournament is on your back, my friend. How far can you push it now? You are on and knocking on death's door, and down he goes inside a 10th. It was further than any other game, though, so at least he gave us a little bit of life here. Malabuka Vico, though, still in the game right now, in the ultimate low ground here. Just trying to find their footing.
Yeah, they're looking for a refresh right now. They need that siphon, which they get. Malabuka, that's going to be huge to keep their hopes of staying in this game alive. But as I say that, Malabuka down. Shark and Teeny still flying high up in the sky. They are looking on down to the rest of the lobby. They want to close out yet another victory royale. These guys are running the show right now. They've taken out their direct competition. They don't want just first place. They want first place by an absolute mile. Liwa, Romero, they need to take advantage of Pablo and Chino going down earlier in the game. This is a huge game for them, but crucially, Monster, they're here as a duo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at this point, they're going to be able to spring and jump their way up the standings here. Just continue to kind of have that cushion against between them and the rest of the pack. Shark, Teeny at 14 eliminations and counting. They got the high ground. And just with a staggering amount of dominance here, there is not another duo in sight that can stop them at this point. Muzz and Sphinx here take down Vico and Malabuka. That's going to be it from them inside the top 5. Sphinx and Muzz continue to rock their way up. Lua goes down. It's up to Romero to do a little bit more, but Sphinx is firing up here.
You know what? Z-Dog, Goofy as well, still in this game. They're healing inside of the Storm. Romero, Lua, they are out. Sphinx looking to try and make this game count, of course, as well. Teeny up on height. Goofy and Z-Dog trying to go for height. Teeny says, no, 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 this is our domain. We're not letting you up here. Z-Dog now has to do it all alone. This is a huge game for Z-Dog right now. They're trying to break their way into that top 7, remember, as well. So much of their direct competition are hip to hip with them. So Muzz has to try and go for height himself, looking to try and take the game for their own. Muzz and Sphinx, a healthy duo, but Sphinx goes down to the hands of Teeny. They are an unstoppable force right now.
Hey, Muzz can still do this. They almost have the chop right there. Shark and Teeny are out of shields here. They're just healing. If there's one player that could have did something big, it would have been Muzz, but in the end, Shark and Teeny, I mean, at this point, have just really showed us what they are all about. The 3-peat back to back to back. You know, I thought Peterbot and Boyo just had the map on lock, and then you just got these boys playing so well.
It's just unbelievable. Every single time you just think, yeah, surely now, right? They're going to have to settle for a second or a third, but they don't. They do not settle for those positions. They want those wins. They want to show the lobby, and I think even taking down Peterbot and Pollo in that game, they're a team that want to win that mental game. They're a team that want to show that they are better than Peterbot and Pollo, because yeah, they've already qualified through. They're chilling. It's not about qualifying anymore. It's about showing. It's about proving. It's about dominating, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, the crazy part about all that as well is the more experience they earn in these LAN environments, I mean, the better for them in the long run. Well, here's Muzz, here's Sphinx's perspective. Shark and Teeny, of course, dominated. We'll get to hear from their POV. I don't expect much, but we might get a little something here.
Mana. 100. Dead.
Nice.
4 builds. 0 builds.
20, 20. Yeah, 5 builds. Take. You're healthy, you're healthy.
Wait. 1 HP, 1 HP.
Not a good job, not a congrats, not a well played, not anything.
Radio silence.
I don't think he blinked. It's crazy.
It's a fun game to play at home. When they win the next game, what are they going to say, if anything?
Over, under, on. Just stone cold expressions at this point. I mean, the tournament might be over. They're going to be in first. They might just walk out and ignore Zeke's interview altogether. We'll just see. Well, we're just having fun here. You can see the expressions on players. The game planning. For some, I think they feel like, hey, at least we're not going to get our keys crushed here. They'll start looking towards a survival day. For others, it's like, what can we do to not get our keys crushed? Either way, though, I'm going to take a second to go find myself a Flowberry Fizz. Then when we get back, we'll have more Fortnite action.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Oh, it feels so good to be here on this stage with one of my greatest friends in this scene, Jacob PR. Jacob, it's crunch time. We're going into that final game. We've seen a lot of Fortnite today. You were calling some of the games. Anybody sort of you're looking at in this last game to really step things up now?
Yeah, I'm looking at somebody that multiple people have mentioned throughout the weekend. I heard Clicks mention him, Peterbot mention himself. I'm looking at Bugha and Braids, the World Cup champion. I know I mentioned like Epic Well, how long he's had been and his tenure is. Bugha won the World Cup. He qualified in the last game of his qualifiers just to make it here. And why not have a little repeat today?
Of course, I think we were also excited to see him playing here on this stage. I'll be honest though, I did walk past them. They just sat to the right of us. I looked at Braids, I said, are things going thumbs up, middle, down, and he looked at me and he said it's a thumbs down right now. So it's gonna have to be better in this last game. And of course, they're one of those teams sitting just outside of being able to qualify in that top 7, right? They need a big last game here if they're gonna have to make it happen. You think they can do it?
I think they can. There is a little bit of a gap as well. It's not going to be easy, just like outplays your opponent. I do think they need to get a couple of eliminations throughout the course of their game while placing over their opponents by a decent margin. But I think they can do it again.
Look, on top of them, you have to look at Izzy and Nosif, right? A team that had probably a hotter start to the day. Of course, they had all the fans in here really cheering for them, really impressed with them. I obviously am a big fan of these guys, you know, repping from EU. I know a lot of the EU fans are watching them and hoping for them to put in a good performance. Unfortunately, again, it's just sort of slowed down a bit. I think they really need a big push here in this final game.
Yeah, I think for Izzy and Nosif, you know, when they're flying under the radar and people don't necessarily realize they're in the lobby or playing as well as they do, they perform phenomenally. But in a reload tournament like this, where you almost literally have to take out your competition in order to qualify, in order to win the finals as well, it just makes them a little bit more noticeable. They kind of put a target on their back by playing so well and coincidentally. So I do think they're kind of in the same boat as Bugha and Braids. They have all the potential in the world, but they just might need to pick up eliminations to close the gap.
I think the thing that gives me a bit of confidence for Izzy and Nosif is in EU, a lot of the time they have had these late game resurgences, right? Where you get to a tournament, the back end of things, you think, oh, are they in it? Are they out? Are they in? Are they out? And they just roll through in that last game and really put on the show. And I think the great thing is here, obviously they have these amazing fans. I feel like the energy though from the fans, they need a bit more of that energy. Are there still any Izzy and Nosif fans in here? Any, make some noise. All right, I see some people.
Okay, I hear a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. So again, that's the type of energy they need. I think it's been so beautiful to see. Even where they're not, you know, on one of these French orgs like a Vitality or Gentlemates, I'm seeing so many of those fans just grouping around those guys and giving them that support.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to see them play like they have nothing to lose. Because in essence, they almost do have nothing to lose because they're so high up, it's impossible for them to get into the bottom 3. So why not just put it all on the table, leave no regrets behind, and hopefully make it directly to finals so you have a break.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this. So look, Paris, if you're ready for this last game, make some noise! Let's send it to the casters.
They are ready, as are we here on the casting booth. We've got one more game here of Group A, the first day. So many storylines here to pick up on, so many teams that are fighting for their position, whether that's to break into that top 7, whether they're maybe an OCE team like Z-Dog and Goofy looking to try and put their region on the map. As you can see in the top 10 right now, there are opportunities on the table. We saw Chino and Pablo Wingu. We saw those guys going down early in that last game. There are opportunities on the table. You need one of those top teams to go down in order to break your way through. But then on the other side of things, the bottom 3, you do not want to find yourself in that position at the end of the day. Reminder, the bottom 3 teams will be completely eliminated from the competition. So for the teams like Rainy and Nalu, for the teams like Epic Well Pump, Alex and Reckless, they are a team that need to break their way out of that. And for the teams that are just outside here as well, they need to survive. Everything comes down to this here, this final game. It's all about to go down. And for some of these players, this could be the last game they play. They've got to make sure it's not that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're holding down the ship here. You see the story. The stage has been set, and we are going into match 10 here shortly. This group stage, though, Mini, I just gotta ask you, it definitely set up for our expectations. The teams we thought that were, looking dominant, clearly, right, are now starting to show us they've just kind of taken this all away.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much of that dominance from some of our top teams, which we expected. And then you get some of our teams that maybe we didn't expect to do as well. Z-Dog, Goofy, just on that cusp of that top 7. What a performance they've been putting in today. Now is where it really matters. And I think this is the sort of moments in these final games when the pressure is on. This is where legacies are born. This is where the start of some of these players' stories can be forged. And for some of our top teams, for some of our big players, this could be where it all gets real.
And there's a lot of teams that might have it. And Vico obviously enjoying the moment, trying to live in it. This guy's just something else. Ever since he won that championship at the Summit, he's just really starting to blossom here. You'll love to see it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to wait much longer. We're getting into the final match of the evening here of the Fortnite Reload Championship here at the EWC 2026. This has been some incredible top-tier Fortnite. This is only the beginning for what's to come. Vico here to kick things off from dancing straight into the action.
Well, the last time Vico was dancing on LAN, he won it. So if your teams, you got to be scared of him. Of course, it's not going to be done today. The job's not done. Still got Saturday's finals, of course, to do that. And Seed does go down. Peterbot and Shark, not the two players you want on the either side of your wall. Is Shark going to dance here? Give us an emote. It's Peterbot. It's Peterbot.
Yeah, it's worse than that. He just stopped moving, looked at him, said, I don't need an emote for you to know what is happening here and now. It's really crazy how he's just kind of grabbing the competition by his own grips here. It's so insane.
It's his second LAN.
Yeah.
You'd think it would be his 20th.
Saw the quick pickaxe there from Peterbot. He's also having a good time here, clearly. Pub Epic Whale have some problems to potentially work with. Vico and Malabuka are in a fight right now up against, of course, Peterbot there. The Slippery Swamp remaining extremely active at this point.
Peterbot, Koyo. Battling it. Oh no! Peterbot down to full damage. That's not good. Malabuka gets a gift. Lovely job for him right now. Poyo in an awkward situation. It's been a little bit of full damage today. We've had a few full damage situations.
Saw that rocket launcher come out, and I just thought of Teeny again. I'm like, don't do it, buddy. He hasn't had a good hit record here on stream today. But wait a second, Malabuka pushing in. Little pump fake on the edit there. Ooh. Oh. He goes down. Look how fast Peterbot turned around. That's the respect. And Malabuka's hunting. This is your child, son. Oh my gosh. And he takes them down. Peterbot and Poyo are officially your first team in the fight. I think that's like a record for them, being the first team to ever fall in a competition, probably ever, right? That just doesn't happen very often.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Technically a 1v2 from Malabuka. A bit of a helping hand from the full damage, but a 1v2 nevertheless. Let's go, Malabuka. Let's see what they can do now in the rest of this game. They'll be looking at that first place spot, but unfortunately I think it's solidly held down by Shark and Teeny. Speaking of, Goofy inside of the box. Lots more on the line for Goofy and Z-Dog, as Z-Dog actually has gone down there to Teeny. So if Goofy goes down here, their hopes of breaking into that top 7 could be over. Shark getting absolutely beamed from another angle. That was Braids inside of that box. Cheeky from him. Shark and Teeny are looking at those angles and looking at anyone and everyone to go and chase. Good news for the Power Boys, though, in Goofy, as he's staying alive, and JFT Z-Dog can get respawned.
Yeah, you know, they just get to live to see another day here, fight another day. Goofy just playing in the cone now. This is a really desperate situation to be in as well. Really consider what's happening here. He is down to just a shock in here. You know, again, for them at this point, the last game here, the lead being so far ahead, they just don't want to get sent down and out to the key crush. what's going to take place after this. I was gonna call it a ceremony, but is it even a ceremony to watch your keys get crushed?
It's a funeral.
It's bad. It can be very bad. Nalu and Reino had that to deal with as well. This is the situation they're in. These are their cards they've been dealt. They haven't been able to perform up to par, and now they're having to deal with just trying to survive at this point.
Kari and Hammy. A team that you expect a lot from on land. This was a situation that we saw Malibuca get himself into, an absolute gift. Not only a 4 damage, but it's Peterbot, of course, takes down Poyo. Yeah, he took down Poyo as well. Definitely, it could be a 1v3, you could call that if you want. Lovely work from Malibuca there. That's what he does. Puga as well. Why not? Make it 4. That's what he does.
That's a highlight. That's definitely a reel in its own. Well, we put that one together for you real quick in case you missed it. PH Zin, Edson, though, 170 here. Again, teams that are very much on the bubble right now that just have to outperform, outpace that remaining competition, as anything can happen. Clearly, with Top's teams falling, their tournament position.
Dangerous, though. Look at this. Teeny, Mythic in hand. Mythic drum gun, no less. Alex down below. Alex needs to stay inside of this tournament. Remember, they are very much last place at the moment, and that's not going to help as Alex does go down. Had to try and find some white somewhere in the vicinity. Reckless trying to keep his team alive as well. The difficulty for Alex and Reckless, they don't just need to stay in the game, they need a good game here as well. So it's going to be difficult for them to make it happen, but, you know, if there's any time to do it, the time is now.
Yeah, it's rough tournament overall, but again, this map has proved to be at least marginally better for them.
Yeah.
But they need to do more. Last game, they got that little bit of an end game, had a sample of it. They need to see Pump in Epic Whale do it one more time in order to kind of leapfrog their way out of the Key Crush.
I think the difficult thing that I saw from them in the last game is we saw Epic Whale going down in that earlier stage of the end game, and Pump couldn't quite solo clutch. And I think what we've seen from some of the better teams, the teams in that top 7 today, is when they've been put in that situation, the Fragger has solo clutch. They've been able to squeeze out placement points. I'm not talking about solo clutch wins. Nobody here is capable, of course, doing that from right at the beginning, maybe Shark, but it's very difficult to do that. But just squeezing out a few extra placements, it's so valuable, and they couldn't do that in that last game. Izzy and Nosif, though, Jacob and Levin were talking about it going into this game. This is an absolutely massive game for them. They need the entire of France on their side right now, but unfortunately they've only got one player on their side for the time being. Izzy all alone, Nosif going down. I think for them, realistically, their sights have to shift in order to just staying in the lobby, which I think they've got more than locked down. Can they have a big win here? Levin spoke about it going into this. They have had these big games going into last games over on EU. They've been able to clutch up. Can they do it on land when the pressure's on? The crowd's looking at them. The country are looking at them as well in this lobby. Can they do it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, anything can happen at this point. If Cammy and Hari get caught out of positioning, out of place, Romero and Lua get taken down, Chino or Pablo fall, or, you know, all of a sudden now, you know, placement start to get, you know, looked at here. And then you have someone like Shark and Teeny, who, by the way, are continuing to run through the lobby. Things are going to be ending here tonight on Fort Crumpet. We're going to have a highly congested zone as, of course, everything goes that way. Look at what's happening here, though. Shark and Teeny had 12 eliminations, doing what other lobbies, other players in the lobby need to get done. But here's Vico. Little spam crouch for Shark there in the end. Malibuca, though, still on the hunt as well. I was going to say, for all I know, Teeny might just put his hands up and say, catch me if you can. You can't. There's that far ahead. As they've got this all but secured. But still, 7 elims. They're playing very well.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Teeny's really good at staying alive. We were speaking about it earlier, how important that skill is. Teeny's had this sort of reputation for a long time in EU as being that sort of solo lurker, trying to lurk around, try and find little shots. He used to lurk on surge bases back in the day. That was sort of the Teeny strat, landing in different locations. And I think that's honestly helped him in this situation. He knows where he can go as a solo. Vico Malibuca, though, they've spotted him out, not able to lurk for too much longer. Malibuca with that RPG straight into the box, but not actually doing any damage right there, just causing a bit of havoc inside of this area. Thankfully for Teeny, Shot would have been rebooted by now. Unfortunately for Teeny, he's losing a lot of HP. Vico from one angle, Malibuca from another. That's a difficult sandwich to be in the middle of. But unfortunately, they're going to lose that Mythic. as Vico is able to pick that up. Vico X Mythic X Endgame X Momentum. What can we see?
I don't have anything else to add to that one. I think you hit about every trait you can.
X dancing.
There you go. Well, with that, back on over to Izzy and Nosif. Hey, if they
Doop 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 doop. Hearts come so far. Everything can happen for a reason that is right. Everything will happen. Everything can happen. How are we all? Time changes time again. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Anything can happen. You can't take the pain. What is wrong with my laptop? Why do they keep doing that? We've had some fun, and now we're here forever. Ba bum bum bum. Ba bum bum bum. Anything can happen. Anything. Do, 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 do. Ring ring, he called me on the phone, then he rang me on the Discord to play a game or two. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready for the game? Oop doop doop doopy oop oop. Where's the... magnetic. Oh. Hello. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Hello, mate. I'm alright. How are you doing?
I'm alright, mate. Yeah, I'm
You have a
alright.
good time with your mumsies?
Yeah, really good time. And now my leg doesn't work. I'm all good.
Your leg doesn't work.
Yeah.
What have you done to your leg?
Told you this
Cramp
morning.
still?
Yeah, but it's got worse now.
It's got worse.
Yeah, I'm struggling to
What
put
were
weight
you
on it.
doing last night?
I just woke up and then stretched and that was it and got severe
Did
cramp.
you sneak to Ryan's room?
I did, yes. It was very pleasurable.
It's very pleasurable. Whatever that is.
It's a mix.
It's a mix of pleasurable and playful. I don't know. So you
Um,
still got crampy leg?
yeah, but it's not. It don't feel crampy now. Do you not like the pain when you get cramp? It
This is the after pain.
Yeah, and now I can't put as much weight on it. Weird.
You need to put a hot bag on it.
Nah.
Shut up.
It's probably gonna be like this for years, isn't it? All the rest of my life, though.
Well, happens when you get older, though, isn't it?
Limpy McLimpy, I'll be called.
I mean, my legs were sore today, just from the alcohol, I'm guessing. But
Yeah, well, that's
no
probably
cramp.
I reckon that's what's happened. It's
Yeah,
just
my
relaxed
legs
my
hurt.
muscles, and then
Yeah,
I've gone
you've
to stretch.
stretched. And it's just gone.
And usually I would stand out of bed to do a cramp, but last night I didn't. I was like, no, I'm not getting out of bed. I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah. Oh dear, you've poor Cammy.
I know. It's
Poor
fine.
Cammy.
Ah, we ready for a few games, mate?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
I like that a lot.
Let's see what tonight brings, eh?
Aye. Yep.
Where is my
Where is your what, sir?
remote?
I haven't played on this today, so.
What have you been playing?
I've not actually played out today. I've been streaming Fortnite esports.
Fortnite.
Esports, yeah.
I didn't even know they had an esport.
Yeah, Fortnite does, yeah. Apparently so. It's at EWC, so I was like, I might as well do that. So I've done that for the last 5 hours in the background while I've been doing other bits and pieces.
Very muff, pal.
As I get paid to do, not a lot.
No, there is that.
Well, I've been paid at least 10 cents for the whole time.
10 cents. Well,
yeah,
something.
Yeah, eventually I'll be able to pay for my flight. Be fine. Right.
Eventually, we'll put you on the TV. Well, do I watch you or do I watch Fuzzface?
Oh, Fuzzface.
I would.
I'm better.
You're better. Well, he's a Viking.
I got to do that. He's not your
Got
Viking.
a big bushy beard.
He does have a big bushy beard.
Good. Oh, okie dokie, Mr. Jones. Right. Ow, my ear hurts. It's very...
How was the work today? Was it better?
Kinda.
Good? Worse?
It was alright today, not too bad.
You missing
Sitting in
mine
office
though?
most of the day, to be fair. Yes, but don't tell him it.
Okay. Of course I won't.
You
tried to land up on top of the thing, you might still get up there.
Oh my god, you scared me. Did he make it?
The one's up there.
Oh, tell us the first game.
What am I hitting exactly? I can't hit the... Dude, I thought it was a scope on the roof then. So...
Really? What the hell?
In a minute.
Nail the hell out of him.
Where is he? Behind that pillar still?
It's on yellow, yeah.
Coming around now. Ugh! Better get in, I've got 3 bullets.
He jumped off.
No, he's behind that same pillar again. Now I've got a scope. I think he jumped off, I don't know. Oh, he's still there, he's in the same spot. I changed the 4x on the scope. What? It looks different. Looks better.
I don't know. I don't know if he's still there. If he is, he's just been a boring little fucker.
He was there a minute ago, I don't.
Someone's outside my building.
I don't have a gun
This
yet.
side.
I mean, get guns and a vest and stuff then.
Yeah, he's in the building. Leaving.
Your building?
No, I'm the yellow. Next to me.
Okay. He's still there. Oh, why did you shoot? I'm waiting for him to stop somewhere stupid.
Oh shit, I just jumped out the window.
There you go, look, mate. I'm peeking as best I can for you. On there.
I don't know where he's gone.
Mate, what is going on here? I bought or something on that. Because every time I peek, he stops speaking.
Surely a bot's not landing up there.
Headshot him as he ran. Dead.
Good.
Right. It was upsetting me. I'm not letting that guy get away when he's just holding like that. His mate's near you, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in the building next to me, but I haven't heard him since. So I don't know what he's doing.
How we... That's made me want to keep the volley after that shot.
You're not bad with the ball, eh?
Yeah, I'm not. If someone's better with the ball than usually win. I've got all sevens, but I'm not finding any guns. Do 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 do.
Do do do. Do 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 do.
You need a mini or out? There's a mini here.
I've got one, thank you.
He's not in that building anymore, yeah?
No, he's only picking up his tag. Picking him up. Got him.
Nice.
And he's picking up his mate's taggers.
Why, well, when he loots, ain't worth going up there.
No.
He's been in here as well. Okay.
They heard me and panicked over there.
Why not rubber one? They just jumped at me.
Yeah. Not the problem, it's me. Tea time.
I want the 7 LMG. Never finding one. It's fucking annoying. Let me guess, you've got one.
No, I'm on top.
There's fucking pickaxes everywhere.
I'm on the org to get warmed up a little bit. It's more bouncy, you know.
Yeah.
Not too much up here. No granada. Oh, one granada.
We are not in the zone, sir.
We have the
We have a car on the right. We do have a car probably on the left somewhere. Yeah.
Should we just vamos?
Yeah, I think so. Against the zone, play it like we would a ranked game. I mean, what landed here in a ranked game, but
Yeah, I don't have the same feeling as I did yesterday or the day before.
What do you
I
mean?
felt positive. I felt it in my my penis. I don't really feel it in my penis today.
You felt it in your peni and you don't today. Okay.
I might be wrong.
The guy just jumps off that roof.
But Monster Energy drink to try to wake me up a bit.
On energy.
I had a snooze at lunch in my car.
Really?
Didn't even have food. Yeah, I was knackered today. I was fucking real tired, so I 45 minute snooze.
Midnight's late for us boys nowadays.
A bit of drink. Just standing don't help. Well, that's probably why my legs were sore.
Yeah, probably. But anyone quit to stand, lad? It's nice.
That's fucking outrageous. Lagging.
What?
I was lagging a little bit then.
Okay.
No.
You bought the same building?
Yeah, like a millisecond after you did.
Nice. The audio's fucked up there. Doesn't sound like it's next to me. That's weird. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, right, it's put me off.
Yeah. Whoa.
What?
Doors are shut.
Good. Yeah, first aid finally.
I see bloody loads of them.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you needed.
To be fair, I have picked up 3 and I've only got 1 in my backpack because I don't know why it keeps doing that with first aids.
You silly goose.
You silly.
Zone's changed, we're on the edges.
Don't like it. I don't like that. We get. Where do you want to go though? I mean,
It's nowhere decent.
No.
What's that? Oh, that's that middle building, isn't it? That gets chaotic. I want one of them.
Let's go there. Cars coming behind us. No?
Nope.
How's that playing green?
Unlooted.
56 alive. Car?
It's
gone silent somewhere behind us.
Oh yeah, I hear it now.
What's he doing? Is it?
Oh, you must have popped his tyre.
Another car stopped on the hill at 150. Oh, he could sneaky DP up on me there, little bitch. Bodied him.
I can't see him, unfortunately.
Yeah, ran, boy.
Yeah, he must have popped his little tyre. Or someone did.
I was shooting at it, so I'm assuming it wasn't me. The guy had a bolted, huh? I was like, oh no, I should have shot him in the head. I was going for chest. You know any smokes? I got fucking.
I've got 7. We're not in.
Okay, let's go. Oh, where's my car? Let's see it.
Oh, there's spare ammo there, but there's no.
Let's try and play an edge
Let's get the
somewhere.
hill.
Yeah, where have you marked?
You randomly yellow.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't know if it's good. I'll hopefully find a ditch somewhere. Oh my. Is there any ditches?
Maybe the top over here.
Oh, houses. I'm looted, I think.
Oh, he moved.
Cars stopped below him as well, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, behind us. Warehouses.
Oh shit.
Yeah, warehouses and everything. Really bad spot. We need instant pickup and then we need to go. Can't stay here. We've got enough smoke down to get out of this before I can first aid up, hopefully. Get ready to go. Go. Starting where? Oh, what? There's buildings there. What the fuck?
I was just thinking myself, I was like, where can we go? And I was like, hold on, there's buildings here. Why don't we just go here?
Why did we not even check these buildings? There was people here.
I checked them originally. I did. I came over the edge and looked before we started.
Oh. Helicopter man just jumped out. Oh, I'm all left.
Yeah, to watch out behind us, like. Someone's got a eager beaver on me.
Ah. No fives. Oops. Out there, mate. He's been hit.
There's fives here as well.
Oh, right, okay.
On the balcony.
Oh,
wow.
What the fuck? Did you
Choppers
get it?
jumped off the balcony.
Wasn't nice.
The cars just stopped behind us somewhere.
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that, mate. That's a bad thing, because I can't look over there. You even pulled up by a car there?
He's below me.
You carried on.
But there is another guy. There's a ghillie guy.
Yeah, he's over here somewhere.
Yeah. That's...
What happened to that car that you pulled up? You never.
I think it was them. It must have been them. Because they didn't get shot when they were first.
Who's shooting me? Who's doing it? Tell me.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. He's not in there, is he? Oh, he's already run to the side.
Might be run right, yeah.
Unless that's one different. Must have been, yeah. Easily
Oh, there's a guy here, right on the hill. Oh, he put me to 1 HP. Damn it, I just jumped, I saw him. God's sake. He's on orange, pretty much. I was going to go for the car. Oh, someone's just downed him. From behind. Oh my god, you need to warm up, lad. There's one.
I do. I very much do. That was terrible.
Car's there. Car. If I'm you, I'd just send it into that building and hope for the best that you do alright. It's me.
I think someone's down here, don't know.
Well, there's not having much choice to you, really. Unless you want to head into the hills, yeah. It's probably, oh, I've not seen anyone. Oh my god, the car. Oh! Oh my god, the car tried to destroy you.
Oh, a comp. That was why I was missing.
Yeah, of course. Just to come. Oh, there's a guy here. I'm gonna say I have blue zones in there. He's going to the other side of the building, aren't he?
Oh, where do I not steal that kill? Come on.
Go through that one.
There's another team.
My God, he's picked that guy up.
I can't believe I didn't steal it.
Or did he die?
No, he just died now by the blue zone.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Johnny Depp that's downing people. Okay, we've come up against him a few times. He's a good player, but he's not brilliant.
Good.
I mean, he's got angles on you as soon as you step out of there, so you pretty much
Yeah,
dead.
this is just third person in somewhere. I can't see it.
Yeah. Proper using the meta.
Got all the fucking guns. I guess there's still a guy in there then. Getting it.
There's a guy waiting for you to come out of the building, that's for sure.
Apparently.
Well, Radcliffe FC have sacked them. Well, he's not sacked the manager, he's quit. They're bottom of our league. Yeah, they're bottom. They're rock the bottom of our league.
Yeah.
After 3 games, that's mental.
That was pretty bad. Wiggy wiggy wah wah wah.
Wiggy wiggy wah wah, West Gym West Desperate. Where are we going? Oh shit, you jumped. Where are you going? Where are you going? I can't see the market.
It's there. It's crazy that you can't see it. What the fuck? Open your eyes, brother.
His brother from another mother has opened his eyes, and I now see the mark.
Open up your eyes. Everybody can.
J perceiving.
There's a team.
Where?
With us.
That jump's worse than mine.
One of them is, one of them's not. But
Push me, I'm putting a C4 down, I don't care.
sounds good to me.
That was just a random solo.
What? Where's your one gone?
No, he's in the other building.
Two random solo.
I don't know if it's a random. No, I think it's. He's in the free stack.
Ah.
Little bastard's not putting a. Oh, there's two. There's two. There's one in the long and one in the free.
Hit the one going up the stairs and the three.
What, has he joined him?
I don't know. One's in the three though.
One's on dirt.
I'll have to change guns as well.
I want to get to his building, so I put C4 on it. That'll fucking.
Right, one's on the back wall.
Where's he there?
There. Don't know. I'm not doing great this stuff. This is.
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna loot while they're fucking around. Hey, grass on one. Found one.
And the other one's on grass.
Here he is.
Where is he?
On the wall on the outside.
Okay.
On yellow. Just on the left side of this shack. Been picking his mate up now.
His mate's in the shack.
Yeah, he's picking him up.
What, in the shack? Oh, right.
Probably, I don't know. I downed him on the outside of the shack. Got me kill.
I just killed him in the shack. I think his mate's outside somewhere.
Yeah, he was on the outside wall, but... So he hit me, man, to move. Flashing.
He's on the outside wall.
On the outside wall, yeah. Yeah, it's bad for me, that.
He's pushing your side, you should be able to see him.
Heard him. Can't see him though.
Nice.
Oh. Nice.
It's not my first rodeo, boys. I know how to flush you little bitches out of the woodwork.
Alright, I've seen a mini somewhere, so...
I need a hell. Oh, there's level 1, haven't you?
There's level 2 on that guy. Yeah.
Which guy?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Free bag with LNG on this guy. I'm glad I downed him. Fuck. And that could have been bad.
Bad to the bone. Bad. What's he got me? An LNG. Nice.
LNG. 7's one.
Oh, really?
And a level 3 bag.
I've not seen one of these for weeks. Yeah, look at it. Oh, it's the no, it's the 5 one.
It's the 7s.
It's M249. What you on about?
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't take any 5s off him. What the fuck?
There's no 5s on him.
Yeah, I didn't take any of them either.
How bizarre. I need
That's why I was assuming.
I need
He must
boosters
have
anyway.
bought it. I got one of each. And let's see. Where did I drop the mini? Dropped it for this gun, the subby. Where did I drop the subby? Is that in here? Where the fuck did I do that? Where did me mini gone? Where the heck did I put it? Oh, it's there. There you are.
No, not boosters.
Drop me one.
Yeah, are you getting the tags in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll go.
Look for as many 7s as I can find.
Yeah, there's quite a few in that building there. Oh, god damn it.
Should have just said your second building and then got them.
Come on, level 3 vest. Oh, helmet, actually, not level 3 helmet. Come on, level 3 helmet.
Perfect. Got them now.
Level 3 vest, okay. Not terrible. Not terrible at all. Ah! Get a building. Whoop, 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 whoop.
That solar's randomly dropped on me.
Yeah, I didn't see that. And then I saw them two.
Tried to crouch past the building. I was like, what are you doing, mate? You know?
My little monkey. Challenges. Oh. A lot. Dailies for the dailies. Painkiller. One more helmet, and that's it. Easy fun. Easy. Everlasting love. Doors are shut.
It's looking good, isn't it?
No. Yeah.
What? Yeah, no?
Yeah, you're fine. Oh, that upstairs one was dark and it looks open from the side.
Okay, nice.
Until I saw the letterbox. What the hell? Seven's in here.
Nice.
On the red zone.
Mini in here.
Mini.
Mini. Oh, 6x perfect. I didn't have a scope. You know, red dot.
Mini. Yeah, so.
It's first aids everywhere anyway if you run low.
I've got 4 and 18 bandages for some
More
reason.
5s in here too.
And extended mags and a red dot are the only main things in here.
Yeah, I need both of them too. And my first extended. Oh no, I don't need an extend. I'm dropping it on the floor. Oh, nice. Oh my god, I'm outside of the red zone.
Helicopter.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out what's better gun. AK or that. Ace.
I'd say the ace.
They're very similar for range.
You've got to take all the attachments more as well when you do find the gun.
Yeah,
so fucking shitty hollow.
Parachute's coming right at us. Stop now.
Why can't? Where's he gone?
Guy go landed. I don't
Landed behind a tree and I can't see him now. Of course, everyone's shooting at.
Oh God, mate, get indoors.
Everyone's shooting at Robbie. And the car driver shooting at me, and then these fuckers start shooting at me.
Yeah, car on the right stopped as well.
What is it? Can't see it.
I don't know where the guy on the left is. It's concerning me.
I can't see the guy on the hill. What? Car behind us.
Oh, that's boosted done.
Oh, okay.
What? Someone in that smoke.
Yeah, no, I just can't see him.
Who was he in the car?
Yeah, I killed his teammate.
How did he? I don't know. But
He stopped in a terrible place.
I don't think he meant to stop. I think he was the passenger and just couldn't.
Why is that guy not shooting now?
I don't know. I'm shooting them guys off.
Oh, it's a dead body, is it? He died.
Is that what happened to him?
I guess, yeah. Where did I kill that guy? Is he lootable? No one's across from us over there, are they? No.
People
Where did I kill the guy? I don't think it's safe. Nah, there's no point. Oh, we're not in zone, by the way.
Okay, let's go then. I don't have any health, that's my only issue, isn't it? I'd like to have looted.
Yeah, so... Who put that bloody door there?
I need to wish I'd pick the say now. I should probably go better with that.
That's where we're going now.
Yeah, we'll just send it in a minute. So what's that? What happened there? Oh, it's great.
Yeah, no, I was putting a heal on.
I don't have any of them. Just bandages and first aids.
Got two, so there's one.
Yes.
Oh, it's this. Oh man, we need our buildings. Chance of getting that.
Very good.
Win. Do you want to go for that side or this side?
Yeah, that. Head to the middle of the road. Head to the middle of the road on my mark, and then we'll decide. Depends what side's free.
Just one shot.
There's a car rotating towards yellow now. On the right side.
Doors open on the left.
Ah, great, mate.
Fuck me.
Hit him.
Car
here,
here.
yeah. No one's shooting us from the left, though, are they? No one is shooting us.
Push the left building, the right side a bit.
Can do. Yep, I'm getting shot from the right. Oh, for fuck's sake, they just took that building.
Typical. Well, we're alive.
No helmet, but I'm alive.
Yeah, mine's one shot. Why they be mean?
Oh, I don't know why they would do that. Where are they throwing them? I don't even know where they're
I've
going.
dropped my helmet upstairs.
Where the grenades are going exactly?
Who's that?
Right, I'll go down every time I get shot now, because... Oh, fucking hell. I keep forgetting I've got a multi!
Mate, the fucking how many nades have they got? Is he downstairs or upstairs?
I don't know, I'm shooting with the team.
Did they get out of the car?
Yeah, they left, they left.
Just downed him.
Yeah, I know. Can't down anyone right now, I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, this is awkward, this. What the fuck? Oh, there's a care pack right next to us.
Where?
Outside. It's difficult.
Oh,
but it's, yeah, I got him. Hey, 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 hey.
Which guy?
In the field. Always kill.
Found someone there. Oh, get in because he's behind the rock. I've taken 2 tires out on that car.
Yeah, I was shooting him as well. So he's got these 2 little scallywags next to us.
I hear the car, I just don't see it ever.
Guy close. Guy very close.
Where? What side?
Outside the front. 2 of them, both of them.
Pushing up because I'm flashed. Oh, I nailed this guy here as well. The 2 routes both here. Crawled in the building, but obviously they're chasing me in. I'm gonna hide here. Into the front. Nice. Nice, mate. Why is it so dark in here?
It's my smoke.
It's black.
And it's dark blue.
Whoa, it's like tripping me out, lad. I need fucking heals now. No vest now. Any bodies here? Why did you kill everyone?
I'm on 1 currently. Oh, red dot. Nice.
Oh yeah. I don't even look for.
No, we're not in the zone, but doesn't matter. We're alive. Where am I? B.
We are at the minute.
I think. Did I hear a footstep then? In that one?
I think
Maybe.
so, but I don't
Keep
know.
an eye on that.
No, 7s. Oh,
I've got
no.
10 smokes. Do you need the smokes?
No, I just put 4. I've got 4. What do we do now? How do we get in?
Alright, I'll be honest, I don't know.
It was a freshy vest here. A new one.
Well, it's right by the care park.
Oh, no, I've got a helmet too.
There's an arm if you want it.
No, I'm alright. Where do we go?
I don't know, this is terrible.
I think by that car. No, the car's not in. What the hell is this zone? What? That's you.
I've only got 3 of these. What the hell? Is people behind us?
Oh no, I don't think so.
And someone's shooting behind us.
Alright.
Got him.
I'm
I think you
digging
shoot
anyway.
someone else though.
Probably,
Yeah,
but
I've got one there.
we need to get zone.
I'm in zone. I'm gonna wait for the. I think there's another guy behind. He's shooting someone. He wasn't us. I don't think. Ah, there you go. We got a car.
You got him?
Yeah. So obviously another one about somewhere. Still driving. Yeah, he's still in the car. Oh, damn, nice, you're in.
The room, don't worry.
The guys stopped above that, kind of. Jesus, I got no decent. I want a shovel.
Where can you go with a shovel? I've got, you can borrow
No,
mine.
actually, I'm not too bad here. I'm not too bad. I'm pretty. I can't move. I can lay down. I'm all right. There's obviously people over there. So. And I'm feeling good. Bow, bow. It's a solo up here somewhere.
Yeah.
Let me check the things. So someone was shooting. Number 9. Yeah, he's still alive. What are you doing?
Digging. dig.
No, I hear a noise. I look to my right. He's like crawling up the stairs.
Rolling?
Yeah. It's a strange little boy.
I knew that guy wasn't up on that hill. I'd be fine. I'd
Yeah,
stretch
no,
out.
I'd be moving. Yeah. That's...
We'd be able to take on loads of space over.
Oh, I can see that guy now.
What guy?
Market. Over there. See a man over there.
Oh yeah, if he stops moving, I'll fucking nail him.
Yeah, I can't do much. Oh. Oh. Well, I guess he's got his textures down because he can see me.
Yeah. Behind the rock now, though.
Well, I've got 5 smokes. I'm just going to have to continuously smoke.
Well, I'm gonna have to get us in by digging.
Oh my god, he hit me.
Get in my hole, mate. There's loads of space.
Nice.
Right. Get in behind me a second while I fucking get us a bigger roll.
I can move now. You down one. Oh. This is cute.
Yep.
Need to dig inwards, mate. Dig
I'm trying. Not as easy as you think.
Helmet of vest damaged.
Yep. I could do with moving forward, but I'll wait. Nice. Oh, it was just the helmet that needed doing, mate.
It said I could heal you with this.
Yeah, it was only 1 HP needed on that one.
That's fine. I've got my last one. Only 5 people left.
Well, I'm fine.
So I guess there's 2. Is he dead yet? Where's this? Where's my thing gone? Number 9 is still alive. So solo on the right's alive. Us 2 and then 2 more. Have you got us in yet? Not
I'm
quite.
in, but there's guys below us. I see them in the smoke down there.
Oh, I'm in here. Oh, nice.
I think the guys on the left are the guys at the bottom.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
And
who
the
else?
solo? The solo, number 9. Was who was on our right somewhere, wherever he's gone.
Yeah, they're smoking down there.
Hit him 3 times.
Oh, solo will be down here. He'll be in the shadow somewhere.
He'll be on the right, yeah. Yeah. Ugh, nice.
Sees now. Yeah, they've got all the space, which is a problem.
That guy's gonna kill me, I reckon. Oh no, he's not in the shack anymore. Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
Guy running to this tree. Yeah, I killed them guys.
Guys behind the care pack. Yeah, fucking molly him. Perfect. I hit both of them, but not much on the left. Guys, go on, lad.
Come on, that felt good.
Hell yeah, that was good. Hell yeah.
Thought that boy could beat me like that, not a chance.
I don't know why he's going for his mate.
I think he wanted
I
the angle. I don't know. Right, I'm just gonna ring Liam back. I'll ready it low. Right then.
That was quick.
Yeah, she sent me a message as well. I just said, no, I don't want any food, thank you.
No?
No. Trying to be good. Right. Oh, that felt good. Still not sure about Baltis. It's nice when you put someone down, but...
You did well, you're hitting your shots.
It's just hard to finish anyone with a Balti.
Yeah, it is, unless you get in there, this sort of fuck around, takes forever.
Los Leones. Ow.
Lord have mercy on my soul.
Yeah, okay.
One more like this one, then ranked?
Yeah, we should already be on ranked. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I was going to suggest it, but then you went off for a phone call, so I was like,
Okay.
well,
Let's go aggressive.
Yeah?
Let's go straight for the people.
Ooh-wee.
Ooey.
Ooh-wowee.
Ooey.
I'm not one of them ooh-woo boys.
Counter-Strike.
Yes, too.
Oh, well.
I really don't want to use the LMGs. We kind of just have to in ranked, really.
You have to use them everywhere.
No, I keep wanting to,
sorry,
but it is so annoying. They're so good. Right, what's going on?
I mean, I would say you can use them in normal because.
Yeah, but I kind of want to use other guns to get warmed up better. They don't warm me up. I think they'll do it. They don't do well.
Power again.
Guy landed on the crane.
Yeah.
He's missed the crane.
Oh, he's still going. Plop.
Oh no.
No, he didn't. That was
he must have survived, yeah.
I saw them molly. Is he dead?
Yeah. Must have saved at the end.
Must have. I just need to get loot. Guns would be handy.
Yes, guns would be handy.
Oh, I've got the gun. Finally. You need a comp?
I will do.
Okay.
At the moment, not doing too hot for anything. Oh, a guy next to me. When did he get there?
Is he pushing you?
I have one mag in my gun. No, not pushing me yet.
Yeah.
Need more ammo though.
Where is he? Yellow?
Yeah. Come on. Ammo, please.
We can pan house out building. Who's right there as well? Too high. Damn!
Alright, it's across the road now on my side. Can't
He's
get in.
onto your side.
Yeah, that small building next to me.
Okay. Nearly downstairs, so getting ready to push. I'm just pushing to the other building. He's in this one here, yeah?
Right next to me, yeah.
Okay.
There's a sniffer guy, don't worry about him. Everyone's pushing me now.
What, from this building?
Nading. Watch out.
I don't know where he is.
In the back room. But no way did he know I was in there! What? My god.
What? Sorry, I meant.
Fucking dick. I don't know how we knew I was in there. He shut the door and then I ran to the bathroom and he somehow put the nade perfectly, man.
He actually died. Oh, okay.
Another team, another guy behind you.
Which way?
Behind you.
Over here?
On the left, yeah, to the left a little bit. There, around about, probably on the other side of the building to your right, the yellow building. Opposite you now,
Oh,
to the
this
right.
one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hear that noise, yeah.
There he is. Two of them. One's outside. Clueless. There, these guys are retards.
They're a different team.
What? It's two solos.
What is going on?
Oh, he downed his mate. He downed his mate.
How?
When he shot. For some reason, he panicked and downed his mate, and then you finished him.
What?
Yeah. They looked like noobs, to be fair. Neither of them had a clue what was going on.
Let's get you back so you can come here. So he ran from there into the building, shot his mate as he tried to jump out the window.
I think his mate jumped through the window or something and he must have panicked him and he shot, downed him. He tried to jump out the window and you shot him. Don't know why.
Some fucking people landed here.
Yeah, he did. Knocked out with a UMP and then you killed him. Wild.
Weird how I can't hear out though.
Yeah. I mean, Spectation always has that little extra boost, but...
Oh, you can't come back here, can you? Fuck.
It's wherever the zone is, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you got lucky. I think he fucking missed through the nade. Wow.
Damn.
Well, ranked. Yeah, let's just get out of here.
Yep.
Campy little camps. G-coin? What?
What for?
How much G-coin? Well, you probably don't know. You know your clan, if you bottom right and when it says clan, you can get crates from that. I just opened one and I got G-coin from it.
You can open crates from clan?
Give you crates, there's missions in the clan bit.
Oh, those, yeah, I never opened them, but...
Well, the purple ones, yeah.
Yeah, I always forget.
Yeah, I never had. I had sometimes get something decent, but I've got G coin.
Nice.
I'm trying to figure out how much. I think it was 200. I think I was on 1.7. Now I'm on 1.92. It'll do. It's nice.
Not bad, mate. Not bad.
Not gonna say no to some free G coin.
No.
Virtus Pro set. Oh, it's just a jumper. Arena. Looks okay, to be fair. Full scent. Meh.
Well, G coin.
Gen
You get
G.
800. How many G coin did you get?
I don't know, because I don't know what I had prior. I think it was 200, between 203 and 400.
Yeah, it's
I don't know how much I had.
600 or whatever.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's probably 400 to be fair. But... Petrichor Road. Oh, that looks alright. 17 game. That actually looks okay. Where's the Falcons? I'm a Falcons fan. I want this.
We're in about Falcons.
No Falcons.
Never is.
Yeah, there's never any Sonics either. They did right there before they got dead and did the spray. And that was it. Oh, what is this plane, brother? I swear to God, it's gonna land a million in it. We can get boat.
Yeah.
A sailor went to sea what he could see. Retro ruggy, retro-y, retro. Cherry chocolate orange. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Terry's chocolate fingers.
Mm-hmm.
A finger greeking, lovely.
Greeking.
Greek yogurts. Are we jumping and then going around the water? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, that's when it goes to Millie base, pal.
Ah, I get you.
We'll get a boat.
Oh, it's ranked, isn't
go.
it? Serious stuff.
Aye. Mm-hmm.
Forgot. I need to be serious.
That's right. Push it.
What's going on here? Why won't you stay on there?
Need to win. Hill. Win. Someone right next to me. Where you go, you little fuck? Two of them with colourful shoots. Or sprays.
Where?
To the right, my right. I think we're Gatka, maybe.
Because I forgot to look at what I was doing.
But it's ranked.
I know this, mate, and we're already in trouble because I think there's teams everywhere around us.
Just on the right. No, I won't be able to get a car.
No
one coming where I am. We're alright.
We're alright.
Oh, look at that. I told you, but it's even worse than it was.
What?
We need fuel and a boat.
Yeah, because there isn't a car here.
Now people are shooting already.
Are you?
I've not even got a gun. No.
I gotta go with him.
You got a friend in me.
You just need to go as soon as you've done, basically.
Yeah. I'm building to go.
Yeah, I'm just going to do this building now.
Jamming bag level 1. Nah. To be fair, I might actually.
Pickaxe comp. Nice. Oh, that's good room. Got 4x, I don't need that.
No fuel.
No?
No. So it's gonna be a bad time.
Yep. Oh, for fuck's sake, Sam. Reload. You dumber. Or faulty or something. So it's not ideal what my loadout is, but
no car, no push bike.
I got a push bike, but no car.
Can I pick up this level 1? Use something back. Where's it gone? I can. Good. Alright, well I'm running to you.
Okay.
Not much else we can do. No bandages.
There was some other stuff there. I'm gonna head for a boat. We got a boat here right in front of us. Turn it around there while we're coming.
Yeah.
A bike on the way there as well. It's a long boat, right? I'm gonna fly as fast as I can with this, and then hopefully we can switch boats near the peninsula. Hopefully there's another boat out here.
Guys on the beach.
Where?
In front of us.
Go for the boat.
Go for the boat.
Put the guy at the back as well. Just running. Where's his mate at? He's running away from the boat. What the hell?
30 bullets. Hit one of them once.
That's a range. It's a bit more difficult to change the boat now though. I don't know what time we'll have.
Yeah, just the people at Primas as well.
I was hoping to be a boat right here. Stop boosting. horrendous. This is. I don't know if it's go wide of the point as well, because there'll easily be people waiting there now. It shouldn't be, but people are idiots with the skill times. That boat should come up behind us at some point as well. It will catch up to us.
Just hope we don't go too far away. It's a very bad game.
If it stays in the water, there's a world where we just can hide for ages. I'm not worried. We will be able to get points off this game if it does a wild circle over here. That'd be mad. And then it finishes on the cliffs here, would be perfect for us. Oh, mate's doing it. He might do it. I think we have to go behind this island for now. I don't know what else to do. We can play behind that out one.
Let's see.
Because it could still go across.
We got enough fuel to do all this.
Yeah, as long as we don't boost.
Yeah, I might need to stop it. Well, don't have to keep going for now, but I might not have the meds for this.
We're cutting towards the harbour anyway. Go through them rocks.
We're not gonna. It's gonna start going in before we get there.
How long?
This is shit.
Boost for a second.
Damn it, we need to get out of this spot.
Do have another boat, I'll be honest.
The boat, more meds.
There's a boat there. Is that a boat?
Yeah.
No.
Play one more.
Oh, I don't think we can get meds, mate. We're falling further behind. Just let me know when you need to stop.
Yeah, I'll let you know. It's a med kit. Kind of catching it as well, but I don't think you're catching it quick enough that I can do like that. I might try and risk it. We're risking it. I'm risking it. You're catching it enough that I think
I'm gonna run out of fucking fuel.
Yeah, I don't know if sitting over there is the best. I don't know if we'll make it with the fuel we've got.
I really need you to heal somehow. If we get shot, you're dead instantly.
No. Really wait till I stop the boat. And I've got no... That's all my meds done. This guy's in the cliff on the left. There.
Yeah, I've got to go to rock, mate. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as once you get to that zone, it's not bad.
Oh no, we're here as well now.
People just got off the boat on the beach. They're staring at us. I'm not sure if they'll get shot by someone else.
50 seconds to recoup our health.
We're fucking dead here, pal. This is terrible. It'd be nice to push the town and hope for the best.
We need to heal first.
No. I can't do that.
Can you ask for a first aid? I can give you one. There's no middle mouse button. I can't remember.
Uncle.
Need bandages, maybe. Press the middle bars button in. Mine is.
Need bandages, okay.
Right, okay. I can't press him. Damn.
That's fine.
Where am I going?
Right. I don't know. Let's have to push the town and hope for the best. There's people on the left. They landed here and ran there, so we have to go as far as we can. Yes. Oh, they're still on the beach. Going into the water. Maybe some got a shot like foot coming here or something.
Sit in the boat. I don't need to get out of this boat. Oh, I might just play here behind my boat.
Yeah, he's staying there if you want. I need to get loot.
Just so risky, we don't know where anyone is. I can give you some stuff.
I need everything though. Ammo, attachments.
What, fives and stuff? Oh, right, okay.
I've got one mag in my LMG. I haven't got any health, but I'm just gonna sit under these stairs for a bit until the zone changes. Got more fives now, so. That.
They're pushing further around them, guys.
Wait, 6, come on.
Yeah, still enough. 10 more people dying at least, I reckon. I'll be in for a while, I reckon. I reckon it'll keep holding water. They'll probably switch to this side next and hold this land.
We should be in it. It'd be kind of crazy if we're not.
Yeah, I swear if it's gone. I thought he might do this.
No, I just won't, yeah, I'm just sit here and do nothing.
Yeah, I'm just going to lie down. Behind the boat. 16 alive, we're in the money. Need to try and get some hits off on people now.
Hit a few lads.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hit a guy on the beach with the bow, and then when we came in here, I hit that guy once.
No,
so I've only hit 2 shots.
If you see anyone comes towards you, let me know and I'll head up to the stairs.
Damn, there's a boat arriving.
There shouldn't be anyone on it. There should be no one on that, mate. Not possible. They would have died in the blue. How do they call it a ferry farm?
It's a ferry.
Yeah, why is it a farm? Ferry farm. Just realised, I've never seen the sign before.
Is this where they make berries? No, that'd be a shipyard, I guess.
Just like a sort of hit to where you farm players at the ferry?
Maybe.
I'm hiding cause I don't want to die right now. Your battery is charging on your fibber. Please charge it today or you will self-explode your wrist. Wow, brutal.
Damn.
Yeah, brutal. Brutal's going up in the world. Right. So we've got a minute. I'm assuming we're going to be playing crates.
People not a million miles away from me in the crates.
You seen him?
No, I can hear him now shooting.
Let's see what the zone does and then we'll
Somewhere
make a
here.
decision.
So that's my loot.
No one's dying at the minute.
No one's died in ages. Everyone's just gonna be all snuggled in. I'm guessing it's gonna go your way a bit. It's gonna go over here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna come off water soon, so we'll see what the zone does and then we'll know where the zone's going because it's gonna come off water on the next zone. Yeah. It's gonna push over here. So if we get in this area here in this triangle, we should be in. I'm in currently.
Yeah, I'm coming. Can I sit here for a second? I can. I'll come in when the tide comes in.
The tide?
Zone.
I like your terminology.
Oh, someone's above me.
I can't do out.
No,
I'm in
no.
water.
Just be careful. Directly above me now.
Yeah. I thought he saw me. Did he see me? I'm underwater, so...
He ran past Marsh on your side now.
He's ran past?
They ran past me, to you.
They're near me, yeah.
They're over here, yeah.
Can you not see them in third person?
No, the wall's too high.
Yeah. Well, he saw me, to be fair. He looked over this way.
I thought he heard me, yeah. That's why he came over here, but...
Maybe they did, maybe they just thought we ran across. No one's expecting us to be in the water, mate, now.
Big boat. Oh, man.
It's a ferry farm, that. What are you on about? It's not a boat. Ferry farm. I'll move to the other side of the boat so you get this space where I am.
Nice one.
And then eventually we'll move towards the beach. We'll have to swim under the water to get there. Oh, he shot you, did he? Oh, it's you splashing. Okay. I see fucking mollies on the end of on the pier and stuff here. What the fuck? Hello.
Hello.
Are you swimming?
I'm floating above. I'm in the water.
Oh, it's, you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're paddling like a fucker.
Yeah, so you. We need the zones changed and then we just go underwater and get out over there quickly and fight. Someone's going to end up coming near us and hear us. Near us and hear us, dear us and dear us. Oh fuck, let's go.
Damn, well, we're dead. I have to go to the beach, yeah. Jeebers, beepers.
There was people over this corner a minute ago.
Yeah, there was. There should be people on our right now, though, so. I can hear them above us now.
About to die.
Yeah. No one's dying, man.
Just swimming. You're crazy.
Oh, he sees us. He's watching us.
Where is he?
Behind us. They know we're here. I'm gonna get hurt by my own breath here. Nice. On the wall. Oh wow, P90.
Oh, nailed him as well.
It's not his mate either, some randomer.
No, no.
Shocking. You got 16 points from it though.
You got 16 points?
Yeah.
Nice. I got 17.
You did more damage.
Oh, yeah,
I'm guessing that's what it was. I only got 42 bullets.
Oh, no, I didn't down that first guy. 4 bullets. I think I went into him in the end. Got a 3x on the fucking M4, I didn't realise.
Yeah.
I was like, ah! Didn't have a red dot, so... It clearly put it on it automatically earlier on. Positive, though. It's a positive start.
Yeah, crazy. It's a little amount of loot we had.
I know.
Well.
How many more points are you on now, in total? 2-9.
Is it? 2964.
Oh, you're ahead of me now. Okay. See?
Well, what are you on?
2935.
I bet that was the other night where I was getting kills.
Yeah,
we
no, I
both
was
the same
doing nothing.
placements, but yeah, you kept dying.
That's why I got maybe a point extra there, because actually lower ranked.
You're a tiny bit lower. Could be. You did get like 100 more damage than me as well.
I don't think that would matter.
Who knows? Maybe not.
I think just
I
getting
don't know.
damage in a game is important. I don't think it matters then how much damage. Points really is placement and kills. Same as esports.
Yeah, it used to be damage used to help quite a bit. Now I think it helps the initial bit, but then yeah, it's nothing after.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh well. Got my head switched on tonight.
All right. Oh, oopsie. Whoopsie doodly. Diddly whoopsie.
Uh-huh. Oh shit, my thing's terrible. You going for that car?
You are?
I'm going for the car, orange car near me.
Alright, no one.
Where is everyone?
No one. No one's here at all.
Anywhere? In the
I don't
world?
see on anyone anywhere.
Did everyone die already?
Not a
Did we win the
single
game?
parachute. Yeah, maybe.
That'd be beautiful.
That's crazy. You'd like to think a lot of people would be dying. Hot dropping injured or something. But we got a car here as well for once.
Oh, right.
So let's see.
We leave that car there for a minute, someone might die and then come here to try and revive.
You're so clever.
Yeah, they made me like this, I don't know why. Silly people. Right. Nice. Right. Oh, loads of fives, mate. This is great. Welcome home, guys.
Family home. Enemy spotted.
That's 11. That's level 3 thingy.
Best.
Yeah, that's the best.
Nice. Nicely.
I just heard a
Right,
grenade
we're
or
in the middle of
something near
zone.
us.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Must be
It's
also.
No, it's other side. It's either here or here. It's between like this area. I don't actually know where it's at.
Alright.
Right, okay, so we got people relatively close, but not really close. Right, any first aids, attachments for guns. I don't really need 5s. I've got 340 spare now. Red dot. Oh, I don't got one of them. What do I need? Health. Health is what I need.
Health is what I need.
Don't go looting my buildings. What are you doing?
Fucking speed up there, ball, eh?
I need to just get the car.
Dropping 3 smokes in here.
That's...
There's a med kit and 3 smokes in there.
Yeah, I'll confirm.
Get that level 3 vast.
Level 4 vest.
Now I need to remember where he was. More 5s.
Well, Mark.
Can't pick any more up.
Where's my mark gone?
So marking people with grenades.
What do we do? I don't really want to stay here, I'm being honest.
Where would you like to go then, mister?
This is really hard to hold as a duo.
Should we go to your mark then?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, I'll get the other key out.
Sure?
Yeah.
Let's get over in the car. As that drops its load, not almost.
Oh, you bitch.
But so, oh Ryan, yeah, what he's done now. Spare level 3 here as well when we need it. Boosters, mate, I've got none. Apart from 1.
What did you say? Level 3? Oh, spare vest.
Yeah. Ryan scare you or something?
He did. I think it's all the car noises. I didn't hear him this time. And he poked me.
No. Hopefully he didn't inseminate you with his horrible stuff. Right.
No, he's just... Ooh, a pickaxe.
I got 1 and 2. Actually, boosters. Got 2 so far.
Well, 4 and 2, so if you don't find any, I can give you one. Give you one at you. Filling up my car with ammunition.
There's no boosters here, unless there's any in that building. Upstairs, I'll go and have a look now. I'm sure you looted this already.
I haven't looted that.
Oh, you not?
I thought you were looted it, so I left it.
Ah, okay, good. Upstairs.
That's an RPG there.
No boosters here. 1 round, 2 in total. Okay.
Nah, I can give you some. There's one in here. You not loot this room? Bloody hell.
The little
there's
one.
2
no,
painkillers. First aid as well.
No, that's the one I didn't go in. Typical. I thought you'd been in them all, so I was like, there's nothing.
No, I'm gonna start, but I was running back to the car to put ammo in it.
Okay. I'm gonna have to put something down though. I can't pick it up. Oh, actually, I can put first aid down. I don't need that many. Right, we're in play. Here we go.
See if we keep in the zone. We're not in the zone.
How? What?
That's wild.
We need to get teleposer now. Now. It's going to be a city urban ending.
Let's go.
That's mental. You in your car, yeah?
Car on me. Nice.
Right, let's go. I'm not even looting it. I think I saw another car coming as well.
Another car, yeah. They're coming back around.
I know I'm going to come back. We'll have a choice now. We're fucked here.
Yeah. Let's just go this way, yeah?
Yeah, we'll have to now. Another car here. What's that doing
car
there?
here, what the fuck?
Ah, shit.
The car in the shot.
Yeah, he probably just healing or something. I saw it. Just past it. Oh, that's that guy's car, isn't it? We just killed. I don't know. Kill one team at least.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't even hit him. I hit the fuck out of the car, but didn't hit any of them. Are we going to commit to Alpozo?
I think we have to. I don't want to try and get in there later. I want to try and get 2-story, but I don't know which one. Which one do you reckon? 3-story. I'd rather get one on this side, but it's a risk in itself. Where's the 3-story that Falcons won from? Over here, isn't it? Yeah, this one's the perfect one. You put your car there.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Ah! Go fight over it straight away.
Yikes.
It's worked, but I don't know for how long. Zone's changed. We're not great, but we're not the worst, so I'm not. You got a shotgun?
No.
You just reloaded?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reloaded LMG.
That's fine, so. Yeah. Oh, I've just jumped out like a dick. I'm dead here.
Hey, I hit someone. Nice.
Fucking what a waste of a medkit that was. I didn't to land on the fucking top.
It was 6x.
Right, there's another medkit on top floor, so I'm not worried. It's annoying I want to jump and crouch. Yeah, it made me land.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fucking... Oh, no, it's coming back. Every time I'm looking the other side, someone comes the other side. looking. Let's go into a warehouse, I think.
Yeah. Stop there, that's well annoying. Two of them in there.
Where's that at?
Below us somewhere. Ah, god damn it.
I think someone else blows. I tried to shoot him. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Ah, I keep getting
I've
you on the
grenade,
way
yeah.
There's people on yellow, as you know. I've just seen more people as well on the road, but yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that's a wing.
Yeah, he's on orange. I shot him. He's pushing him, that guy. That's mental. Oh, the Lynx is YOLOing straight at them. I hit him as well before we got there. Don't know where his mate is. We're still in.
Good.
Nice. We're going to call these the Falcon building. No.
Okay.
And we know what we're talking about.
And again, the warehouse.
There's a guy on orange again.
No cars have stopped over weeks. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, that one.
It's annoying. No one be on the same floor as you. I can't see now.
We'll get up here then.
I don't want to be on the same floor.
Well, can you not go middle floor?
I was on middle floor.
Oh. Any more fires anyway? I'm running out.
Let's use some of them. On the stairs. I'll go in the field right there.
Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, man.
Oh, fuck me.
What the fuck are you being shot from?
From, apparently you can see me through that window.
Oh, yeah. Mate, you should stay below.
Can't get a bloody kill.
I haven't been shot once yet up here. Get a guy on orange twice.
Yeah. I don't even know where I keep getting got shot from.
Get on one of the roofs, mate, or high.
What the fuck? Have I... Mate. Right, that guy's fucking insane. I just got to that window.
Yeah, to be fair though, peeking up. Oh,
I was
fuck.
moving.
Oh, shit.
2 shots, 2 kills. Well done him.
Yeah, but he's not finishing you. I mean, you're
Well,
going to
yeah,
die pretty
he's
quick
down
now.
me. Yeah. 2 shots, 2 downs.
Get ready, because the warehouse guys will push us soon, I think.
Yeah, I need a fucking helmet now.
I don't see one up there. Where's that from?
Warehouse somewhere.
Ah, I ain't picking up.
Yeah.
M16's bollocks. Can you pick me up safely? Probably, yeah. There's a helmet there, actually, even though I need it.
I've got one, yeah.
Oh, right, okay, I'll take that then. That was in the original orange one that I marked earlier. This one here. Gonna move it a bit anyway.
Yeah. Oh, what fucking wind is the people?
How's he downing me so easy with that gun as well? That's fucking bollocks. Oh, it wasn't him that downed me, it was the other guy.
What the fuck? He's spamming the fuck out of that.
It must be high
Where
up.
the fuck was that? Oh, there's a guy there. On the yellow.
Okay. He's not in, is he? Oh, he is just.
I see him moving. I'm not picking him again.
Not worth it.
You're right, it's not.
You got 2 in the big warehouse, I think, and then 1 on yellow, unless the big warehouse is left. I don't think he has. I've not seen him move out of there. Let's hear someone in small square next to us.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't see anyone, look. $16 alive though, I'm back in the money. 5 kills as well, it's a really good game for me. Really good game.
And that guy in yellow moved to the right somewhere.
Yeah, must have. I don't know what happened to Square Warehouse. He's just spamming the hell out of M16.
And he was.
I hate open issues.
Oh, that's
he's
him
over there.
That was the one we saw on the bridge. Must have been him.
I thought he was in the Square Warehouse. What?
Damn. Unless it's just coincidence and someone else has got a fucking thing.
Maybe.
We're still in. Jeeper Beeper.
Where was that guy out that downed you? Do you know, roughly?
No idea. Not a clue. I was never facing him. I was moving every time. Probably that building or something, I guess. I'm not 100% sure though. It's on with a suppressor, so yeah, it must be that one then. Must be
going there. Damn it, nailed that dude as well. That's the guy, innit? That's him.
No.
Yeah, he's in the motel. I'm shooting him and he still headshots me straight away. He's very suspect, mate, with the headshots.
He's fucked me every time. Complete different window, different floor.
I don't believe that he can pull that headshot off when I'm shooting him.
Headshot me every time. 2 shots, 2 downs for me. He's a little fucker, man.
I don't believe him to be a real person. I believe he's an AI bot created by God.
13.
There should be people...
I've seen no one to our right, and I've never seen anyone to our right. Unless there's a sneaky little snake somewhere.
Well, I don't know where he went then.
The rights are quite open.
motel's already looking towards me, I think. How did I miss him then? What? I don't see anyone on the right. May have to use the cars, you know, because it's fucking so open for us.
Can't see any cool.
I've not seen anyone in this motel, so that's not in though.
No, we're not in that.
What's in here?
That was always gonna.
Let's get downstairs and find out exactly what there is in. That's in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send my car across and go for it.
No way, can't get in. Hey, you missed.
I'm being shot at from someone on the right.
Yeah, no, I got shot at him as well.
I'm stuck outside.
It's the guy who was sniping us the whole time. Actually can miss. It's crazy. Do you want me to smoke it so you can get him?
Yeah, I'll go around the other side, I think. I don't like this guy. Is not trustworthy. I think I got shot from the Coliseum, I'll be honest, because I wasn't in line of sight.
It's the motel. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I think it was a motel. I got shot as well, just after you did.
We're in this side. Yeah. I'm looking for a fresh helmet if I can find one.
Guy there.
Yeah, that's where I reckon I got shot from. He's
just got there. He ran from thingy.
See a guy in the free stack, middle floor, left window. Basically no helmet left.
Oh, I hit you twice. Get fucked.
This zone really going to finish in the fucking big thingy? What the fuck? Surely not. Surely it comes on to us here. Surely. It finishes on us. Or just outside our wall.
Oh, what? He's got a mate. Okay. Oh, I see him. Headshot you, bitch.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get a... Yay!
Yay! That guy helped you.
Yeah, no, he finished his mate off.
Right, mate, this is really fucking bad. There's people in that building already.
Mate, it's crazy, yeah. How the fuck do we get in there now?
Don't know, but there is someone in there.
Is that in there? No, it is in, but it's terrible. What is that there? Is that container? I might go for that container. I'm gonna go now.
It's gonna land it. It's gonna finish in it's phase 8, mate. It'll finish right in the centre.
Oh, that's...
Here.
Mate, that guy's cheating. Like, what the fuck is that?
There was he in the big...
Yeah, how quick he's
on the
fucking
roof.
firing that shit.
Just jumped off the roof.
All I know is he's instantly on me and he was fracking rapid,
Well, he knows exactly where I am because he's looking at the wall
he knows
where I am. Right, my mark is where it's going to end. I need to get to those containers at some point. I'm going to let everyone push each other. He's just waiting up there. I can't get over here. But I don't think I need to move, do I? No, I'm fine. Hopefully they fight. I can then get into my position that I want behind the barrels.
See all the smokes are putting down.
I've got 7 smokes.
Yeah, I've got 7 and I've used 1 already.
You're going to be a long way from the mark, I think.
It's fine.
You got cover to get in? Well, 7 smoke.
I can get in once I get behind the barrel.
I think he's down one of them guys in that building. Still one up the top, I can see him. Top right hand side he is. Oh look where he's finishing, that's fucking bollocks. Got my shield up, that's all I can do.
If they can kill me because they're on the roof, if you look down.
Go where they're at the roof?
I don't know. I think they're inside, but... I can hear them running around.
Yeah, it's destroyed me. Just in the building. You've got the best part of the zone now. Chunks like a fuck of that.
I just can't do that. Yeah. Fucking hell, they got everything there.
Yeah, they did, sadly, at the building. Right, I'm going to go and have a shower and stuff, mate.
Radio.
Get an early night.
So, mate.
I'll see you tomorrow if you're on.
Yep, we'll be.
In a bit, bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Right, guys, I see you in the stream. We'll be back tomorrow for PUBG PGS 9. Let's go.
Woke up this morning, sun's in the sky.